We are going to start. It is Tuesday, January 9th, 6:13 p.m. We are calling today's commission meeting into order. Madam Clerk, if you'll take the roll, please.
Mayor Danziger.
Present.
Vice Mayor Rose.
Present.
Commissioner Landsman.
Present.
Commissioner Mashide.
Present.
Commissioner Velasquez.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Here.
Okay. Chief, if you'll lead us, please, in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining. I want to welcome everybody who's here today. We seem to have a bit of a crowd, those that are watching at home and those that will be watching this at some future time, hopefully. Again, I'm going to just ask that we maintain decorum while in this room here and follow the guidelines. So with that, I will open it up to our commission for comments. Mr. Landsman, if you want to start.
I can go first. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Welcome to everyone here in chambers and to those watching from home. I'd like to wish you all a very happy, healthy, and prosperous new year. And just a point for all of us to keep in mind, as you may know, the town of Surfside has an election coming up on March 19th. I'd like to encourage all of our residents to get involved and to vote for the candidates of their choice. Thank you.
Very safe. Good job. Commissioner Mashide.
I hope everyone had a pleasant holiday season, and I want to wish everyone a happy new year. I'm happy to report that we ended the year with a successful Zoom on the Condo Special Assessment Loan Program. I also introduced the Teen Advocacy Program to the town manager and have been working since November with a film producer on a film event to support Israel. We have a lot on our agenda, but I have to get one point across. What happened up here often is not in our town's best interest. I'm not talking about policy. I'm talking about conduct. What took place last month has been rightly characterized as the worst 15 minutes of any commission meeting. And it was all instigated by one individual. I thank so many for their overwhelming support in the wake of that evening. And now let's move on. Thank you.
Commissioner Mashide. Commissioner Velasquez.
Good afternoon. Thank you everyone for being here, and Happy New Year's to everyone. Hopefully we have a more prosperous year and with less situations happening all over the world. Here to this meeting tonight, discuss the development plans of these different projects. And that's it. Thank you very much.
I just want to wish everybody a happy new year. I think my wife is watching. Next week it's our 10-year anniversary, so happy anniversary. I also want to state for the record, residents see me around town driving a golf cart. That is my own personal golf cart. It is not the town's golf cart. As some residents have said, they've been told by certain people running for commission. I also want to make a statement that if you email the town, your information is public record. As well, if you email, call, DERM, Army Corps of Engineers, FDOT, those are public government agencies. Your information is public record as well. So when residents or former elected officials are trying to undermine and disrupt projects like the downtown, contacting the Army Corps of Engineers because they have a problem with us raising the dune restoration or the sand beach renourishment, your information is on file. You will be called out, and I will let you know you will be called out, and your name will be called out. Not tonight, but at a certain later date. So don't think you can get away and try and undermine and disrupt the positive things we're doing in this town. Thank you.
Mr. Kustos, please don't call out.
Wow, so you're threatening residents from the...
All right, moving on to item 4E, agenda and order of business. If I could get a motion to move item 9F before item 2. We're going to move 9F before item 2.
I'll make that motion.
Mayor, I have another item as well, but I'll let the commission first.
All right, well, let's say it, and then I guess we'll get one motion for it. So 9F before item 2 and link 9D to 3C.
Mayor, I'm seeking to defer item 9B to February.
9B.
Bravo.
9B. All right, so if we can get a motion to move 9F before item 2, link 9D to 9C, and move defer 9B to next month.
So moved.
So moved. I'd also like to, did you link the items yet?
Yeah.
That was that was? Linking the park?
Yes.
Okay, I couldn't see it all too fast.
All right. Sorry, you can do it.
No, if it's linked, we're good.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Landsman made the motion. Vice Mayor seconded it. To move and link the items.
I didn't hear.
Which items are you linking? I didn't hear that.
Moving 9F before item 2, linking 9D to 9C, and deferring 9B to next month.
9F before item. Okay. And where are you putting 9D?
We're linking 9D to 3C.
It's a 3C.
Everybody voted? All right, moving on to Madam Clerk, you have the roll. You got the vote on that?
Commissioner Landsman,
Yes.
Commissioner Mashine,
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose,
Yes.
Mayor Danziger.
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to item 1F, community notes. So just to give a brief rundown, senior brunch is going to be this Friday, January 12th. Surfside Farmers Market is going to be this coming January 14th and 21st on Sundays. Tuesday, January 16th. Invite everybody to join us for a key to the town ceremony for previous elected officials who served 3 consecutive terms. Somebody who's been up here for almost 2 years, I could say 6 years is a lot. So I think they deserve our recognition regardless of you agreed with their policies or not. So please come out on Tuesday, January 16th to as we celebrate and appreciate our former elected officials. Wednesday, January 17th, there's a senior trip for all those watching. Please contact Parks and Rec. Thursday, January 18th is the mobile DMV. I get a lot of questions about that, so please contact Dina Goldstein at our police department for more information and reserve a slot. Sunday, January 21st is Music on the Beach. Tuesday, 23rd, we will have a town meeting with updates on the status of the undergrounding project. A lot of people ask me that about this project when we walk the street, so please take a moment to join us. This meeting will be on Zoom, so you can do it from the comfort of your own home. The details are on the town website along with the link. We'll be discussing what has been done so far and what we're doing to move forward with that project. Thursday, January 25th is Coffee with the Cops. If you have any parking tickets and you want to complain, it's a good opportunity. They'll all be there. Sunday, January 28th is the annual Family Fun Day. That's one of our bigger events, but because the park is closed, we're going to have this at the community center, but I know town staff has spared no effort to make this an amazing time. January 30th is going to be a mayor's forum presented by the League of Women Voters, and January 31st is going to be a forum for the commission. So again, January 30th and 31st, there's going to be a forum here in Town Hall. It's going to be televised. You can watch it at home. And you will have your forum for your elected officials. January 31st is going to be a condo event at the Grand Beach. And this is going to address specifically e-voting for the condos, not for the county, but within their own boards. A lot of buildings have expressed interest in such proceedings. So if you have any questions, I know we have attorneys, we have people from different companies, and we have a lot of different panelists there. Please go onto the town website and sign up for that event. not trying to take anybody away from the commission forum. But January 9th, we will have our Sweetheart Dance, our annual Sweetheart Dance. And for the rest of it, you can check the town calendar. It's all on there. Today is National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, so we couldn't go by without appreciating our law enforcement. We have a little bit of something. So if the commission would join me as we present our police department with a certificate of appreciation to our local heroes. Thank you.
Double do it, Alan Tresh.
Oh, I thought you were asking me to. Everybody smiling. Okay. Why do they give the ugliest guy the camera?
I gotta jump.
Got three.
All right, in spirit of Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, I just want to mention for those that weren't aware, Interim Chief Marciante was sworn in this past month as Chief of Police for the town of Surfside, so congratulations, Chief. We did a whole speech back then, so you can watch it. Thank you for your service, as they say. Okay, moving on to 9F, I guess. We have a resident, a young resident here. Where is she? Oh, there. Who put together a program called the Youth Advisory Council, and I'm going to let her present it and then take it from there.
Hi,
Just state your name and address for the record.
my name is Lucia LaCour, and I live at 8950 Irving Avenue. Is that fine? Okay. Mayor and Commissioners, thank you so much for the opportunity to present this to you, especially Mayor Danziger and Commissioner Myscheid and Mr. Gomez and Mr. Millian, who've been super supportive of this since the beginning and have helped bring this idea to fruition. I've always been interested in politics, and recently I was looking for ways for myself and like-minded youth to become more involved in local government. And I arrived at the idea of a youth advisory council, which is something I think Surfside should establish. So the objective of the council is to advise and support the town's governing body while actively engaging in and organizing youth-identified community initiatives. So this would guarantee that the youth has a voice both in legislative matters and in local activities. So really what this means is that the council would have a lot of responsibilities for, one, gathering and collecting feedback from students regarding their concerns, their ideas, their suggestions, and serving as a representative voice to communicate these perspectives to the town government. Also organizing and encouraging engagement in community initiatives Part of this would involve serving as a mentor to the town's teen scene program, which caters to a slightly younger demographic. Also, it would be the council's responsibility to research local issues affecting youth and contribute to developing informed policy recommendations, with the goal being to pass one resolution per term. And this would include staying informed about national and regional trends, to ensure that the town remains adaptive to evolving challenges and opportunities. And finally, just organizing events and inviting speakers to talk about issues relevant to the youth population, such as mental health or the college application process, whatever that may be. So the establishment of a youth commission would have a lot of benefits, both for the town and for the members involved. For one, student members would be able to gain a better understanding of how town government works, the civic process through real-world experience, while developing leadership skills and communication skills. The position would also be a way for the town government to understand the younger demographics' needs and would generally contribute to a more active and informed youth population. And finally, members would have the opportunity to engage with school administrators, local leaders, and other local and state political youth groups, and hopefully participate in some really cool events. So the details are still need to be hashed out with town staff, but this is a rough outline of how the council would be organized. For one, members must be in high school. They must be Surfside residents, meaning that applicants have to be rising freshmen through rising seniors. The term would be one scholastic school year, with applications coming in June, and each commissioner would appoint one member in the July meeting. The meetings would be conducted following Robert's Rules of Order and in accordance with Surfside's charter. A commission liaison would be appointed and act as a guide and parliamentarian for the council, and the members would meet monthly in the chambers for a recorded meeting and attend a certain number of commission meetings. So thank you so much for letting me present this. I'd be happy to answer any questions you guys have. Yeah, thank you.
Let me just see if we have public comment. We have public comment on this? All right. Before we bring public comment, I'm going to make a motion to for the commission to allow for the mayor, town manager, town attorney, and Ms. LaCour to sit down and adjust the frameworks to bring something consolidative back for our February meeting. 9F.
I also asked to be involved with it as well.
To the extent that sunshine would allow.
Okay. First speaker, 2 minutes.
Let me second that.
So, first public speaker, Ileana Salzauer, 2 minutes, please.
Eliana Salzauer, 9317 Bay Drive. This is an excellent proposition. I would wholeheartedly recommend that you endorse this. I do believe this was something that Commissioner Maishad had proposed. That's what the public record reflects. I think it was interesting that the mayor decided to take it as his own. That's not cool. That's theft of someone's intellectual property. I do want to say that this is something that has been discussed before, and other towns do this. It is important for our youth to get involved. They have the biggest interest in the future of our town. Hopefully they will stay here and they will raise their families here. There should be, though, a structured, ethics portion to this as well, because they are going to hopefully have access to privileged information. And, we have a hard time even getting our adults to follow those rules. So we should certainly make it a point to make sure that our teenagers that are being involved also have, all of the necessary training to be able to interact properly. I would also add that the members not be related to commissioners and elected officials. I think the opportunity should be to expand it to other members of the community. I think anyone that has a seated elected official in their own home already has enough access and opportunity and role models. I think we should broaden this out and try to encourage other, being on a committee or something is fine, but as far as the mayor and the elected positions are, it should not be someone within their own household. Those are my only suggestions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kusla.
George Kuslis, 9225 Collins Avenue. I echo the comments you just heard from Ms. Salzhauer. In particular, I'd like to commend Commissioner Maischeid for initially bringing this forward, and to the speaker, who I think made an advocate for this important issue, and I hope you push it ahead. Thank you.
Mr. Landsman, do you have any comments?
Just a question for Ms. LaCour. Do you believe there's enough members of our youth here in Surfside that would want to get involved in this?
Yeah, so just in conversations with my friends in Surfside, I think there's definitely a lot of interest, but I know that that's not accounting for the whole population, and assuming that this item gets support, we would spend the first few months of the program before the applications roll in, building up the program and advertising the applications and making sure that spreading the word.
Mr. Mayor? Mr. Maischeid?
I just want to commend Lucia for the initiative, and I'm glad you brought it forward to me. And I think you have a great role model. Thank you.
Commissioner Velasquez?
I echo what Commissioner Maischeid said. Thank you very much for a beautiful presentation. I'm very happy that our youth want to get involved in our town government. I think that's very important. Hopefully someday you run for commissioner, and or other students that are likewise your same age. This is a beautiful opportunity for our teenagers to be a part of this this youth advisory council. I fully support this, and beautiful presentation. Thank you very much. Oh, and thank you very much to Commissioner Maischeid for bringing this to the commission. As usual, gets translated to other people, but sad.
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for doing this. Thank you for wanting to be involved. This isn't about who gets credit. This is about doing things for the community. So thank you for bringing this forward. This is yours. You should run with it. Of course, there's going to be things for the mayor, the town attorney, and the town manager to work out, like if you have an email address, if you're subject to sunshine. So I know all those technicalities will have to be worked out, and I think that's what I'll let the mayor speak next. But I think it's a great idea. I think it's great to have the youth involved. I think it was so. Thank you.
There it again. I think anybody can have an idea, but there's really just one person who has the credit for putting this together and bringing it forward and putting the work into it. So, thank you, Ms. Lucia, for bringing this forward to us and making this a reality. This is something that I think has been on a lot of people's minds, but nobody actually materialized it. So thank you for materializing this idea and turning it into something. And I just want you to remember that I warned you ahead of time what you're getting into. But thank you again.
So, Madam Clerk, we can call the vote.
Commissioner Maischeid?
Yes, definitely.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Landsman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Danziger?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Thank you. Congratulations. Your first legislative thing, I guess you're working on. All right, moving on to item 2, quasi-judicial hearing. Mr. Rescio, I know you have a little bit of a spiel you like to do, or required to do ahead of time.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. Today's regular meeting of the Town Commission is an in-person meeting as set forth in the Town Code. Applications 2A and 2B on this evening's meeting agenda are quasi-judicial in nature. Following the presentations by staff and the applicant, the Commission can take public comment. Following the closing of public comment, the applicant will be entitled an opportunity for rebuttal. Following rebuttal, the Commission can ask questions, make comments, deliberate on the resolution. The quasi-judicial procedures require this Commission to consider the evidence presented to it and base the Commission's decision on the applicable law and primarily on the evidence presented, whether by the applicant, staff, or members of the public. Regular agenda item 2A is a site plan application. The criteria for that is set forth in section 90-20 of the Town Code and the design guidelines. Agenda item 2B is a request for relief under the RLUPA and RFRA. So that's the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act and the Religious Freedom Restoration Act of Florida. The first one is a federal act. The criteria for that is set forth in section 90-99 of the Town Code. The evidence considered must be substantial, competent evidence. This means testimony or other evidence based on personal observation or relevant expert testimony that a reasonable mind would accept as adequate to support a conclusion. It is not a popularity contest. It cannot be based solely on non-expert opinions, no matter how fervent those opinions might be. Everyone who seeks to speak on an item should be given an opportunity to speak. If you intend to provide testimony as to any of the two applications, you will be sworn in before your testimony is taken. Please know if you do speak, you may be subject to cross-examination. If you refuse either to be cross-examined or to be sworn, your testimony will be considered in that context and given its due weight. The general public will not be permitted to cross-examine witnesses, but the public may request the commission to direct applications on their behalf to either staff or the applicant. At this time, anyone who wishes to speak should be sworn in. Madam Clerk, I'd ask that you administer the oath or affirmation.
Everyone wishing to speak on this item, please stand. For item 2A and 2B, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to state the truth and only but the truth? You may be seated.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And can you confirm compliance with the advertising notice requirements for tonight's hearings?
Confirm.
Thank you. Mayor and Commissioners, have any of you had any ex parte communications with the applicant or any member of the public, either for or against either of the two items to be heard this evening? If so, please state for the record who the communication was with and the nature of the communication.
I can start. I did have a meeting with Mr. Safransky and Mr. Schwartz, and also had a brief conversation with Mr. Penn.
I also had a meeting with Mr. Safransky and Mr. Schwartz.
I also had a meeting with Mr. Safransky and Mr. Schwartz.
Mr. Safransky and I had a phone call. He asked if I had any questions, and I said no.
So I did not have any meetings with the developer on this project. I did, however, facilitate a meeting and moderate a meeting between the developers and Marbella to address safety concerns with their residents for the upcoming project.
Thank you. And Mayor, I turn the proceedings over to you.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to link item 2A and 2B?
Motion to link item 2A and 2B.
To the attorney, does that? Oh, sorry. To the attorney, does that mean we'd have one vote for both items together?
Those two separate items.
It's going to be it's going to be two votes, but you can
to discuss them together.
You can have
for discussion. It's going to be conjoined.
Correct.
Okay. I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I'd rather keep them separate.
All right. Okay. Have it. So, Madam Clerk, if you'll read the title of the ordinances into the record, please.
Resolutions, Mayor.
Resolutions.
A resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, approving or denying a site plan application to permit the development of property located at 9300 Collins Avenue, Surfside, Florida, for a multifamily residential development consisting of up to 87 residential dwelling units and 184 parking spaces, providing for conditions, approving determination of a covenant of restriction affecting the property, providing for violation of conditions, providing for severability clause, and providing for an effective date. Should I read 2B as well? Item 2B, a resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, approving or denying a request for relief submitted by 9300 Collins Owner LLC under the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act of 2042 U.S.C. Section 2000 CC RLUIPA and the Florida Religious Freedom Restoration Act of 1998 pursuant to Section 90-99 of the Town Code to allow the religious use at the property located at 9300 Collins Avenue, Surfside, Florida, providing for conditions, providing for violation of conditions, providing for severability clause, and providing for an effective date. Item 2B.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you for correcting me. I love that. Appreciate it. Mr. Manager, turning it over to you.
Mayor, thank you very much. At this time, I would like to invite our planning department to assist you in this presentation. Thank you.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Walter Keller, Town Consultant Planner, and with Marlin Engineering, and I'll be presenting this. I'll be presenting the site plan amendment This application is a request to amend the site plan approval for 9300 Collins Avenue, known as the Eden Hotel. The current approval includes a 3-story, 199-room hotel with a restaurant, lounge, bar, ballroom, and 350 underground parking spaces. The new owner of the property, 9300 Collins Owner, LLC, is proposing a 3-story multifamily use and a synagogue. The project fronts on Collins Avenue between 93rd Street and 94th Street, lots 1 through 12, with one connected lot on Harding Avenue, lot 19. All the lots are in the H40 zoning district, totaling 96,586 square feet, which is 2.224 acres. The 12 lots fronting Collins Avenue have a future land use of moderate density with a maximum residential density of 58 dwelling units per acre. The Collins Avenue lots are 2.094 acres. The west connected lot on Harding Avenue has a future land use of parking. While the total site zone H40, the residential use is only permitted on the lots which front on Collins Avenue. The maximum number of dwelling units allowed per the future land use plan, the size of the parcels, and with a 15% reduction for assembled lots, is 103 dwelling units. The site plan amendment proposes a 3-story apartment building with 87 residential units. The majority of the units will be 1-bedroom with den and 2-bedroom with den. The remaining units include 3-bedroom and den and 3-bedroom with 2 levels. The parking for the building is provided in an underground level. Vehicle access to the parking level is located off 93rd Street at the southwest corner of the property. The gated access ramp is at an 8% slope into the underground parking level, where 184 parking spaces are located. 2 centrally located lobbies with valet stations, each with 2 elevators and stairs, will be the locations for accessing the rest of the building. 6 ADA parking spaces are located in this general area with the 2 lobbies. The first level is not connected in the area of the passenger drop-off and pickup area due to the length of the building. The first level includes a passenger drop-off and pickup which connects to Collins Avenue. No parking spaces are located on this driveway. 2 lobbies are also located adjacent to this driveway, as well as amenity spaces and a management office. A non-habitable historic structure is located in the front of and between the driveway loop. The applicant recently received approval from Miami-Dade County Office of Historic Preservation to rebuild a historically accurate reconstruction since the structure is in very poor condition. The first level south building and north building are not connected in the area of the passenger drop-off area due to the length of the building. The south building and north building on the first level have a separation of 34 feet on the west elevation and 90 feet 3 inches on the east elevation. The lot which fronts on Harding Avenue, lot 19, is a pedestrian accessible to the central drop-off area. Lot 19 will have a gate access to Harding Avenue sidewalk, but will provide landscaping and sitting areas without any building space. There are 23 residential units on the first floor level. The third building structure is located at the north end of the site, adjacent to 94th Street, with a separation of 17 feet. The western portion includes a loading dock and an FPL vault. The eastern building is a freestanding synagogue with 1,188 square feet of gross floor area. The applicant has submitted a religious land use relief request to allow this use. And that's your second item. The synagogue will be limited to a maximum size of 2,000 gross square feet. The synagogue enables the project site to be a mixed use, thereby enabling the underground garage use in the FEMA flood zone. The prior approval site plan also had underground parking because the hotel use was a FEMA allowed parking condition. The second floor building structure is also separated in the central area with a 34-foot separation on the western portion and a 47-foot 8-inch opening which encroaches close to the historical structure. The 70-foot separation is also continued at the building, north building, which is adjacent to 94th Street. All the uses on this level are residential, with access provided by the dual elevator banks. There are 29 second-floor residential units. The third floor has an extended hallway without any building separation. This level is only residential use, totaling 35 units. The three most northern residential units have stairwells, which connect the units' third and second floor levels. A rooftop deck is proposed with 33,148 square feet of floor area, where a maximum allowed use would be 47,060 square feet. The roof deck is set back from the roof edge a minimum of 22 feet 9 inches, where the code allows 10 feet. The roof deck includes a 1,720 square foot pool, a pool deck, lounge, sunset deck, outdoor kitchen, and an outdoor game area. The landscape proposes 126 trees and palms composed of 10 different species. Review of the trees show that 43% of the trees are Florida friendly, and 40% of the shrubs are also Florida friendly. The site plan proposes an 8-foot sidewalk, but the landscape plans have mediginal date palms in the sidewalk adjacent to the curb. The design review group met on November 16, 2023, prior to the Planning and Zoning Board meeting to discuss and review the site plan request. After discussion, the DRG agreed the site plan amendment should be moved to the Planning and Zoning Board for review. The Planning and Zoning Board considered this request on November 30th, 2023. The board recommended the site plan be forwarded to Town Commission with a recommendation for approval subject to staff comments. At that time, there were quite a few staff comments. The applicant has submitted a revised site plan amendment package, which has addressed the majority of the staff comments on December 13th, 2023. As you've heard me say before, there are several items that need to be considered in this multifamily development as far as site plan approval. And I will go over these various items. The development as proposed conforms to the site plan and the zoning code. This proposal complies with the town's comprehensive plan. The development is at a residential use and at a density that is consistent with the future land use. Staff also finds that the proposal complies with the zoning code. The site plan has underground parking, and an application has been filed to allow a religious facility on site. This will allow the application will be approved or denied by the Town Commission. Note, the formally approved site plan also utilized underground parking, but was acceptable due to its hotel use. The development as proposed will have a favorable or unfavorable impact on the environment and natural resources, including a consideration of the means and estimated costs necessary to minimize the adverse impacts, if any. This project has minimal impacts on the environment and natural resources. The previous apartments on this site were demolished, and the existing site is now vacant. There are no existing natural resources or sensitive plant communities on the site. Construction impacts will be minimized by the town's development regulations. The development as proposed will have a favorable, unfavorable impact on the economy of the town of Surfside. This proposal will have a positive impact on the local economy by increasing the tax base with 87 new dwelling units, averaging approximately 1,620 square feet of floor area. The redevelopment may also support other redevelopment in the area. The population added by this project will also benefit the downtown businesses. The development as proposed will efficiently use or unduly burden water, sewer, solid waste disposal, education, recreation, or other necessary public facilities which have been constructed or planned and budgeted for construction in the area. The development of this site with new construction and existing development regulations will include facilities with water conservation principles in both the building dwelling units and in the landscape design. The town will also require the applicant to upgrade the water line running in the middle of the block and improve on-site drainage collection. The water, sewer, and solid waste impact can be accommodated by the town. The development as proposed will efficiently use or unduly burden or affect public transportation facilities, including mass transit, public streets, and roads, which have been planned and budgeted for construction in the area, and if the development is or will be accessible by private or public roads or streets. The project will generate an additional traffic volumes according to the traffic study submitted by the applicant. It's estimated that 31 a.m. and 28 p.m. vehicle trips will be generated in the peak hours of the project. The majority of these trips will be oriented to the underground parking area, which accesses 93rd Street. 93rd Street has traffic signals on both Collins Avenue and Harding Avenue, and the traffic will be accommodated by these roadways. The applicant is also widening the sidewalk on Collins Avenue to 8 feet and is closing several prior curb cuts on Collins Avenue from this site. On-street parking is being provided on Collins Avenue at a higher level than the existing condition, and only one access drive for drop-off and pickups is connected to Collins Avenue. The development as proposed is consistent with the community character of the immediate neighborhood. In addition to consistency, there must be congruity between the subject development and neighboring improvements and surrounding, including but not limited to form, spacing, heights, setbacks, materials, color, rhythm, and pattern of architectural or aesthetic interest or value, as well as any overlays or other development schemes or legislation. The three-story development of this site is consistent with the general development of the west side of Collins Avenue. The area on the east side of Collins Avenue are primarily 12-story buildings. The area west of the property fronting on Harbour Avenue is primarily parking lots, the Town Hall lot and the 94th Street lot. Two existing single-family dwellings are located just south of the west parcel to this project, Lot 19. Lot 19 is primarily a landscape area with access to the Harding Avenue sidewalk. In the event of redevelopment, the applicant shall also submit a detailed plan for demolition. The applicant will comply with all applicable requirements of ordinance number 2022-1720, adopted March 8, 2022, regarding construction site. Based upon the Planning and Zoning Board approval and the DRG recommendation and the staff review, it's recommended that the site plan amendment for 9300 Collins Avenue be approved by the Town Commission, subject to the following comments. All height-related dimensions must be based on the average crown of road for Collins Avenue and in both NAVD and NGVD. This has been provided on revised sheets, and the application complies with height limitations. New drawing sheets A203 and A-204 need to have the average crown of road, and NAVD and NGVD indications added to the drawing sheets for consistency. The building separation dimension on Collins Avenue for level 1 needs to be added to sheet A-101. The south and north buildings at the portico share are separated by 90 feet 3 inches. The dimensions between the south building and the north building to the historic structure should also be dimensioned on sheets A-101 and A-102. Dry flood proofing of the underground garage is necessary. Flood shields have been added to the garage entrance and the loading dock. Additional flood proofing of the underground garage walls may be required. The town building official will need to verify the flood proofing requirement. The applicant needs to provide a plan detail adjacent to the on-street parking spaces illustrating the Collins Avenue sidewalk with curb and gutter, medjool date palm with tree grate, sidewalk width between the inside edge of the tree grate and the 2-foot high wall. Plan must provide a minimum 5-foot wide walkway width between the proposed property wall and any tree grate. The landscape table provided should reflect the proposed tree and plant Florida-friendly percentages. The revised landscape plan has 46% Florida-friendly, and the Florida-friendly shrubs are 44%. Both of those requirements meet the 40% requirements of our code. The landscape table on sheet L-09 should reflect these percentages. Walls or fences within the setback area on Collins Avenue, 93rd Street, 94th Street, or Harding Avenue, not previously detailed, require design approval from the Planning and Zoning Board. Construction details will be provided in the final building permit. And finally, obtain FDST access connection approval for Collins Avenue prior to application of the final building permit plans. Those are our recommendations.
Thank you, Mr. Keller. The applicant wants to say a few words. Mr. Graham.
Evening, everyone. I'm going to attempt to utilize this fancy new podium so I can get the microphone close.
Why are you breaking it?
It's good to see everyone again. Graham Penberg, Alberdale Fernandez, Larkin Tappan is 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Before I get rolling, I'm going to hand to the clerk a set of letters of support that we've received, copies for the commission. And I will, because there's the packets that I have are 15 folks have signed them. There are 2 that came in just this evening, and I'm just going to read those into the record. First is from Mr. Schraga, Stephen Schraga at 9473 Byron, and the second is from Daniela. I'm gonna just, I don't want to embarrass myself. Tank at the same address at 9473 Byron. So I don't have one copy of that, but I have copies for everyone of the rest of them. Okay, with that bit of business out of the way, here tonight representing the new property owner, 9300 Collins Owner, LLC. As Walter explained, we're here seeking site plan approval for a low-impact, green, modern redevelopment for this 2.23 acre site that's been empty since 2019. Along with the site plan, we're requesting to delete a covenant that was associated with the 2019 approval. We're also seeking approval under section 90-99 of the town code to develop a small synagogue as part of the project. As you'll see tonight and from your materials, this plan is 100% code compliant and meets and exceeds all its requirements. It also represents a significant reduction in impacts as compared to what was previously approved on this site. We have no objections to staff's conditions on either of the items, on 2A or 2B. There are conditions that are listed in your agenda for 2B. The plans in the supplement, as Mr. Keller noted, have been modified to reflect staff's proposed changes as well as the terms of the draft resolution. With me, our team tonight, from ownership, Raphael Schwartz, Mike Safransky, Iana Kolev, our design architect partners, the landscape architect super team of Barry Miller and Adriana Savino, Miller Design, Sarah Amrit from Langen, our civil engineer, and last but not least, my partner, Melissa Tappan. So property, and I'm going to try to be as brief as I can. The property is located on the west side of Collins. It's not a surprise anyway, right across the street, with a tiny portion fronting on Harding Avenue between 93 and 94. The little black thing on the middle of the property is the remnant historic structure, the facade of which we are reconstructing as part of this project. And I'll talk a little bit about that when we get there. To our north, across 94th Street, is the Grand Beach Hotel. To our east, running from north to south, you've got the Chateau, the Marbella, Regent Palace, which is now going to be the 93 Ocean development, and then finally a piece of the town's community center. To our western boundary is 80% town parking lots. We have the 94th Street lot, and then we have the 93rd Street lot. We have 2 single-family homes owned by the O'Hagans and Tricia Fowley, who's here with us tonight. I'm happy to announce that we have entered into an agreement with the O'Hagans and the Fowleys regarding the development of this property. There was an agreement that was agreed to for the previous project, and we have updated that and modernized to match the new project. So speaking of that prior project, I'm going to take you through a little bit of recent history. Property is a subject of 2 site plan approvals in the last several years. First, in 2017, there was a 3-story residential development. Next, in 2019, a 3-story, 205-room hotel with lounge, restaurant, and ballroom. And that lounge, restaurant, and ballroom are important because they're relevant to when we start talking about the assembly uses that are permitted and our synagogue. That, of course, I'm not mentioning in our slide the 3 rooftop pools that the hotel had as well. So those of you who were around during that period may recall that concerns were raised at that point about the hotel operation, about its noise, about its parking, about its valets running around, events on the roof, loading and garbage, which were all on 93rd Street. I'm happy to tell you that the current plan has none of those issues, and I'll show you when we get there. On the historic preservation front, our plan, like the 2019 approval for the property, incorporates a reconstructed facade of the Bougainville Apartments as a centerpiece of the design along Collins Avenue. So it's important to remember that, again, the county has 100% jurisdiction over the historic preservation issue. It is not before this town, but I want to spend a little bit of time talking about the history because it came up especially at P&Z. In 2014, the county designated the eastern portion of the apartment structure as historic. They didn't designate the property. They didn't designate the building. They designated the facade of the building. That's the extent of the designation. In 2019, the HPB approved the demolition, the reconstruction, the alteration of that west facade. So by 2019, the end of 2019, the county had already approved the complete demolition and the reconstruction of the facade only. In 2023, we went back to the county. They reapproved unanimously the demolition, the reconstruction, and the alteration of that facade. The only difference between 2019 and 2023 is that we added in structural supports in the structure to ensure its longevity. You might ask yourself, why did the county approve the demolition and reconstruction? The answer is very simple. Engineer study after engineer study from 2019 through today has shown the same thing. That structure is ready to fall down. If you read the WSP excerpt, which is on the 2019, the existing structure is a poor, fragile condition. In those engineers' opinion, and again, which was shared by the county, this would be better for the preservation longevity to demolish the entire thing and reconstruct it. Same thing in 2023. The next set of engineers, Morton Tomasetti, concurred that the structure is at the end of its service life. So we are not proposing anything, number one, that hasn't already been approved by the county twice at this point, and was incorporated into the project back in 2019. So turning to our synagogue. On the plan, we're proposing an approximately 1,200 square foot synagogue to be located at the northeast corner of the property on Collins Avenue. It will be accessed directly from Collins. You can see the door right there. So will be designed to serve both building residents. We think it will be a benefit to our residents to have access to the synagogue within the property and the overall town public. It will generate a whopping 3 p.m. peak hour vehicle trips, and that's probably being generous. So it's going to be a very low impact use. In order to add the synagogue to the site, we filed item 2B, which is an application under section 90-99 of the town code, because the H40 district doesn't allow religious institutions. It's interesting to note, it is a fairly unique nature of the town that you cannot do a religious institution in a lot of the town. Section 90-99 implements this provision that's in front of you from the comprehensive plan, which requires the town to have land development regulations that allow reasonable relief from the land development regulations or use restrictions of the plan in order to address unintended violations, as Mr. Ressia said, of the Religious Land Use and Institutionalized Persons Act of 2000, which is the federal statute, or the Florida Religious Freedom Restoration Act of 1998, which is a state statute. That map is right out of the comprehensive plan. That is what the comprehensive plan says, the areas of the city where you can ask for this relief. And as you'll note, we're in it, right? It's all of between Harding and Collins. Our property is subject to it. So turning to the actual standards, this is an excerpt from the federal statute. One of the important provisions of the federal statute provides no government shall impose or implement a land use regulation in a manner that treats a religious assembly or institution on less than equal terms with a non-religious assembly. That's what they call an equal terms provision. So that is actually implemented essentially word for word in section 90-99-4C of your code, which is one of the two options that an applicant can justify the relief under that section. And what does it really mean? It means it's pretty straightforward. If the town allows an assembly use that's non-religious, but then does not allow a similar religious use, that is a reason for relief. And so that means we have to look at what H40 permits on this property and look at it and say, well, is a religious use being treated on equal terms? And I think the answer is pretty clearly no, because bottom line, in H40 with hotels north of 93rd Street, you're permitted to have restaurants, ballrooms, banquet facilities, meeting rooms. All those accessory assembly uses are permitted in hotels. And of course, they can be pretty big. If you look, we don't even have to go beyond our property. Let's talk about the 2019 approval. 2019 approval included 15,000 square feet of assembly uses on this property, which is 13 times the size of the synagogue that we're providing. Again, that included restaurant, that included lobby lounge, that included a big ballroom. So under the terms of your code, this is exactly the circumstance that this code section is designed for. This is exactly the circumstance that the federal statute is designed for, to recognize those circumstances by not on purpose, by whatever accident of fate leads us to this point, that the local government regulation treats a religious assembly use in a way that is not the same as a non-religious, and that's exactly what R40 does, H40 does here. So we believe that the facts support the commission approving the necessary relief under section 90-99, which is again item 2B. So with that, slightly more interesting stuff. I want to talk a little bit about, you've got a very comprehensive resolution that we spent a long time working with the administration on to make sure that we get, and Mr. Gomez made sure he got the best deal he could from us. And I want to talk about some of the public benefits. I also want to note briefly that the previous development, the 2019 approval, actually paid its public benefit payment of $300,000 to the town. That's not going back to them. So all these improvements that I'm talking about, the value of this is over and above the funds that have already been paid by this property. So first, we are, as part of the project, we're removing the old existing water main running up the center of the block and installing a new 12-inch line that links the lines in 94th and to Harding. That line will be running through the 94th Street parking lot. So part of what we're doing in our resolution is resurfacing, new curbing on the entirety of the 94th Street parking lot, adding new signage, and where there's interruption of landscaping, we're replacing that landscape. As part, we are also connecting our sewer to Collins Avenue, but we've agreed to design and construct a brand new sewer pump station on the 93rd Street parking lot to serve other development in the area. Most notably, it's been designed to have capacity to handle sewage from the maximum allowable development fronting Harding Avenue from 96th Street to 93rd Street under the existing zoning. So that is what we're taking on, that obligation. We will be building the lift station and enclosing it with a decorative fence. Since that lift station will be on the 93rd Street town lot, we've agreed to resurface, recurb the entire lot, and add new signage, just like we're doing with 94th. So, and we'll also replace any impacted landscaping. So we value that parking lot improvements, pump station work at from about $700,000 to $1.1 million, depending on how things come out. Finally, on the benefits point of view, we've agreed to prepare at the town's direction design and construction drawings for enhancements to 93rd Street, again at the town's direction, and provide a payment of $400,000 to be used at discretion. That is the extent of the fund discussion. I'm going to take you through the basics of the plan. I'm going to turn it over to Yana, and then we can hopefully questions in response to comments. So here's our plan. 94th Street on the right, 93rd Street on the left, Collins Avenue is on the bottom of your page. As Mr. Keller noted, it's 87 units, plus our synagogue located on the far right corner. You can see it right on Collins Avenue. We think that that location for the synagogue is the best pedestrian access, and it's not located near any low-density residential development at all. Project conforms with all zoning requirements. It's 40 feet tall, and we're below the maximum density, obviously, and we have more than sufficient parking. Barry, Patricia, and Adriana, and the rest of the Savino Miller team have done another first-class landscaping plan here, with 125 new trees and over 4,500 new shrubs. And they can answer any specific questions you have about it, but it really is a first-class design. As to impacts, as Mr. Keller noted, it is incredibly minor. The residential development, we anticipate 25 trips per in the PM peak, with an additional 3 for the synagogue. So you're looking at 28 total cars potential in the PM peak hour. So operations, very simple as well. We have 2 driveways on Collins Avenue, one in ingress, one in ingress and egress. There we go. That, as Mr. Keller notes, replaces a junkyard full of driveways and head-in parking that was there when the buildings were there before. So one way in, one way out. There's no garage access from Collins. So Collins Avenue will be used for drop-off only, or deliveries like Amazon. The Ubers drop you off there. You get your pizza delivery, etc. You want to drop off grandma, she gets out there, she goes right into the building, and then you go and you park. Parking will be from 93rd Street. So that is both the valet, the parking traffic for the residents will go through 93rd, and all the loading activities and the trash will be on 94th, which of course is across from the hotel. Details here in the valet plan. A person coming in wants to valet their car. They'll go into the garage on 93rd, make a right turn. You can see that lineup of cars we have right in the middle of the garage. More than enough stacking there to accommodate the maximum valet activity you could possibly imagine. We have the 2 cores, the elevator cores flanking that area. So you have one set of elevators there, one set of elevators. The inverse for leaving, call for your car. The valet brings it right there. You leave the elevator, you're out the garage, and you're on your way. Move in for residential or large item deliveries. Very, very simple. We've got 2 loading spaces on the 94th Street side with a loading dock. Truck backs in. The delivery gets moved to the relevant elevator core, goes up right in your unit. Trash, again, very simple. We've got 2 trash rooms, one adjacent to each core. Trash gets rolled out right to the street to be picked up by the town. So at this point, let me turn it over to Iana to take you through the design very quickly. I'll come back and we'll wrap it up, and we'll be there for questions.
Hi, everyone. My name is Iana Koloff. I'm Managing Director with Palma, and I'll briefly walk you through some additional details of our. Here are the existing site conditions, and these are the dimensional representation of our site and all the setbacks that are applicable to our site. You can see we have a 10-foot setback along 93rd and 94th, a 20-foot setback along Collins, a 20-foot setback along Harding, and then to our neighbors and to the parking lot, we have a 7-foot setback there for that extension of our site facing Harding. These are the major view corridors from our site. Here we're talking about the building separation a little bit in more detail. As you see, we have the minimum 34 building separation in the middle with additional 28 and 26 feet on both sides for structure on level 1, and the 17-foot separation to the north. This is a 3-dimensional representation of level 3, which is our connecting floor, compliant with an additional 35 setback along at the connector areas. This is our roof deck area. And then this is our detailed basement plan. as Graham described, all the back of house delivery and trash is conducted in the basement. We also consolidated our back of house area, so the FPL vault, as well as any mechanical air intake and exhaust, will take place along 94th, which is facing the hotel, and actually they also have their back of house areas there as well. This is our ground level plan. You can see the synagogue in the corner there in blue, our apartments, and then our amenity areas noted here in yellow. We have a connecting landscape all the way through Harding, and as it was noted before, we have pedestrian access from Harding for the residents as well as along Collins Avenue. This is our second floor. As you can see here, the building separation is being maintained there. Level 3, where we connect. And this is our roof deck plan, which includes all the resident amenity areas that are open to the sky, as well as our mechanical equipment. This is a view on 93rd Street looking north. As you can see here, our building has a reserved but yet timeless and elegant design. We believe it fits very well with the vernacular of the neighborhood. We are providing floor-to-ceiling glass for all the residential units. All facades that are facing right-of-way and the public sides of the project are almost completely placed, and we have some solid areas where we have the building separation, which is eternal to the project. Another aerial view from that corner. And this is a street view along Collins, so you can see here the building separation as well as the historical structure, how is it integrated. We have been also discussing with the town to provide a little exhibition space as well that provides passerbys with some additional information about the historical structure. This is 94th Street. As you can see, these are all the back of house area that we consolidated on this end. We have the loading dock. Right next to it, we have a louvered facade element that would accommodate the FPO vault behind it without kind of like the unsightly typical mechanical louvered that you would see, and as well as the mechanical ventilation from the garage below it. This is a view from Harding Avenue looking east. So this is our internal garden area and the pedestrian access that's provided for residents from that side. This is back to Savino Miller and their beautiful design for the project. And yeah, this is the overview. Thank you.
She is always so efficient. So I'm going to close with a brief discussion back to our resolution, because I think this was another thing that we've heard in the various discussions. Condition 4I of your order requires the property owner to execute and record a covenant. And we have provided to the administration a signed version of that. That covenant is designed to avoid some of the issues that we've heard about potential redevelopment, including that this is a way to get a live local project approved, or we're going to suddenly use that to bump up the height, or we're avoiding paying property taxes because we're incorporating the synagogue. So there are 4 provisions in that covenant. I'm going to read through them, paraphrase them briefly. First, property will be developed in substantial conformity with site plan. So the site plan that's in your package, unless the commission approves an amendment, obviously, right? That ties us to that plan. That the important thing, of course, that means the design, that means all elements of the project, the density, etc. The important for Live Local, the owner formally acknowledges that the property is not zoned for commercial, industrial, or mixed use as set forth in Section 166.04151, which is the Live Local Act. That's what, if you have to have that zoning to use Live Local, so we're expressly saying in a recorded document, we agree this property does not qualify. Height, we're expressly providing that we will, the height of any development of the property shall be consistent with the H40 zoning district, which of course is 40 feet, and shall not exceed the height depicted in the approved site plan. So of course that's 2 things that basically say 40 feet. And finally, notwithstanding the inclusion of religious, institutional, nonprofit, or community serving uses on the property, no portion of the property shall be qualified as exempt from property taxes. So that document, again, we've provided the signed version to staff. We will record it upon, assuming this project is approved, and it will therefore be in the public records to assure the town and the public that we are going forward with this project as we've contemplated. So with that, let me wrap up. This proposed development is a beautiful low-impact building that will be green building certified. We are requesting 0 variances of the regulations. This development will bring more residents to the town and will have a markedly reduced impact than the hotel approved on this site, with its 15,000 square feet of assembly uses and, as I keep harping on, 3 rooftop pools. The proposed synagogue will be a resource for both our residents and the town. Finally, the covenant I just discussed will provide the assurances that nothing in this approval will allow live local development on this property. So with that, we would ask for your approval of both items 2A and 2B tonight with staff's conditions with the draft resolution acceptance of our covenant. We're here for any questions you may have, and of course, I reserve time for rebuttal.
Mr. Penn, can we get a motion on the table?
Motion to approve first item 2B, the religious land use.
Well, do you want to discuss it separately?
We have to discuss them. Oh, I want to discuss them together, but do you want the motion separate or together, Madam Attorney?
Separate motion.
So the first motion is the motion to approve the religious land use.
I'll second that.
And the second motion would be to approve item 2A, to approve the site.
2 motions.
No, one, we got to vote, discuss. Do we discuss it together?
All right, so let's do a motion for discussion, and we'll.
Motion to link this. I think we linked the discussion items, no?
Yeah, we linked it. So let's do discussion, and then you'll.
Yep. Okay, so. Okay.
You can leave it at that and have the discussion.
Okay.
What was the motion again?
To discuss everything,
2A.
but it's for 2B right now, for the religious land use.
I did second that one.
What happened to 2A?
We got to do that
We do
separate.
one motion at a time. One motion at a time.
So
We're going to discuss it all, though.
2B is going before 2A.
Well, 2A can't get approved without 2B, so we're gonna that way.
Okay.
All right. This time I'll open up the public comment, and then we'll move on to commission discussion. I think the applicant reserves the right to rebut after public comment. Mr. Veldastegi, 2 minutes, please.
Or is it both?
It's for both. We're doing the one discussion.
It's for both. Okay. I'm concerned here about
Name and address for the record.
Yeah, Gerardo Veldastegi, 9148 Froud Avenue. I'm not yet sworn in, Madam Clerk. Should that happen? Yeah, and I'm sorry. Could I have the time?
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to say the truth and only with the truth?
I do.
You may proceed.
Yeah. So I'm concerned about the two.
Excuse me, if you're doing 2 of them, why aren't you giving 3 minutes to the resident? You're only giving 2 minutes.
Commissioner, you're taking up.
Why are you putting these items together so people can't talk about them? I don't think that that's right. Each person should have the right to speak on each item separately for 3 minutes.
Commissioner, it's one item, so I'm going to do 2 minutes, and we're going to keep going. If you interrupt him, you're going to start taking his time.
I'd
Mr.
like to make a
Veldastegi,
motion to allow residents to speak for 3 minutes.
I second.
There's already a motion on the table.
There's a motion on
Well,
the table.
but this motion is to allow residents to speak on this item, that you're putting it together so you can limit residents' speech here.
I don't know.
That's not right. As usual, you're trying to suppress
Right,
residents
Commissioner-
from speaking.
Commissioner,
on
let's
these
move on with the
items.
town business, please. We have a very long agenda ahead of us. Thank you.
Well, then you can defer your rest of your agenda to another meeting, but this is an important item here.
Commissioner, you're interrupting his time.
start
It's the 4th time I have to reset it. Can you let him speak, please? Thank you.
Thanks. So I want to speak to the two kinds of federal laws or federal regulations that are being implicated here, and I think in both cases, looking at the purposes of these laws and rules is going to be very helpful to this commission. First of all, about the Religious Land Use Act, I really think this is being used in a very cynical way by this developer. Here in Surfside, we have a particular history that implicates this act and these issues. You might recall back in the 90s, there was a synagogue that met in the Amtrust building on 96th Street, and the town was saying that that didn't fit their zoning. And there was an actual group whose religious practice was being burdened. Laws like our LUPA and Florida's own Religious Freedom Restoration Act exist to protect the rights of sincerely practicing individuals. There is no individual in this case. Kushner Properties is not having their freedom of religion burdened, and there's no tenant congregation in this property. There's no actual person who's being burdened. I want to talk briefly about the FEMA regulations. These also, Mr. Penn has said himself that the synagogue has almost no impact on the parking, on the actual use of the parking, but it has a tremendous impact on the amount of parking that's able to be built. FEMA distinguishes between residential and mixed use for a very good reason. In residential developments, people park their cars. And in luxury residential developments, they park luxury cars overnight, all the time, because that's where they live. When you have a massive flooding event, whether it's like the 25-inch rain event that happened in Fort Lauderdale on April 12th of last year, or you have a storm surge from a tropical storm, those residential cars are going to be flooded. They're going to be damaged. That's why we don't have residential parking underground in a flood zone, which is what this is. And please don't tell me that the floodgates are going to keep the water out. That just, that seems silly. That's the problem. And if the synagogue isn't actually using the parking, you're getting the flood damage to the future residents of this building who are going to be harmed by this commission's actions. And it's not just them. Florida has the highest auto insurance rates in the entire country, according to the Insurance Information Institute. Last year, Liberty Mutual raised their rates 44%. It's because of things like this. And, what's to stop any other developer from doing the same?
Thank you, Mr. Volastegui. Joshua Epstein, 2 minutes, please.
Do I get sworn in, or?
Raise your
Clerk,
right
can we
hand.
just do a general swearing in?
Yeah,
for
if anyone else has not been sworn in, I want to speak on this item.
whoever has a public speaker comment, please, card, please be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm to say the truth and only but the truth? Thank you. You may proceed.
Joshua Epstein, 9317 Bay Drive. The first thing I wanted to address is the religious use, the religious use of this property. I think our zoning laws are pretty clear as to what's allowed on this property. It's a residential use. You can build a hotel there if they please. It is not a mixed use property. I think the Live Local Act is pretty clear about mixed use properties. They can build to the height within a mile radius. That invokes Bal Harbour, that invokes Miami Beach's height requirements, and that's not something to shake your head to. That is within the language of the very law that says any mixed use property, that is what you can do with it. And I think it's also very clear that they have no grounds under either of the two statutes that they've invoked here. If you look right here, both of them use the same language, and that language is, it prohibits zoning and landmarking laws that substantially burden the religious exercise of churches or other religious assemblies. Substantially burden. I don't think there's anybody in this room, in this community, that I've ever talked to that thought that their practice of Judaism was being substantially burdened in this community. If you want to build a mosque and you found one Muslim in this town, go ahead. Maybe their religion is being substantially burdened. But under no circumstances is anyone's practice of Judaism being substantially burdened. This is a property that is 1 block away from multiple synagogues, within the radius of 1 block. Both of these laws are meant for the middle of the state, where there's no synagogues or churches for 50 miles. You go 50, 100 miles and you don't find a single synagogue. That's why these laws exist. Their use of it wouldn't stand up in court. A judge would throw it out in a second and say, "What are you are you joking?" I think the second portion of that law, the Institutionalized Persons Act, would probably apply more so in this example, because any person who looks around and doesn't see a synagogue might have something wrong in their head. So I think that this commission has to advocate for the residents. There's 2 parties here. They're supposed to try to get as much money out of this property as they can, try to invoke the Live Local Act. Even if they say that they won't, they will, because whatever they tell you has no legal standing, and they could sell the property to someone else that will. And I think you guys ought to stand up for residents, stop being bought and sold by developers that are going to offer you favors down the road for your re-election campaigns.
All right. One more, Mrs. Salzauer.
Eliana Salzhauer, 9317 Bay Drive. I do want to say that 2 minutes is not enough to be talking about 2 separate subjects on this issue. These covenants that they're promising here are sort of a very false promise here. Those covenants are going to run with the local law. Live Local would trump local law. That's the whole point of Live Local. It trumps all local regulations. These covenants also can be gone with the wind when a new buyer buys this land. When they flip this, the new buyer will say, "Look, Live Local trumps whatever covenants you've made." That's exactly the point of Live Local. It says, we don't care about your local deals, whatever you've made, they don't apply. So as much as I trust that this developer does not have the intention of exploiting Live Local, I do not trust the incentive to flip this $40 million property for $100 million, which is where you would increase it from 3 stories to 12 stories in a year or two. I believe that this is not necessarily, maybe they will build it, maybe they won't. I wouldn't bet the farm on that, but this is certainly a placeholder. I also want to say that it is really, really disrespectful to try to pretend that this is a reason to have a synagogue. This isn't even a synagogue. It's 1,200 square feet. You can't even put a minyan in there and a separate audience, a separate seating area for women. I'd like to be the first person to join. Can I be the rabbi of this invisible congregation? This is a joke. This is fraud, and FEMA has already opened a fraud investigation into this. And so anyone who votes for this tonight is actually an accomplice to that fraud. You've all been put on awareness here, and we all know that Mr. Zafransky, while sitting on the P&Z board, is the one who negotiated the changing of the laws and the purchase of this land. Again, another ethical misstep, possibly a crime. Okay, we're going to have to wait for the state attorney's office to weigh in on that as well. So I would urge each of you to say, this is a fraud. The underground parking here is absolutely not for the benefit of this. It should not be mixed use. If mixed use was enabled, didn't have a minimum percentage, that every single building that's residential would say, our closet is mixed use. We're having a synagogue in the closet, and now the whole building can have underground parking.
Thank you, Mrs. Salazar.
That is not the case.
Thank you. Have a seat. I'm going to remind our speakers here before you come up. Rule 7.05, decorum. Any person making impertinence or slanderous remarks shall be barred from position. So I'm going to ask you to stop coming up here and calling people criminals and making intent. You can be for a project, for against it, but please be civil and treat your neighbors with respect. Mr. Kuslis, 2 minutes, please.
Treat residents with respect.
George Kuslis, 9225 Collins Avenue. This is a project that should be approved, but not tonight and not as drawn. In fact, it shouldn't even be before you tonight. If the planning board a month ago, or slightly more than a month ago, one member did do their job. The most experienced, by far most experienced member on the planning board, Lindsay LaCour, did do her job that night. She saw this project exactly for what was going on. As I said, it should be approved, but there are a couple things that need fixing. The first one is that it does not meet the zoning code on level 2. You can see that the building is snug up against the historic structure by about 4 or 5 feet. That should be 17 feet on a side, or at least a cumulative 34 feet. Why? Because the zoning code asks for this 17-foot gap, which can be accumulated under this particular parcel for a couple reasons. One is to break up the length of buildings, which doesn't really help here because you're allowed to accumulate them. And the other thing is to provide light and air to the properties behind, that allow air through it. How do you do that when this historic thing is basically plugging the hole like a cork in a wine bottle? So it's a easy fix. Push the units on either side at level 2 slightly back, and you get your 17 feet on either side. Simple, but it doesn't meet the code. The second thing is more important. It's what Lindsay LaCour did bring up. This building is relentlessly long, and it's all glass, and it doesn't meet criteria 6 in what Mr. Keller brought up about 20 minutes ago. It is 600 feet long, all glass, with no modulation or anything. It's essentially should be different. All they need to do is redesign the facade slightly. I urge you to defer this, date certain, so that too much time isn't wasted. They can easily get from here to there with revised elevations and to clean up level 2. Thank you.
Mr. Zomper, 2 minutes, please.
Jeff Zomper, 8827 Emerson Avenue. Could you start I'd like you to have in front of you what she's handing out before you.
You're going to need more than 2 minutes to go.
Thank you. I put together a layperson's analysis of...
Please state your name and address for the record and get closer to the mic. Thank you.
Jeff Zomper, 8827 Emerson Avenue. I put together a layperson's financial analysis of this project. I used reasonable cost assumptions, and I used revenue assumptions that are favorable to the Kushner organization. 100% of the time rented, $10,000 per month per unit. The numbers don't make sense. They don't make a they don't make a reasonable profit on this. They could make more money by investing the $100 million that I am assuming, $115 million, $40 million for the land, $75 million for the building costs. If they invested that in a 4.5% money market, they'd make more money than they do under this. If I hold my breath, I can get past the smell of using a religious site in order to get 189 underground parking spots. But I suspect that either through lobbying Tallahassee, pressuring this or future town commissions, or threatening litigation, this mixed-use FEMA designation will be the proverbial camel's nose under the tent, leading to more than 3 stories. The current language in the resolution does not do enough to ensure that a height of greater than 3 stories results. Mr. Penn essentially threatened this commission a couple of minutes ago in his presentation about the religious laws. He was essentially saying to you, if you don't do what I'm asking you to do, then I'm going to take you to court. That's what will happen if you agree to this project. They will eventually come back and use the FEMA designation to try to get a larger building or to litigate with the commission in order to get you to approve what they want. Thank you. I have more to say, but
Sorry, Mr. Zomper. Thank you. Tricia Fowley.
Before I start, am I getting Pam's 2 minutes?
Yeah, so we had a conversation with Pam, and given the nature and unique nature of this, considering there's only 2 residents actually abutting the property, I told her you can have her 2 minutes as well.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Trisha Fowley, 9325 Harding Avenue. I'm speaking for myself and Pam, who I'm just talking about. She's my next door neighbor, and she cannot come to the meetings anymore due to her health, but she's fully functional and met today with myself and Rafi. The first thing that we want to say is, we've said this before, Pam and I do not oppose the development. We didn't oppose the previous development. We don't oppose it. Okay. No one paid me for the next thing I'm going to say. No one said anything, but I would like to thank Rafi Schwartz, who's here with us, for being very responsive and helpful and friendly and organized Zoom calls. And he came today and met with Pam and myself. We look forward to being able to continue our relationship with him. And again, nobody asked me to say that. I did that because I wanted to. With regard to the resolution and the plans and all of that, the thing that I'm asking is about the sanitary sewer system. I've discussed this with Rafi. I've discussed this with Mr. McGinnis today. He directed me to send an email to Hector, which I will do, but I am asking that the sanitary sewer and the odorless pump station be put in the 94th Street lot. If it cannot be, and it has to be put in the 93rd Street lot, I'm asking that the sanitary sewer system and the pump station with grinder pumps get put in the southwest corner of the 93rd Street lot, so it's not abutting my property, because I really don't want a sanitary sewer system next to my backyard, just saying. Just trying to avoid casualty later on. I'd like to take a second and just give notice to former Commission and Vice Mayor Tina Paul and the Commissioners Eliana Salzhauer, Charles Kessel, and Nelly Velasquez, and Mayor Charles Burkett for putting together Ordinance 2022-1720. I've said at the Planning and Zoning meeting that there were defects in it, and I believe that it could be better, but it really is very good, and I'm glad that it's here. Most of what it says, as Tina would tell you, is stuff that we had put in place prior to development number 1 at the site behind us and development number 2. And I am very glad to see that in the resolution tonight, they have included a safety manager, because I did ask for that at the Planning and Zoning meeting. And at the planning and zoning meeting, when I stood up, I asked everybody there, the existing boards and commissions and the town employees, to please come to my house and to stand in my house and to stand in my backyard as everybody makes decisions about things. And so I would ask that as boards and towns and town employees for the future, that you do that for the other residents of the neighborhood, because it really is important to see these developments from the neighbor's perspective. And I think that as stewards of the community, that is something that really needs to happen. And other than that, that's all I have to say. Thank you. Happy New Year.
Thank you, Mrs. Fowley. Mr. Schneider, 2 minutes, please.
Moshe Schneider, 9341 Collins Avenue. I'm the president of Marbella Condominiums, right across the street from the new development. We're in 88 residences, and so we're pretty much the same size, but vertically as our new neighbors. I'd like to welcome them. We're definitely, or at least I'm definitely in favor of the project, and you know, and the synagogue, which if I go to the shul 3 times a day, and it is this time of year, it is standing room only. It's packed. You can't get in. The Kiddush room is by fire code 731 people. Good luck trying to get in there if you're not one of the first few. It's this time of year. We need more places. And as I get older, I am definitely planning to go there for Mincha and Marav every day, just right on my corner. I look forward to working as the president of Marbella with the developers to mitigate any impact during the construction. And I welcome you to the neighborhood. I think it's very important. People call me, is there anything available in my building? There's nothing. We're packed. My friends from Toronto had come every year to Surfside, had to go to another city this year. There's nothing. They tried, there's nothing. So I think it's very important to have this new development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schneider. Jonathan Fish.
Jonathan Fish, 9232 Abbott Avenue. So yeah, we have a empty piece of land. To me, it's very simple. We want to have something built over there. It's been a long time. I live right over here. The building looks beautiful. I didn't hear really much exceptions. I am a little familiar with this kind of development, and it looks really nice to me and quite simple. Doesn't seem like anything complicated. I also would like to welcome them, and I hope we can get this thing done fast. It'll really enhance Collins Avenue, and I think the entire city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fish. Ruvin Hussain.
Reuven Hussain, 701 94th Street. I'm speaking in favor of the project. To me, it's only a positive for the entire town. Every new project that goes up here feeds on itself. Surfside is now the place to be. It's the place to live. It's the place to vacation. And the residents in Surfside gain from not only the tax revenue and the business district that is going to gain from it, but every new project that goes up here is more beautiful than the next. You have the Four Seasons, you have the Grand Beach is now on the older end of the new projects, but all of these new buildings, the art and all of these new projects, including the new homes that are going up in Surfside, create wealth and value for every resident in Surfside. And I don't know why anyone would be against this project. I, for one, think this should have been done 5 years ago, but I hope that they get this off the ground and they get it off the ground real fast, because I welcome it. And it's a positive for everybody here in Surfside. Anyone that owns real estate here, anyone that has a home here, their wealth is now going to continue to increase. So no one should be against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hussein. Mayor Cosile.
Good evening, Mayor Cosio, 9595 Collins Avenue, apartment 1102. I think this is a beautiful project. I hope you guys approve it. There is a housing shortage in the United States that's causing enormous social and economic problems in every state in the union. We don't have enough homes in this country for the people who live here, and we don't build enough homes in this country for the people who are being born here and who will move here. And it happens because of situations like the one that we are witnessing tonight. Small groups of people coming together, invoking arcane and obscure regulations, rules, and concerns to basically say, don't build housing. But the country needs it. In Surfside, we don't have a lot of rental housing anymore. We've lost a lot of it. We need the housing. I hope you guys approve it. Regarding the religious aspect, it's sad to hear people basically say, there are enough synagogues in Surfside. We don't need any more. We'll tell you how many synagogues you need, but no more. That's a little bit offensive. It's also funny to hear someone say that we shouldn't worry about the rights of the people who will pray at that synagogue because we can't identify who they are today. However, that same person is worried about the cars of the people who will live in that building if there's a flood, even though we can't identify those people. I thought that was funny. But like I said, I hope you guys approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cosile. Those are all the cards I have. If there's anybody I missed that wanted to speak on this item, please step forward.
Mayor, there's someone outside filling out a card, I believe. I'm not sure if it's for this item. Tim, can you check? Do you mind if
Well,
it's for
can we
this
check?
item?
So, speak now or forever hold. You want to respond to some of these things after? No? Stephen, 2 minutes, please.
Hi, Steve Schrager, 9473 Byron Avenue. I just wanted to say that we're talking about the synagogue and usage. There are people who live in different areas, or people going to stay there who have handicaps, disabilities. They can't get out, or bad weather to go to another place. So I think it's a good idea for it to be over there. And also, I like the design of the building.
Thank you. Mr. Penn, I think you got to put the thing down a bit because I couldn't see the last
Yeah.
speaker.
No, I was doing it selfishly for myself. No one thought to hit the button. So, all right, I'm going to be incredibly brief in rebuttal.
All right, at this point, I guess we'll close public comment, seeing no other cards.
Just a couple of things. I would just respectfully disagree with my friend George Kouslis. As you know, your professional staff and the Planning and Zoning Board have both determined that both the project is consistent with the code and meets the criteria before you tonight. Mr. Zelpern, I'm just going to object to the relevance of his rent versus profit analysis. It's a lot of work, but it's irrelevant to what's before you tonight. And Mr. Epstein, I just want to again remind us, the reason I went through that lengthy discussion of the covenant is exactly to demonstrate that we have committed in this covenant to make it clear that we are not seeking live local development. This property does not qualify for live local development. And we are also capping the building height at 40 and tying ourselves to the approved plans. So there's no Trojan horse here. There's no mechanism to to suddenly make live local apply to this property. So that, again, we would ask for your approval of both items tonight, with acceptance of our covenant, obviously. That's condition 4I of 2A, and staff's conditions on 2B. So we're here for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Penn. Judith.
Not quite as tall as.
There's a button somewhere.
Okay. If I may, through the mayor, I wanted to review with you the criteria set out in the town code for the granting of the religious land use relief. Town code dictates 3 criteria that the applicant must establish in order for the town to consider their request. 1, the applicant is a claimant under RLUIPA or RFRA. Those are the acronyms that correspond with the federal and state statutes. Number 2, the town has imposed a substantial burden on the religious exercise of the applicant, whether a person, religious assembly, or instruction, and the burden is not a result of the town furthering a compelling governmental interest and is not the least restrictive means of furthering that compelling government interest. Or number 3, the town has imposed or implemented a land use regulation in a manner that treats a religious assembly or institution on less than equal terms with a non-religious assembly or institution, discriminates on the basis of religion or religious denomination, excludes religious assemblies from a jurisdiction, or unreasonably limits religious assemblies, institutions, or structures within a jurisdiction. So if you'll note, 1 and 2 are joined by an or. You only have to prove one of those. In response, town administration recognizes that the applicant has claimed relief under RLUIPA as presented in their application, which you have in your packet. 2, the applicant states refers to code section 90-41, which bars all religious assembly uses outside of S40, which is business district on Harding Avenue. And as stated by the applicant, the town's regulation has made it impossible to develop a religious assembly use on the property. This is factual. The town zoning code does not permit public places of assembly in the H40 zoning district. Number 3, the applicant answered yes on the form to the question of whether the religious assembly has been treated on less than equal terms to the other non-religious assembly. The applicant states the H40 district permits, as of right, other non-religious assembly uses such as hotels and motels with accessory ballrooms and meeting rooms in this area. Again, referring to the H40 district. These accessory uses in a hotel are required to have internal access only and are amenities mainly for hotel guests. Accessory uses in residential buildings are for the exclusive use of residents and guests of the building and not for general public assembly. Public assembly use oriented to the general public, whether religious or non-religious, as the primary land use or accessory land use is not permitted by right in this zoning district. As a recommendation for item number 2B, town administration recommends that the town commission review code section 9099 for determination of criteria, satisfaction, and consideration of public input and information, which is what is directed in the town code. The town commission, per code, may elect to, so your options are: 1, grant the relief requested; 2, grant a portion of the request and deny a portion of the request, which does not feel applicable in this situation, but that is the option given to you; or 3, deny the request in accordance with federal law. Town administration recommends the following conditions accompany a whole or partial approval of the applicant's request: ADA compliant access to the religious use be available from the public right-of-way; use of the designated space be restricted to a specific religious congregation or assembly; space may not be utilized as a party room for the residential use at the property. Any changes to the use or design of the religious use space, as described in the site plan application presently under review, must be approved by the town commission. A separate folio may not be established for the religious use separate from that of the residential portion of the development, which would effectively tie the two things together as a mixed use.
Which, just for clarification, would make it not susceptible to tax abatement.
Correct.
Thank you, Madam Planner.
Well, I'm sorry, what section is that in? The last part you read?
90-99.
What part of that 90-99?
I don't have that noted here in front of me.
Because I don't.
Our land use attorney could.
Yeah, because I don't see here. I'm looking at 90-99, and I don't see the last part you mentioned.
Not the last part. I'm sorry. If I can try to answer that question, I'm a little confused by the question because she was
because
reading the last thing she was reading was from the conditions.
Oh, from the conditions.
From the conditions, correct.
Just conditions.
All right. Commissioner Lansman, I'm looking at you. You want to start?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to all the parties that spoke up. Appreciate the input, pro and con. I have 3 questions and 2 comments. A couple comments. First, thank you to Mr. Graham and the team, the development team, for addressing some of the specific items that were mentioned at the hearing at the P&Z board. I was there with some of my fellow commissioners to get an early look at the project, and a number of questions were asked by some of the same people that are here today, and I appreciate the fact you addressed those, and in addition to make them covenants that you're putting in writing to ensure the safety and the security and the limitations on the building. So thank you for that. Thank you, the team. Mr. Schwartz was called out for working with Tricia and Pam. They are they are so unique to our town. Their homes, their legacy, their history. We appreciate you. We appreciate the fact that you're still there where you are, and because of where they are, they need to be protected from construction debris, noise, smells from sanitation, which I didn't realize was an issue. So thank you for that. So please take care of these 2 residents who want to stay in their homes, love their homes, and again are part of our legacy and our history and are unique to what we do. So I'm glad that you guys got together before this meeting to come to an agreement. So thank you for doing that. 3 questions then. First, I guess this might be to our town attorney, land use attorney, Mr. Resio. Does the addition of the relief or the relief for this synagogue, does this change the zoning for that particular piece of property to mixed use?
No, it does not.
So for educational purposes, Mr. Epstein may not be here still, but for educational purposes, to enact live local, the property must be in a mixed use zone. Is that correct?
To enact for relief under live local, you either have to be in a industrial district, a commercial district, or a mixed use district. The statute does not define mixed use under the statute.
So this property, with the addition of the synagogue, does not make it any of those conditions.
Correct, because it's tied to it's the zoning of the property. It's not approvals on the property.
Okay. And only we can change the zoning. The state can't change the zoning, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So for everyone's knowledge here, and live local, the conspiracy lives, this property, this parcel is not eligible under state law to be considered open to live local in 12 stories. So please, you may still not believe it, but this isn't the truth, and it's not going to be 12 stories. And in addition, they've made it a legal covenant in their agreement with the town in their development order to not go above 3 stories, 40 feet. Thank you, Mr. Attorney. To our town planners, does this project meet our code?
Walter, get up for this.
If you can pull the microphone over there. Can't.
Yes.
Thank you for that succinct answer, Mr. Keller. I appreciate that. One last question, and again, I guess back to our town attorneys. Is there any possibility that because of the synagogue on this property, they could apply for tax exempt status for this entire property? Is that in any way a possibility?
So that would be a possibility if there are other fail safes in here to ensure that does not happen. The first is the condition that Ms. Frankel read into the record, which states that they will not have a separate folio number. So that helps that. And then they have entered into a covenant. They've provided it, assuring the town that they will not seek any tax exemption on the property.
So their objective for having the synagogue is not, to those who are cynical, to somehow avoid property tax from all the residents that live in this property, correct? Well, that's my statement, I guess, not a question. So thank you, Mr. Resio, and that's what I have for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Maishad.
It's a very nice property, and I'm sure the neighborhood will welcome it. I know that it is, my concern is FEMA, and also, but there may be solutions. I know you're seeking to put a synagogue on the property so that it's mixed use and you can get away from the underground parking requirement by FEMA. But in my research, your building is 140 and 637 square feet, incorporates a small synagogue at 1,200 square feet. And the project lies in the AE zone. So underground parking is not normally allowed by FEMA, according to section 60-3C2. We know that. But by incorporating the synagogue, the project's developers are using this as a mixed use and exempt from the prohibition of underground parking. However, at 1,200 square feet, the synagogue is less than 1% of the total building. And FEMA guidelines on this issue establish a threshold that it must be 25% for mixed use to become other than a residential building. So my concern is that it's not considered a mixed use according to FEMA because of the percentage. And FEMA has these rules for reasons for flooding because it's in the A zone. So I wouldn't want to sidestep the safety issue by flooding, but perhaps you can enlarge the synagogue. I know that would be redoing it, but according to my information, the synagogue would need to be at least 25% of the property, and it is now less than 1%. So that is my concern. Thank you.
So just a quick comment or question. Your concern is that the synagogue doesn't qualify the building as mixed use, which is something we're all trying to ensure that it's not mixed use, but you want it to be bigger so it can.
No, the size.
But you want it to be considered mixed use.
That would, if it's 25%, yes, that's fine.
I think we're all trying to ensure this property doesn't become mixed use, so it's not subject to live local.
You are trying to add the property.
You stated that the allocation for the synagogue is too small to be considered mixed use to FEMA, and they should make it bigger in order for it to be considered mixed use, which would subject it to live local, which is something I think we all want to stay clear from.
I'm just stating that in order for a synagogue to be considered, it needs to be 25% of the property.
Otherwise, it's not a synagogue?
No, it can be a synagogue, but it can't be less than 1%. It has to be 25% of the property, according to FEMA.
FEMA, I don't think FEMA has regulations on synagogue sizes.
It doesn't have to be a synagogue. It's the amount that brings it into out of the residential area. Initially, it was a hotel, so that was fine. So, but if you're using it as, and we're not having a hotel now, but using a synagogue is fine, but it has to be 25% of the total property.
In order to make it mixed use, is what you said.
I got point of information. Because do you have a letter from FEMA, a certified town planner?
You're
and
badgering Commissioner
I
Maisha.
asked the question.
No, you,
Commissioner,
she
please
has
don't.
a right to make her statement
Absolutely.
however she likes. There's no
Please
need
don't
for
speak
you
for
to
a
come and
commissioner.
start badgering her with
Commissioner,
your questions
please
and trying to
don't
make her
inter-
look like she doesn't know what she's talking about.
Commissioner, we are allowed
That
to
is
ask each other follow-up
unacceptable.
questions.
She
in a
has a right to her opinion.
Please don't
Absolutely.
interrupt.
She has a right to her comment.
Please don't interrupt.
Do you have
Guys, please
I
don't.
will,
The debate shouldn't be
Commissioner Velasquez, please
It's the
stop
developer.
interrupting our proceedings.
I have supplied my information to the town manager, to the building department director, and to the attorneys.
So, but I'm asking if there's a letter from, an opinion from an
Tired
attorney?
of
a town
being
pla-
quizzed by
It's a question. If you have a legal opinion, a certified town planner.
I just told you I gave all the pertinent information to the staff.
That you found.
Pardon?
That you found, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Velasquez.
Yes, I have a couple of questions for the developer, please.
Mr. Ben, if you don't mind.
Ma'am.
Okay. First question. If you did not have the religious exemption, could you still build this building without those, with the parking, underground parking?
No.
Okay. So you're using the religious exemption to be able to build this parking lot legally. Correct.
I'm requesting the religious exemption to put a synagogue on the property that's otherwise.
That will then give you the ability to use this property with an underground parking.
And to just.
Yes, you just said yes, correct?
Commissioner,
You're
please let-
using.
This is
no,
not a
excuse me.
examination. Please don't interrupt the speaker.
It's a quasi-judicial.
If you are not going to be
It's a quasi-judicial.
respectful, I'm going to ask him to
I am
sit
being
down.
respectful.
So allow him to answer
I
your
am being
questions.
respectful. This microphone is too loud. That's probably why
I can mute you if you want.
It's
There
not
you
the
go.
microphone.
So,
Yeah, I mean, the answer is yes. We need the religious exemption. The synagogue is the basis on which the
So that's the
floodplain manager
excuse.
is The floodplain manager has already made a determination before we filed this application that a institutional use on this property of approximately this size would qualify the property to allow it to use
in a zone that does not currently have that zoning for religion purposes. So you're trying to get sort of a variance in a zone that's not zoned for religious purposes for the purpose of a parking lot, because you're not using it just to service our community. You're using it to get a parking lot. Let's just say the truth here.
We believe that the synagogue will be a benefit.
1,200 square feet of
Absolutely.
synagogue.
You just heard it from our neighbors across the street.
Yeah. Oh, well, I too agree. I've looked at FEMA, and it does say that you have to have 25% of the property to be able to use it as mixed use for the religion exemption. And honestly, your property you're only using 0.85% of the building for religious purposes. I mean, if you guys want to build this this parking garage, because this is really all about the parking garage, why don't you just put a hotel in there, part hotel, part this, and then you don't have an issue.
I would just respectfully disagree on the 25%. That is not the actual regulations.
Well, it does say it in the FEMA website.
Building officials already made that determination.
Okay, but FEMA, it says it on the FEMA website, and it's very clear in the FEMA website that there's a 25% requirement. All right. Okay, in terms of the setbacks for the historical building, I see on the plan on the first floor, there's less than 17 feet, which is what is required here for the breaks in the building to allow air to flow through. Why is that? when there's a building in the middle that's obstructing the air, which is what is causing this building to pretty much not be in compliance. I don't know how that's in compliance when you're blocking the air with the structure that you have in the middle.
If Iana, could you come up and explain how the two openings work? And I just want to note before I let Iana explain it, the other thing we have to keep in mind here is that when we're talking about light and air, we have a clear view all the way through this property, right, to Harding. There's a hole in this property. This is not just a separation of the building, right? When you're standing on Collins Avenue, you can look directly through the entire, all the way back to our garden. So that is providing that light and air, and as staff is.
But isn't there a historic building in the middle?
Yeah, I can explain how it works.
Okay, but before you go, Mr. Penn, hold on. Let's talk about the declaration of restrictions.
Sure.
Okay, here on point number 3, you say the owner acknowledges. Okay, but this is only you guys. How about any future, if you guys decide to sell this property, what happens with this declaration of restrictions? Do you pass this on to a new owner, or does it completely die right there? Because I think that this covenant should also add for any future owners. So this way we can safely say that our town will not get a live local building now or in the future. I also believe that in number 4, it also should state that if you sell this property, these rights pass, the same covenant goes on to the next property owner. So look at, for example, this building. It was in the development order from the previous owner that they were going to keep the building and that they were going to restore it. And now we have here that you guys are going to knock this building down and rebuild it. That no longer makes it a historical building. Okay, so I want to know, why is it that if you're going to sell this property, would these covenants that you have in this declaration of restrictions completely go out the door and the next person can come in and do whatever they want without any restrictions? And if so, then I would like to add to this covenant that any future owners would have to abide by the same declaration of restrictions that your firm is signing here, or your client is signing here.
Sure.
To protect our town and to protect the future of Surfside. I don't want to see a 12-story building right across the street from our community center.
The covenant will run with the land. There are termination events that are referenced in there, right? I'll tell you under what circumstances the covenant terminates. The owner voluntarily abandons the development of the property, both the resolution and the religious accommodation approval, right? We were banning the entire thing. That means, of course, we have no development rights, and we'd have to come back to this commission for anything, correct? Any new or modification of existing zoning law that makes it null and void, that's something that either you do or that's outside of our control, or the expiration of the resolution prior to the commencement of construction, which again means the approval is dead, right? So, and then it would need to come back to you. So there's no circumstance contemplated here that would let us or any subsequent owner off the hook if the project is still valid.
Well, in good faith, and if you're really planning on not doing this, would you agree to put inside this covenant something that says, or any future owners, so this way our town, our residents can feel secure that this will never take place? Because I think that's a simple thing to ask, and that you put this in your in this declaration of restrictions, that not only you as the current, well, not you, your client, and any future owners will abide by this declaration, not only in point number 3, but in point number 4 as well.
I will defer to the town attorneys on this, but my reading of this document is that it does run with the land.
But until for the time that you own it.
No, basically, as I outlined, regardless if we sell the property, say this is approved, we sell the property, right? That property owner is subject to that covenant. It will go away if that person says, you know what, we don't want to build this, they wipe it out. It will go away if the resolution expires, right, in 2 years. or it will go away if it is rendered null and void by some other change to zoning law, right? In the absence of that, it doesn't matter who owns the property, it runs with the property. And Lillian can tell me I'm wrong, but that's my reading of the document.
Okay. But I mean, like I said, for the safekeeping of our town, I would feel more comfortable, and I'm sure that our residents would as well, to have something that ensures us that now and in the future, that your current owners and future owners will abide by this, because we don't want live local here in our town. I mean, listen, your project is beautiful. I'm not denying that it isn't. The building is gorgeous. I'm super happy and thrilled that we're finally going to get rid of that ugly lot across the street. That's not the issue. My issue is to avoid any future live local in our town, or any future height increasing, or anything that changes what is currently allowed. And that's a big concern to me. I have no problem with the building. I have no problem with, well, I do have problem with the parking situation, because you are asking for something using a religious exemption for the purpose of a parking lot. If you were just using the religious exemption and not for the purpose of the parking lot, then I'd be fine with that, because you're not asking for anything that's unusual and that's not benefiting you any further. But by you asking for this religious exemption for the purpose of being able to build the parking lot underground, that's what I'm not okay with. Okay? So would you be okay with adding something like this?
And again, I don't know if there's language that the city attorney would deem to be more stronger on this, but it basically says, and shall continue in effect, right? So it shall be recorded in the public records and continue in effect until these terminations occurs. So if there's some other additional language that the commission would like to see there that makes it clear that that includes selling to a third party, that's what this, in my reading, that's what this already does.
Well, but the law is the law and can be interpreted many different ways. And I think being a lot more specific would be very helpful to myself, I'm assuming some of my fellow commissioners, and the rest of our town. I think that that's not something crazy to be asking. And if you are really in good faith telling us that you're not going to do this, then I don't see the issue of being very specific in your declaration of restrictions to allow this to take place, to protect our town from ever having now or in any future a live local or a building that's 120 feet tall in the corridor, which is very important to me and very important to our residents.
All right, thank you.
And also,
Mr. Penn,
okay, and
I need
also,
to, I'm sorry, Commissioner, I need to break for good and welfare as required by our charter. Thank you, Mr. Penn.
but can we?
Commissioner Velasquez, we have to do good and welfare at 8:15.
That's just another way to distract me. Okay.
It's required in the charter to
my
start good and
questions
welfare at
written down.
8:15. It is now
No problem.
8:20. I have
Give her
no
20
problem.
minutes.
Sorry. I'm sorry, sir. You need to stop talking at our meeting, or you're gonna have to leave.
This is just another way to distract us with that's what they did the last time. Okay.
All right.
Not going to forget.
We're going to do good and welfare again. Seem to have to remind people about decorum. Rule 7.05 prohibits people from making impertinent or slanderous remarks. So if you have something to say, please do it, but please don't come up here accusing people of criminal activity or anything of the latter. Mr. Epstein, you got 3 minutes, please.
Let me say it.
What?
Go home.
It's terrible. Mrs. Salzauer, 3 minutes, please.
Eliana Salzhauer, 9317 Bay Drive. I do want to state that the truth is a defense to slander. The truth is a defense to any accusations that I'm being disrespectful or launching unfounded accusations. Anything I say up here has been carefully researched. I have the documentation, the links, and the videos. In fact, it's very interesting because when I was preparing for this meeting, I reviewed some of the older meetings, and I thought it was pretty interesting. There was a point, and the DeMac property is not on this agenda tonight, so I'm free to talk about it, because I'm hearing that even though the town has been very clear about what's allowed on that property, that the developer is going to be coming back and trying to get, variances or changes. They want to go straight up. They're not going to take no for an answer. And this has been something they've tried to do 1,000 ways till Sunday. And this is what developers do. They don't take no for an answer, and they keep coming back again and again. And I would commend Nellie for holding her ground here, because we need to get things in writing. At that DeMac meeting on September 27th, at exactly, if you watch the meeting, at 5 hours and 19 minutes into it, the vice mayor actually said, when they were talking about to Commissioner Maishad about the fact that the DeMac building does not meet FEMA requirements and shouldn't have an underground parking because it's also in the AE zone, the vice mayor said this: these guys are smart. They are not very stupid, I can tell you. All they have to do at this point, all of a sudden, is go, FEMA says it's not allowed. They're going to put a small commercial restaurant in there or a religious use. And guess what? It's a mixed use commercial, and the FEMA problem goes away. So we call that in this business intentional, motive there. That's called premeditation. That's exactly how you start. And then you look at today's project and go, whoa, that happened on September 27th. So I would encourage everyone to go back at that meeting and see how this has built over the past 2 years. I also want to talk about the timeline here of how we had a convicted felon on our P&Z board, and how he was invited to a meeting at the Surf Club for the Surfside corridor development on September 1st, 2022, the only person invited to this. And this was a meeting in which the zoning and upgrading or upzoning of the area in the H40 district was discussed. And then he proceeded to sit on the P&Z board the entire time while buying up houses in the residential area for Kushner Properties. I can list the names, the addresses of the houses if you'd like: 9033 Byron, 8810 Byron, 8826 Emerson, 9048 Dickens, 89289 Dickens. I could go on, because this is what's happening in town. And then the coup d'etat, of course, was the Eden Project. And then after that was purchased, he went, oh, I guess I have a conflict, and stepped down a week before the approval at P&Z.
Thank you, Mr. Salzauer. Mr. Kustelis, 3 minutes, please.
George Kustelis, 9225 Collins Avenue. I was going to talk about something else, but I couldn't believe what I heard at the beginning of this meeting. For those who weren't watching, in his opening remarks, the vice mayor warned people that emails to public agencies are public record. He went on to further warn them that they should not do this and try to undermine the actions and initiatives of this commission. You did so. And then he went on to say that at a future time, he would call people out on this.
Ooh.
What? Is that what you're going to do? It's a fundamental right of every citizen, every resident here, to petition their government at every level. It is a fundamental right, whether we disagree with everything you do or part of it, or agree with it. It's our right to speak out. And you were warning them, you were threatening them to do this, to not do this. That is reprehensible, as a word I've used often here, more often, more frequently than in the past. If the vice mayor doesn't agree with this aspect of our government, then he doesn't belong in it. Now, on to another thing. It was just brought up about 5 minutes ago that slanderous and impertinent remarks are not to be allowed in this chamber, which I agree with, and that those speaking them would be removed from the chamber, and that this rule applies to residents in the chamber, to staff, and to commissioners alike. So what the heck were the mayor's remarks a month ago, if not imprudent and slanderous? And why was he allowed to remain in the chamber? And you know exactly what I'm talking about with that smirk that the vice mayor has all the time. It was reprehensible then, despicable then, and it still is a month later. And you know exactly what I'm talking about. And those were impertinent remarks and slanderous remarks. And the mayor should have been ejected from the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kouslos. Mr. Veldastegui, 3 minutes, please.
Well, I want to address two topics. Gerardo Veldastegui, 9148 Froud Avenue. The first one just has to do with the DMAC project. I have a question about the status of something that came up the day of the site plan approval. You may recall, I've been concerned about that the town may not be doing enough to negotiate to get the complete block of 88th Street for the memorial. And I'm specifically concerned about the the northeast corner of 88th and Collins, that is to say, the 8801 driveway. I think that we should be trying to get the entire block, and the fact that the town isn't doing more to try to buy out the 8801's interest in the driveway is a concern to me. Now, I know the issue was raised, and the town manager mentioned he had an initial conversation with the 8801 building. I'd like to know if there's been any progress on that front, and I'd also like to ask the commission to dedicate funds to pay for the change of their driveway so that we can ideally have the entire block. We know now that the representatives of DMAC made what sure seemed to me like false claims about what FDOT was requiring. And there seems to be a good chance we might, in fact, get the entire block for the memorial. So I'd like to know, how are the negotiations going with 8801? Could we have an update? I also want to talk, since I have a few more minutes, about free speech, because it's been a topic that two previous speakers have brought up. I really think this commission needs to rewrite Rule 7.05 for two reasons that have to do with the First Amendment. I see two problems here. The term impertinent is, for me, a classic example of something that is void for vagueness. It's not clear what impertinent even means. The term is ambiguous. It can mean irrelevant, or it can mean something like rude. Already, it's got two meanings that sort of are hard to reconcile. But, on either one of those understandings, it's hard to know what you can say and what you can't say beforehand, because what strikes one person as irrelevant or rude may not strike another that way. I've been in the position of trying to make a sophisticated argument with multiple steps, and I've been called out for saying something irrelevant, in part because the mayor just doesn't have the patience to hear through my argument. And so I think we have a problem there. I also think the second criterion of slanderousness does not belong in a Rule 7.05. Slander is a very complex legal term. People have entire trials to determine whether an individual act was slander or not. Right? It's a whole process. It's not something you can immediately see. Like, is this lectern black? Yes, it is. You can just see that. Slanderousness is a complex predicate. I'm really actually curious, Mayor Danziger, do you know what slanderous means? Because the way you enforce the rule, you make snap judgments in the moment of what is slanderous and what is not slanderous. And I'd like to know what specific criteria are being applied when those snap judgments are made about the content of people's speech. I say this because in April 2023, I was forced to stop speaking for asking for his records of a trip to Dubai. And I thought it was a fair request, and he called it slanderous.
Thank you, Mr. Veldastegui. Joshua Epstein.
Joshua Epstein, 9317 Bay Drive. My time's already up. Okay. Joshua Epstein, 9317 Bay Drive. I'll keep it brief. I just want to touch on two separate topics. First is I was away for the semester. When I left, you had 3 minutes on every single item throughout the entire agenda. We had 3 minutes to talk on every single item. That's how it was in the previous commission and the previous commission before that, which I also did not like the commission, but they at least gave us 3 minutes for every item. I think it's disrespectful to residents. It belittles what we have to add to the process and what you think of our feedback. The fact that we're now being given 2 minutes to talk about every single item, which is 10 items, or now it's 7 items that are completely unrelated. I think this commission ought to, before the end of their term, put it back to 3 minutes for every single item, show the residents that they care about their voice, but it's been clear throughout this process, and especially the way that the rules have been applied, that the public's input is not wanted. And I know of various residents that don't even come to meetings anymore because they're scared that the second they start talking, they're going to be taken out by the police. Whatever they say is going to be said it was slanderous. I think we should let folks talk for 3 minutes, and then you can respond. There's no reason to be kicking people out or to be stopping people while they're talking for remarks that may or may not be slanderous. I can say for sure, though, that when you invoked slanderous and impertinent remarks before, there was certainly nothing that was said that was slanderous or impertinent. A criminal was called a criminal because a criminal is a criminal, and that's that. But if you want to actually sue someone for saying something slanderous, there's a court of law for that, not this room. The other thing is communications that have been going out from the Surfside tomorrow at gmail.com email. I would like this commission to direct the town attorneys as well as the state attorney's office, or ask them to look into it to see if it violates any state code or any of the electioneering laws. Because what's clear is that these emails are coming from an unregistered address. They're electioneering communications, plain and simple. They're communications that did not take place prior to this election. They're now popping up around election time, being sent to the entire community and attacking certain candidates solely. That is the sole purpose of these communications, is to attack candidates. So I think right when I'm done talking, or after good and welfare, you ought to make a motion to show that you want to make sure that every rule is being followed. Similarly, in these emails, it says copyright Surfside tomorrow, all rights reserved. There's no such copyright for this account. It's clearly, they're clearly at least lying on that. And I think given the sanctity of our elections, to make sure that there's no illegal activity going around during our elections, or any activity that's influencing votes that's being paid for by who knows who, I think this commission ought to direct the state attorney's office to take a look at it to see if something's wrong, something is going wrong. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with these. I'm saying that it certainly is a probability that this commission ought to look into, or have the proper people look into. That's all I have to say. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Epstein. Randy McBride, 3 minutes, please.
My name is Randy McBride, and I am a proud legacy resident living here at 8959 Hawthorne Avenue. I didn't come here tonight with the intent of actually speaking. However, something said earlier tonight prompted me to do so. All 5 of you that make up our commission were elected to represent all residents of Surfside, regardless of whether they voted for you or not. And yes, it includes legacy resident. Not sure all of you have actually taken this concept to heart. Many of you continue to amaze me, and tonight it was the tone and words chosen by one of you during your opening statement for this meeting, specifically the Vice Mayor. I feel that your words reeked of a threat or warning in an attempt to silence the voices of residents with opinions that do not mirror yours. People have a right to contact agencies mentioned, especially when they feel that their concerns are no longer being heard or addressed by the representatives, meaning you. I feel that this is...
McBride, please direct your comments to the chair of the commission as a whole.
I'm speaking in general. I'm talking about the commission. I feel that this is yet another demonstration of this commission, efforts to suppress opposing positions. This commission disappoints me yet again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McBride. Frank McBride, 3 minutes, please.
Good evening, Frank McBride, 8959 Hawthorne Avenue. Good evening. I want to address the planned recognition of former elected officials currently scheduled for the next commission meeting. While this is a grand gesture, I do not feel the need to be recognized or awarded for being a past elected official. I consider the opportunity to hold office in my community for 3 terms as a true reward. It was an honor to serve the people of Surfside, both those who voted for me and those that did not. I was lucky to learn and work alongside such mayors as Paul Novak, Tim Will, and as commissioners as Mel Bonero, Alan Rubin, Mitchell Kinzer, Steve Levine, Orestes Jimenez, and Ruben Cotto. I work with the mayors and commissioners respectively, while not always in total agreement, to fulfill promises made to the community we represented. There were discussions, not screaming matches. We each spoke our opinion and addressed the mayor and commissioners with respect. Today, we all have a state-of-the-art Publix project by a coordinated effort of a fine town manager we had, mayor, commissioners, and the Publix project team that saw a vision of the first-of-a-kind elevated store in case of a storm or flooding, equipped with a generator. We were also asked to upgrade the lighting in town for our safety. We also had the Surfside restaurant, a very famous restaurant, Danny's, successfully replaced with a family-style, affordable restaurant by working with the great Joe Flanagan. We had many family events and very motivated children's club that offered many community service hours. We also hired the best Parks and Recreation director, and we are still lucky to have him over 24 years later. The mayor and my fellow commissioners believe in the staff continuity. Personal issues were the manager's domain. We had a staff that was respected and happy. Being an elected official was an honor that I will always treasure. We ran our campaigns mostly on our own money or stamps donated from residents to send out a personal letter. Our children helped draw signs and helped them place around the town on our neighbors' yards. We did not need or have a PAC to fund our campaigns or fuel discourse among town residents and neighbors. At this time, during what is turning out to be a very heated and increasingly ugly campaign season, I feel the gesture to honor a past elected official may be nice, but the timing seems to be politically motivated. I do not wish to be any misunderstanding as to which candidate I support. It is only for this reason that I will not be attending on January the 16th. I am not disrespecting Surfside. I love the town of Surfside, where I spend more than half of my life and raised a family. I am still occasionally recognized and thanked by residents for my service years ago, that along with pride, I feel having served this community unselfishly and enough honor for me. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. Is there anybody else that filled out a card that I didn't get? Yeah, you can give it to me. Thanks. Sorry.
Martin Langesfeld, 11310 Northwest 53rd Lane. For those who don't know me, I lost my sister Nicole Langesfeld and her husband Louis Adovnik in the Surfside building collapse nearly 3 years ago. I wanted to know what the status of the investigation is. Is there any? How is it possible that another building is going to go up when we don't know why this one collapsed in the first place? I recently flew to Maryland to NIST headquarters, who is in charge of this federal investigation, and they have not deemed this land as safe. They don't know why this building collapsed, and it's very hard to comprehend how we're allowing for another building to go up without knowing when this one fell. This is for the safety of the future residents who will live in that building, and I'm not asking to stop this development. That was never my intention. I wish that could have happened, and this whole land could have been a memorial for the 98 people who were killed of our family and friends. But for now, the least that could be done is find out why this building collapsed, and then fast forward. I'm on the Surfside Memorial Committee with a few other family members, and we are completely left out of the picture, with decisions being made on behalf of other families, residents, the developers, the attorneys. There's no communication with us. Unfortunately, we've been hit with insults, aggression, closed doors. There's no need for this. None of us are politicians. We're just people who lost family overnight, and we're asking for respect and a simple memorial on 88th Street, which was previously assigned. The developer has come forward, and you have partially approved, the development with the loading docks and the trash collection on 88th Street. The resolution that was passed before completely closed off the street just for the memorial and emergency vehicle access. I've seen communications where they're now trying to include the FPL and the electrical ports. Trash collection, FPL ports, electricity, loading docks, that's not an emergency vehicle. It was done in the Terra building right next door. There are ways to put everything on Collins Avenue, so I ask that the electrical portion of this also gets moved to Collins Avenue or the southwest corner. Why is the town of Surfside approving this project when a portion of the land is in a flood zone? Why are we giving them different exceptions for the parking garages? There can't be underground parking in a portion of this land. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Langesfeld. Anybody else that wants to speak before we close this out? All right, at this point, I am going to close Good and Welfare and open it up for the commission. 3 minutes to respond try to keep it brief so we can get on with our meeting tonight. Who would like to start?
Thank you for the speakers today. Appreciate the input. I've just got a few comments back. Correct. Today, the DeMock property at the site of CTS was not on the agenda. I'm welcome to the Longesfelds, both Martin and Pablo. Thank you for coming. Appreciate Martin speaking and asking some interesting questions. We have approved the resolution. May not be exactly what you wanted, but it gets you very close. But again, it's not for discussion for here today, but I will ask our town manager, if appropriate today during his comments, to give us an update on not only what he's heard from NIST as of late, if he has. NIST is not necessarily open with their communications, and then as well with Alan Kilsheimer, if he has come up with anything recently. He has been off the map for a while, so if there's anything you can give us an update on that, that'd be appreciated. But again, welcome. And also during that, if you can give us any update here today on the memorial, on the plans. I know there's discussion. We are going through the RFQ, RFP process to get to the point of we now have an engineer, we'll have an architect soon. So there is progress being made, but perhaps Mr. Manager can give us an update for the whole audience as to what's happening. And that's all I've got. But again, thanks for the input, and I appreciate the feedback that you give us every month.
Thank you, Commissioner Maishad.
I guess there might have been a theme with this regarding 88th Street and FEMA. Again, I had the pleasure of working with the group Martin and Pablo since the second anniversary, and I will continue to follow up with you because I think we do need answers, and there have been some gaps, and I do think we need to make sure that according to FEMA in the AE zone that we're not building, and that's always been my main goal, my main safety goal, and I will not stop on that either. Frank, I understand your concerns, and I appreciate all what you have done in the past, as well as everybody else that has served on the commission. I think everybody deserves the same type of recognition, and you're here today, and thank you if I don't see you. I would personally like to know, I'm not sure if this is directed to the town manager or to the attorneys, about how we can find out who is behind Surfside tomorrow. Is that possible? I don't know. I would like to investigate that. And I think that is it about having, and as I mentioned at the beginning, I think we need to proceed with good conduct. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Maishad. Commissioner Velasquez, 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your comments and for being here. I wanted to start with Gerardo's comment. I do agree. 7.04 and 7.05 need to be adjusted because we cannot be allowing our mayor to use these to weaponize this commission to be able to throw out residents from the chamber or to have people silenced here with supposed impertinent remarks or boisterous people should be able to come up here and speak freely and tell the commission how they feel and how they think that their town should be run. There should be no one trying to suppress any kind of speech here. The 3 minutes where, Joshua, I agree on that one as well. In the card, it says clearly it's 3 minutes on everything, not 3 minutes only on good and welfare. It's 3 minutes on every item. And this is being taken away from residents, and that's not right. in terms of what people can say. I don't understand how any elected official could come here and blatantly come out and threaten residents that because they write emails to the state attorney's office or to any other entity that oversees all government, which we're kind of really disappointed that things haven't been moving faster, and things that have been happening here in our commission that are clear to the public eye. And unfortunately, to come here and then be threatened that if you send an email, we're going to be watching you. Like, we're so scared. I'm so sorry. I'm like ready to go hide somewhere because we sent an email and we're going to be called out. That's just so unprofessional and so disrespectful to our residents and to everyone in this town. Everyone. I mean, that's just wrong in every possible way. And it disgusts me to sit here with people that think like that, because suppressing free speech is definitely wrong in every single way. Thank you very much.
So let me clear the record here. Everyone is entitled to their opinion. I'm not trying to silence any residents. However, if you are an active resident running for commission or a former elected official or people that are posting all over Nextdoor and trying to undermine projects that this town is moving forward, I will absolutely call you out, as you're allowed to be, because you're submitting public information, just like a lot of the people in this room love to submit public records requests all day. So absolutely, if you are somebody sitting here trying to undermine what this commission is doing and what this town is trying to move forward, you're allowed to do it. You're also allowed to be called out. If you are somebody that sends an email and wants posters ripped down, I'd be ashamed of myself. You're allowed to be called out. That's public information. If you're supporting these people, you will be called out if you're on that email chain. It's just public records. There's somebody sitting in this audience that's done probably over 100 public records requests. Very familiar with it. Martin, in regards to one of the things you said, the Keith Engineering, it's on the agenda tonight for us to approve the Surfside Memorial. That's the next step. Hopefully during the town manager's report, he can give an update on Alan Kilsheimer, because I don't have that answer. Frank, thank you for your service. I think I've spoken to you many times, whether we're for or against each other on issues. I've never had any issue speaking to you or any other residents that oppose what I say. We just don't always agree. George, like I said, everything is public information. Ileana, yes, my back comment was very obvious. I agree what you said. It was smart what I said. I just pointed out some information. So thank you, and thank all the residents for coming and participating.
Thank you, Sir Vice Mayor. All right, let's try to get through some of this. Start with Martin, Memorial Committee. I just want to say you come up here and talk about respect all the time. I don't think you're being fair to town staff. Mr. Gomez and his team have been extremely transparent with the Memorial Committee. There are multiple emails that go out almost weekly updating the staff. As a matter of fact, there are 6 meetings being scheduled right now over the next couple of months to discuss as this project moves forward now that we have a designer for the memorial. So to come here and tell staff that we're not being transparent is not fair to them and for all the efforts that are ongoing here in the town of Surfside. You want answers. We also want answers, but what we do know is it's not the ground. They were very clear about that, and it's not for us to stop development on private property. Slanderous remarks. I'll be very clear what slanderous means. If you come up here and accuse people of criminal activity without proof, that's what slander is, and that's where I'm going to draw the line. Those that want to rewrite 7.05, I'm sorry, but that was written to maintain order and civility and maintain a civil dialogue in this commission chambers. This is not a zoo, and it won't be handled as such. 3 minutes on each item. People are complaining that don't have enough time. Again, right here, good and welfare is set from 8:15 to 9 and shall not exceed. The purpose of these meetings is to get town work done, and that's what we're here to do, and that's what we're here usually till 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning to do. To have people that come here, the same meeting, saying the same thing over and over, unrestricted, well, we saw what happened the last time and what happened and how productive those meetings were. So definitely, yes, when I ran and I continued to run, we were going to change that. And that is one of the things I'm very proud that we did, is that we have a productive meeting. We get through this entire agenda every night and we get our town business done. And that does require limitations on speech, as is provided for in our charter. Concerns about the email. It seems like you want to direct the town to investigate and go to the state attorney's office. I just find it humorous coming from the same people that when an email went out mimicking an elected official, which is actually against state law, there was a lot of uproar and complaints thinking that the town attorney actually put time to try to chase that person down. So it's a little double standards here, but I figured I'll call that out. And yes, people do have the right to express their opinions and say what they want, but that works both ways. We didn't give up our right to First Amendment speech either. And if you're going to submit emails and public records, we're subject to that as well. And you can get called out if you are going to work behind the back of the commission after a 5-0 vote on an item and contact FDOT directly to circumvent and railroad some of the projects that the elected officials have voted to do. Those emails are subject to public record, and especially if you're running for office, the people of this town should know that there are people working against the interests of the people here. Mr. McBride, again, I think it's very noble that you don't feel you have to be recognized. That is your prerogative and decision. But I do want to help you I do want to thank you for helping me recognize and identify some of the former elected officials, which came way before I lived here. So thank you for helping me find out who they were and sending me those names so I can include them in our list. And again, it is a wonderful nostalgic walk down memory lane here in Surfside from 20 years ago, back when we had a $5 million budget and a few people here on vacation. This town has evolved, and it will continue to evolve, and we will be here for that. So that is my 3 minutes. So ends good and welfare. We can go back to our...
Okay. I was talking when we went on good and welfare, so can I continue?
You had more than 10 minutes, which is...
Well, I wasn't done.
It doesn't matter. You have 10 minutes
But where does it
according to-
say in the book that I only have 10 minutes? Of
Robert's
course,
Rules of Orders.
you're trying for me not to point out the things that are wrong with this development order. You're trying here to suppress the free speech and for residents not to be able to
What I'm
hear
trying to do
everything
is
that's
conduct a
happening here.
productive meeting. Mrs. Velasquez,
It's not a
you spoke
productive
over
meeting
10
when you're
minutes.
trying
It's now time to move on
a
to the next
resolution,
commissioners.
a development order that has a bunch of flaws and that is completely against
Commissioner
our
Velasquez,
residents in
Robert's
this
Rules
town.
of Order mandates
There's a whole bunch of,
maximum
even in this
deliberations of 10
development
minutes.
order, they're allowing
purpose of that is so that
this
we don't
developer to
continue
pay
one item
for
throughout the entire
pump
night.
stations if he doesn't get it done in 6.
Through the mayor.
Move on.
Through the mayor.
All right, we are going to
Through the
move
mayor,
on
may,
to the
may I
quasi-
just make a motion to just allow Commissioner Velasquez just to finish up with, she was interrupted, and just to finish up
She
with
wasn't
her-
interrupted, okay? There was good and welfare as required
I
by
know,
the charter.
that's what I meant, interrupted with good and welfare, so could she just conclude her?
Just so you understand,
question.
each commissioner, according to Robert's Rules of Orders, is allotted two maximum 10-minute sessions in order to make sure, let's do some math here. There's 5 commissioners, 20 minutes apiece. That's almost 2 hours on one item. Commissioner, we've got
Mayor,
40 items on here. You
Mayor,
can
I'm
come
just
back. You
asking-
can come back,
Mayor-
Commissioner. We can come back to you. All right, Commissioner,
Mayor-
just finish. Just finish, Commissioner. Please just, Commissioner, go. Go, please talk. Commissioner, please finish off your comments. Commissioner, do you want to finish your
Thank
comments or
you.
should we move on? Please finish your cross-examination of the witness here. Thank you. All right.
Lie. Our town manager told us that we weren't, that the mayor.
Commissioner, please continue with town business and stop
Okay.
wasting our time.
So I'm going to go directly to this development order.
Well, Commissioner, if not to interrupt, but could I spoke to the the town attorney. We do have some proposed additional language to the covenant in response to your comment.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Does that take away from my time, or should I just? I mean, because I have more stuff to ask. I'm concerned.
It's me, but I wanted to be responsive to
Oh,
your
okay.
comment.
Thank you.
That's what.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not. So basically, what we would add, and I'm just going to read these sections based on the discussions I had with the town attorneys. In the portion of the covenant that says, "Now therefore, in consideration, the premises owner hereby freely, voluntarily, and without duress agrees as follows." We would add after the word owner, and successors and assigns to make it clear that that applies to.
That's on 3 and 4.
Now that is in now therefore, that is the beginning of the document, making it clear that from the outset, you see the now therefore, which is right after the third whereas clause.
Uh-huh.
That will now make it clear that this applies to successors and assigns a little bit more than it already did.
Okay,
The second proposed change, sorry to interrupt.
Sorry.
But I think
apologize.
this will be helpful going in your direction. On paragraph 6, which deals with the running with the land, or that it shall continue to be in effect until it gets terminated. That would be rewritten to say the provisions of this instrument shall be effective upon their recordation in the public records of Miami-Dade County, Florida, comma, shall run with the land, which is a term of art, which of course means that it will run to subsequent purchasers, comma, and shall continue in effect until, and the remainder of that paragraph remains the same. So that's additional language that I worked on with the town attorney that will hopefully give you additional comfort that it's clear that this will apply to subsequent property owners.
Okay. But is there a way that we can add, I'm sorry, can you repeat what you said? Owners and subsequent, in the first paragraph?
Yeah, and then now therefore it would read in consideration of the premises owner and successors and assigns voluntarily and without. So that would mean, again, any successor landowner would.
Thank you. That is good. But can we add that also after the word the owner and successors acknowledges? Oh, well, really, you can't really do that because that kind of would be, okay. I think I'm good with that.
Thank you.
Okay. So thank you very much for taking my suggestions under consideration and to make that change. I have a couple of other things. In the development order here, it states that on 94th Street parking lot, there's going to be an improvement or resurfacing, and you guys have 60 days from the TCO issuance to resurface this parking lot. And if those 60 days pass, you will pay $150,000 to the town for us to resurface the parking lot. I'm not okay with you giving us money. I want you guys to do this parking lot because, as we've seen in the Abbott Avenue drainage project, which we'll be talking about later, prices have gone up. And I don't want that later on our town has to foot the bill. So if this particular parking lot doesn't cost $150,000 and it comes back and it costs $400,000, who's going to pay for that? And I'm assuming it's going to be our residents and taxpayers. So I am not okay with that. I'm not okay with the $400,000 for a pump. I think that should also be, you need to take into consideration and put your pump, and that's it. As we can see with the Abbott Avenue drainage project, the pump costs $1.3 million. I'm not sure if it's the same kind of pump, but I don't want my residents to be winding up having to foot a bill for a development order that you guys are going to profit on. So we cannot have that. There's also the 93rd Street parking lot. Has the same kind of situation, $150,000 if you guys don't get it done within 60 days. That's not okay. Again, all these things that our town, I don't want you to give us a penny. I want you to do what you say you're going to do, and if it costs you $100,000, $200,000, $1 million, that's not my problem. I do agree with if you do not get it done within a certain amount of time, every month you get charged $10,000 of a what is this thing called? A penalty for not getting it done. So that I'm okay with. So if you guys are willing to remove that from the development order, I'm okay with working with you in terms of other things here. But I can't allow you to burden our residents and our taxpayers on things that is your responsibility and the things that you have agreed to. So that's a big concern to me.
If I could, Commissioner, the rationale for those savings provisions in this language is basically to protect us in the event that, hypothetically, right, that there's an issue on the town side that prevents the completion of the work. Remember, this is on town property. And we have a development that we're moving forward with. We're doing this work. and there's some other issue from a third party, some other agency that impacts the town's property, that we cannot, if we cannot have our building sitting there unable to occupy it because of something that's outside of our control.
Okay.
So that's why those provisions are there.
So how about we do something different instead of having these
All right,
provisions
Mr.
where
Pe-
you're
Commissioner,
okay,
Commissioner.
I'm talking with
Okay,
him.
let me please explain to you the process. The town manager negotiates the proffers. If you're not happy with the conditions,
Well,
we
I don't
discuss
think that
please
this
let me finish.
negotiation is
Discuss it
appropriate.
as a commission.
You can clearly
and
see
we can
inexperience
Commissioner,
here
please let me
because you're
finish.
putting our residents at risk of
Commissioner, the way this works is if you want to discuss and change the proffers, we can discuss as a commission and vote on the item. But you don't get to sit here now and waste a half hour negotiating with the developer alone. We sit here as a commission and have this discussion. So you can bring that into the motion, but wait, okay?
ever get to make a motion. You're the one who controls it with your friend here, Rose. You guys control all the motions. So honestly, what are you talking about? Please don't.
All right, Commissioner, are you done?
What you're saying is laughable.
Can we move
What
on?
what I'm trying to ensure is that our residents will not wind up having to pay for these things, because I know what things cost, especially that pump in the Abbott Avenue drainage project. The pump is $1.3 million. You're putting here $400,000. Who's going to pay for the extra $1 million to put that pump in? I sure do not.
All right, again, very good points, but we're going in circles. Please, Mr. Penn, we need to move to this. It is after 9, and we still haven't even started our agenda yet. We're still on item 2. So we're going to keep moving along and letting other people talk. All right, thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Vice Mayor.
How'd you know, Mr. Penn, how'd you know I was going to call you out? No, you're good. No, you're good. So the first thing I'm going to just talk on these items is, so I think what people need to understand about the development order that we put in place, the town manager did a great job taking direction and listening to a lot of the concerned residents during the planning and zoning meeting, which was live local, protect the town, and about the religious tax exemption. Both of those things are covered in here with this development order. If for say they sold it to Joe Schmo and Joe Schmo wants to build the same project, this sticks with it. If Joe Schmo buys the project and wants to submit a whole brand new set of plans, it's irrelevant, because that development order has nothing to do, covenant of the land with that project has nothing to do with it. That's what I think the point that you're missing. If they ever sold it, which I don't think they are, I think they're going to develop this beautiful project, and somebody built something different, like going back to the hotel, which is what it's approved for, it's irrelevant to that. So that's one thing. So my questions are pretty brief. These are really for the town attorney. Does this development meet code with the conditions that were stated?
Yeah, you've heard the staff recommendation. They've analyzed it and they say it meets code.
The town attorney, the town planner, and the applicant all say that this meets code, and that is what we have to go by as this elected body right here. Was the zoning height on this project any higher now than in the previous commissioners, or the same height?
It's the H40's been 40 feet for
Long time.
Since at least 2009.
Is this project that's presented in front of us any bigger that was allowed than under the previous commission?
Same. It's within the height allowed under H40. It's not any bigger.
Okay, thank you. Any more units that were allowed now than in the last 3 or 4 years?
The previous approval was for a hotel.
Right.
It had a different density limitation for a hotel. It was higher, so this has less units. But these are two different. You're talking about residences versus hotel.
And they could technically still build the hotel, which was approved, which I don't think this town wants. This is a better project in my opinion. The only comment that I do have, and I would just want to say on the record, because I've heard this from somebody running for office, I've heard it from people, from residents, whatever this owner decides to charge for rent is what the market bears and what they're allowed to charge. This commission is not going to cap or put any rules in place that says this has to be an affordable place to live. A $3,000 a month unit rental, that is absurd for some people to say. This is America, this is free, they can charge whatever they want. Someone's either going to pay it or not pay it if they want to live there. So it is absurd for some people to say that this has to be capped on the amount of money that somebody could charge.
Well, which one is it? Who are you asking?
Mr. Keller?
Your point of inquiry has to be on what the vice mayor just said. Thank you. A point of inquiry is okay, I'm moving on. So first of all, a point of inquiry is clarification on something the vice mayor just said. You have a point of it again on what the vice mayor just said. Do you have a question for the vice mayor? You can ask for clarification on what was just said. That is what the point of orders is for. So you have to ask me the question. I'll rule it in order or out of order. So
Okay. My question is without this religious exemption,
that is not
does
what the
this
vice mayor
property
said. Thank you. All right. So I want to. Commissioner, you're disturbing right now. So first of all, I want to say when we ran, one of the big initiatives were safety and development, right? Because obviously what happened here in Surfside, we have a lot of scared residents, and one of the things we ran on was ensuring that our new developments were safe and that the people living next to these developments felt safe during this process. So with that, I know Mr. Safransky gets a bad rap on Nextdoor, which means absolutely nothing as far as I'm concerned. But I do want to thank Mr. Safransky and Rafi for taking the time to meet with the Marbella Nextdoor and hear their concerns, especially concern to safety and other issues that they may address during the ongoing construction. I think this is a responsible move. This is something we did with 93 Ocean, and this is something we're going to continue to do as development moves forward in this town. Because it's important to have these conversations. And even though this building is by right, it's still important for us up here to make sure that the residents that are going to be living next to this feel safe throughout that process. Again, I think it's very important, the residents here that came here especially to counter this project, to remember what we had here before and what it's currently zoned for, which is a very large hotel, which has, which would be a massive resource on our traffic, on our town resources such as water, infrastructure. And what we have here is no longer a hotel. What we have here is homes for residents, actual people that are invested in our town, and not just transients or visitors that are here without that investment into our town. So again, I want to thank you for converting this over into a project that will benefit our residents. I do want to address some of the comments that were made. It seems like hours ago at this point. But we had three people that come up here and they have a lot of legal opinions on the interpretation of religious use. Again, we have our own town attorneys that actually practice, but there's a lot of legal opinions by some residents here, and they have their own interpretation of what considered religious use and what is not. And my question for them is, are you prepared to spend taxpayer money fighting this if we go ahead and listen to you? I do want to remind the residents, those that are here, those that are listening, this town has already spent over $4 million when we decided to fight the building of Young Israel because we had our own interpretation back then of what religious use is allowed. And you will lose this fight every time. Miami Beach just paid out $2.5 million, as did Hollywood, as they tried to counter some of these religious use exemptions. This is something that is very protected by the state, and that is not something that I want to be spending our taxpayer money on fighting. Mr. Zomper, again, appreciate this very extensive financial breakdown, but it is not for the commission to decide whether the developer is going to be making money on the project or not. That is not one of the items that we review and have to go through when approving a project by right or by not. Again, we can only decline a plan based on certain prerogatives. How much they're charging for rent is not one of them. The live local, I want to be very clear. Live local applies to mixed use and commercial. It is the town that sets the zoning and usage, not the developer. We've already established that this plot of land is not mixed use. It doesn't fall under mixed. It's not commercial. Ergo, it is not going to be subject to live local, whether it is an agreement or not an agreement. We're the ones that define the zoning on that. Again, Mr. Resio, I know we've each kind of said this 10 times, but I'm going to clarify for those that are watching at home and those that were very concerned. Just 4 quick questions. Does this project conform to our code?
This project conforms to our code.
All right. Are they asking for a variance?
They are not asking for a variance.
Is this project considered mixed use, which would subject it to the live local?
Under our code, this project is not considered mixed use. Under the Live Local Act, the The property has to be zoned for commercial, industrial, or mixed use. The property is not zoned for commercial, industrial, or mixed use.
All right, last question. Does the synagogue usage make this property exempt from taxes?
It does not.
Thank you, Mr. Resio. At this point, can we get a motion on the table to approve?
Can we,
Mayor, if you'd like me to answer that, I can.
She's not recognized, so.
there's already a motion on the table. Can we motion to call the vote?
Is there a motion to approve?
Yeah,
All
I
right.
made a motion original to approve.
Madam Clerk, let's call the roll, please.
This is for item 2B.
Yes.
Does this include the covenant amendment per Commissioner Velasquez?
Pardon me. The covenant is submitted as part of 2A.
It is not included so far unless the motion maker wants to adjust.
No, I'm just
this.
doing 2B right now.
Okay.
No.
Sorry, my apologies. So
2B.
this is
We're on
2B
2B.
is for the religious portion of it. Commissioner Mashai?
Due to the fact of the small size of the synagogue, I say no.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Due to the fact that they need this religious exemption to be able to build their underground parking lot, my answer is no.
Commissioner Lansman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Due to it being by right, my answer is yes.
Mayor Danziger?
I guess due to it being by right and us not necessarily wanting a bigger synagogue in this location, I'm going to say yes.
Mayor, the motion carries. Item 2B.
Motion to approve item 2A.
Second. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Excuse me, you're not going to change all these things that could potentially cost our residents an enormous amount of money?
The motion maker was clear. Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
You don't care about the taxpayer. Dear residents, please listen to this.
Commissioner Lansman?
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez?
I'm sorry, but I can't vote for this based on the fact that this could potentially cost our residents an enormous amount of money based on a bad negotiation from our town manager with this developer. I'm sorry, my answer is no.
Mayor, if I may, let's just retract really quick for this motion to include the covenant amendment with the amendment, Commissioner.
The motion maker would have to.
As amended by the town attorney. Yeah.
With the
Yeah,
with
with
the
the-
with
yeah,
the
but
things
that's
he
it.
The
mentioned
changes
earlier?
described on the record.
Yeah, with the
With
changes
the
described.
successors and all that.
Yes. The ones that Graham.
I'll start again.
She's going to change your vote.
No, with,
No, I'm
with
not
the ones
saying
that Graham Penn agreed to, not the other ones.
No, but
Yeah.
thank you for at least considering to add that to the and protect somewhat
Mayor,
our
are you
town.
okay with seconding the motion still?
Sorry?
Are you okay with seconding the motion still?
With what he agreed to the first time, not all the other stuff.
Whatever.
Oh, so you're not putting in the successors? Wow. Jeez.
I don't know what's happening here. Let's just make the motion for the item
I'm not-
presented. Was there a problem with the item as presented to the commission ahead of time?
Yes, they need to.
I'm not
add this-
asking you, Commissioner Velasquez. I'm asking our town attorney.
Pardon me, we were simply just clarifying for the record that the applicant had accepted those changes to the covenant, and all we were doing was clarifying. You don't need to amend
I'm
your
good with
motion.
that. Okay.
Still in there.
Yes, that I was good with.
All right, then, yes.
All right, I'll start again. Commissioner Lansman?
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez?
My answer still stands as no, as I cannot allow our residents to potentially be burdened with these monies if they can't finish this project.
Commissioner Mashai?
Because I still have safety concerns with FEMA, no.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes, and I pay real estate taxes in Surfside.
Mayor Danziger?
I'm going to thank our town manager for negotiating what ended up being close to $4.5 million in amenities to our town, which is probably, more than we've ever gotten from a lot of these developments. So thank you, and my answer is yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Moving on to consent agenda, item 3. All items on consent are considered routine. The status report by the town commission will be approved by one motion. Any commissioner member may request an item to be removed from the consent and discussed separately. If the public wishes to speak on a matter of consent agenda, they must inform the town clerk.
Motion to approve consent.
We have a motion to approve consent.
Second.
Discuss one of the items now. The two items we linked.
No, it's not linked to here.
Mayor, just for the record, since you linked item 90 to 3C, do you want to pull item 3C from the consent?
We linked item 3.
Mayor, with all due respect, I can't hear.
3C.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm going to wait.
Let's just wait a little bit.
Mrs. Salzar, please have a seat and stop disrupting. I meant to move it to 5B.
We pulled item 3C. We linked it with, yeah.
My question was if since we linked item 9D to 3C.
All right, so my mistake, if I can rescind that motion and re-put in a motion to link 9D with 5B, which is
9D
ready up
with
for discussion.
5D? 9D with 5D?
Yes. 9D with 5B.
So 3C is no longer involved in anything? Okay.
No, the police department's separate.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please take the discussion outside. Thank you.
So Mayor, if can the motion be to approve consent and also to link item 9D with 5D?
No,
Is
no.
that okay with Vice Mayor?
Sure.
Yes.
How about Commissioner Landsman?
9D with what?
So there was an error on the original motion that it was linking 9D with 3C. It's not 3C, it's 5D. So what we're trying to do is approve consent with just now linking the correct items, which is 9D and 5D. Commissioner Landsman, are you okay with the second?
I don't
Yes,
have
second.
5D.
B.
Oh, B.
5B.
Did
Oh, I
Did
thought
you
I heard
get
5B.
into
5D.
the consent agenda?
Commissioner Landsman?
I want to talk about. okay,
Yes.
I'm sorry, how does not
I just want to mention
5B
something.
have any relationship with the 92nd Street Park discussion? How does
All right, can we get a...
city resolution and key to the town request
All right.
have anything to do with
They
the
were
park?
already linked.
We have a link. We
Talk about these.
have a
together.
motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 No.
It's
All
for
right.
consent, Mayor. Can I do the roll call? It's
Four.
for the consent agenda, correct?
One of the commissioners wants to speak about one of the items. So I don't know if you want to pull it so we can just consent it.
I just want to talk about the minutes, so I don't think I have to pull it.
All right. Floor is yours. We have a motion to approve consent. All right.
But doesn't consent include the minutes?
Yes.
Okay, and the commissioner wants to pull
Commissioner,
out the
I'm not
minutes.
here to explain our processes to you. Please let's.
Okay, but you're
leave the
trying to
meeting going.
silence her again.
Okay.
I'm actually trying to let her speak if you stop talking,
You're
Commissioner.
interrupting her again. Number 14 for the
So,
day.
No, 20.
Floor is yours if
Okay,
Commissioner Velasquez allows you to talk.
Regarding the approval of the minutes, I just want to thank the staff for noting that the mayor's scandalous remarks toward me at the December meeting, however, he neglected to incorporate my vocal rejection of the false accusations. I'm referring to 3K, and I would please like to make this correction.
What is the correction? So if you're trying to make a motion
include-
item, Commissioner,
I
you
wanna
need to pull
con-
the item.
I-
Commissioner, please listen. You need to pull the item so we can approve consent. If you want to just have a discussion, we can discuss the item. But if you're trying to make a motion,
I don't want to
item,
discuss the item, I just want to
you just
add.
asked to amend the minutes, which is going to require a motion. So let's pull this from consent if you want to
Okay.
make a motion.
All right,
So make a motion, please, to
I'll
pull.
make a motion
Actually, you don't
to,
need it. You can pull it. So you're
pull.
pulling 3A from consent.
okay.
Anybody else want to pull anything else? All right, so before we call the roll, I'm not going to pull it. I think some-
You're off. You're off.
Probably. It's on. Jose, did you shut me off? I want to call attention to item 3C, which is authorizing of a mutual aid agreement to the city, between the city of Hialeah and the town of Surfside Police Department, which is technically tied to one of the items coming up in our ordinances. Again, thank you, Commissioner Landsman, for bringing this sister city forward to the town commission. And this is one of the benefits, and we'll talk about some of the other ones that have come out of such agreement, which is a mutual aid agreement between our police departments. Because of the legalities, it's separated from the rest of it. And I know our chief has been working on this, as has our captain, I believe, town attorney, because there is a lot of language and complications when it comes to an MOU with our police departments. But it includes a lot of mutual aid with and training facilities and a lot of benefits that have come to our town. So again, this is one of the many benefits that are coming out of this sister city agreement that the commissioner brought forward. I just wanted to call some attention to that, and thank you, Chief, again for working on that. All right, Madam Clerk, if we can call the roll on the motion. to
Commissioner
approve.
Landsman,
Yes.
Commissioner Mashite,
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez.
I'm sorry, what is this for?
We're adopting consent minus item 3A.
3A, okay. And is that the minutes?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Yes, I say yes.
Vice Mayor Rose,
Yes.
Mayor Danziger,
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioner Maishad, 3A.
I just want to thank the staff for noting the mayor's slanderous remarks toward me at the December meeting. However, you neglected to incorporate my vocal rejection of his false accusations. I'm referring to item 3K, and I want you to please make this correction. Thank you.
So just for your information, the minutes are not verbatim. If you want something specific in there, you have to ask for that in there. They just briefly highlight each item and what is being discussed. It is not a verbatim. The minutes are not verbatim. You want to make a motion?
I want to make a motion to add what I just talked about into the meeting, into the minutes.
I'll second that motion.
All right. So again, what that requires is for the town clerk to sit down and listen and watch the meeting and then put in what? What exactly are you trying to put in?
I want to incorporate that I vehemently rejected the false accusation that was referred to in 3K.
Mayor, if I may comment something just for the record, it was very hard to hear that item. So I'm not sure who's gonna, we could probably get a court reporter to see if they could do that because it was very hard.
How much is the court reporter going to cost us now? All right.
But it's
So
okay.
this-
I'm sure they had the town clerk had a good time.
Commissioner, you're not
emails
recognized.
in there
Commissioner,
that
you're
are
not
never
recognized.
in the minutes.
So could we please just try to do that, Sandra?
So you have a motion to bring in a court reporter, go through the meeting, and try to put some additional comments in it. We have a motion and a second. All in favor of bringing in a court reporter to go through the meeting and redo the minutes for us to approve? You don't want to say yes to your own item? All right. Nobody's, let the record state nobody's in favor. I'm calling a vote, yes. I said all in favor of approving a court reporter to come in and redo the minutes for us to approve.
I thought
She said
we
she
would
couldn't
go
do it.
one by one. Do we have to go one by one?
It doesn't have to because this is not this is not affecting anything right now.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to say the motion fails, and now we can move down to some real items. Yes, Commissioner, we're not going
Well,
to bring in...
Fiscally responsible.
For these minutes, I rejected the false accusations.
All right, so let's have a motion to approve the minutes.
Motion to approve the minutes.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Yeah, aye. Yes.
Aye.
All right.
No.
Okay. Nope, you are not recognized. Moving on for... Okay, please... All right, Commissioner, please vote on the item. Commissioner, do you want to vote on the item?
Yeah, I'd like to.
It's hard to
Please
hear what
vote
they're
on the
chewing.
item, Commissioner, yes.
I said I want Commissioner Maishite's comments to be in the minutes.
Okay, but we already moved past that item and we're approving the minutes, Commissioner.
Oh, I don't even know.
Do you approve them or not?
No. Without her comments, no.
You won. All right, moving on to item 4B1, second reading ordinances. Update town code section 7-41 and 70-42 to increase local business taxes allowed by the state statute. Madam Clerk, if we read the title of the ordinance into the record, please.
Yes, Mayor. An ordinance of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, amending the Town of Surfside Code of Ordinances by amending Section 70-41, Local Business Tax Schedule, and Section 70-42, Business Not Naming Schedule to increase local business tax rates, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflict, and providing for an effective date. Item 4A1.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Manager, if you'll introduce the item and then we can get a motion on the table, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor. The item is provided to you in substantial form with no changes as it was presented to you during first reading. If you have any questions, I defer it back to you. Thank you.
All right, can we get a motion on the table?
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a
Alright.
question.
All right, Commissioner, you
Can
have
I
the
ask
floor.
now? Thank you. This here, is this that you're, the first time you're changing it, right now you're increasing it 5%, and every year thereafter you're increasing at 5%, or is it every other year, every 3 years, or how often are you increasing this local business tax?
Through the mayor raising it one time, which is now through this resolution action. Anytime it's to be raised and it's consistent Florida statute, it will need to come forth to this commission for approval.
So by another ordinance?
No, it could be a resolution because
Resolution?
no,
Okay.
no, correction. It has to be an ordinance because the rates are established as code and they're embedded in the code.
Okay, so this time it's only once 5%.
Correct. And prior to that, we haven't changed it in over 30 years.
Got it.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. Can we call the vote? Madam Clerk,
Mayor, is
call
there
the
any
roll?
public comments?
There are no public comments. No.
Commissioner Lansman?
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez?
Yes.
Commissioner Mashite?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Danziger?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Hello. Moving on to item 4A2, ordinance amending chapter 54, offenses and miscellaneous provisions, camping prohibited. Madam Clerk, if you will lead the title of the ordinance into the record, please.
Yes, Mayor. An ordinance of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, amending the Town of Surfside Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 54, Offenses and Miscellaneous Provisions, Article 3, Offenses involving public peace and order, by adding Section 54-67 entitled Camping Prohibited, making findings, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. Item 4A2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Manager, will introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mayor. The item is provided to you as it was in first reading with incorporation of additional comments that this commission had requested, mainly item on page 394, 3, which is camping is prohibited on all private property in the town used for residential purposes, provided, however, that camping is permitted on such property with the permission of the consent of the property owner. Other than that, some reorganization of some items shows double cross-throughs, but that is the main change here being provided as far as the intent from first reading to second reading. I'll provide it to you for discussion, or if the town attorney wishes to add something else.
All right, thank you, Mr. Manager. Can we get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right. Public comment, please.
Oh,
Ms. Salzauer, 2 minutes, please.
Eliana Salzhauer, 9317 Bay Drive. Last month, when you brought this up, I made it clear that I was opposed to this. And then there were some comments made, and there was a question asked the town attorney, and they said, no one gets arrested. Well, that's exactly what happens here. If a person is offered a spot at a shelter and says, no, thank you, they then get arrested. That's how this works. So I'm not sure why the legal advice you're getting is the opposite of what the actual resolution does. This is the same resolution that they have in Miami Beach, and that's what happens. If you're a homeless person, if you're unhoused and they want to get rid of you, they say you need to move, you need to get out of here, and they say no thank you, and then they say you're going to whatever it is. And I don't know if you've ever spent a night at one of these shelters or volunteered at one of these shelters, but they're not quite as lovely or as safe as you would think, or actually they are exactly as bad as you would imagine. And so some of these people say no thank you, and at that point they get arrested. This is criminalizing people that are already down on their luck, people that already have mental health issues, maybe drug issues. It doesn't get them any help. It just gets them arrested. It puts them in the criminal justice system where they don't get the help either. And so just because another town is doing it, what's interesting is that, when you guys first got elected, you brought back gas leaf blowers, even though they had been outlawed in Miami Beach. So sometimes you follow and you say, well, we're not Miami Beach, but now you're just going to do whatever Miami Beach says. I love the smirk on the vice mayor's face all the time. So it's really important that you not be copying blindly in other communities, because that problem doesn't exist here. And what you're doing is over legislating. For a bunch of people that claim to be libertarians, all you do here every single month is legislate, more rules. but the rules don't apply to you. The rules only apply to us. So the right of way, people can put their sprinklers there. People can do whatever they want. People can have their trash all over the place. The construction laws aren't enforced. Those rules don't apply. But if you're homeless, we're throwing you in the clink.
Thank you, Mrs. Salzauer. I have no other speaker cards on this item. If there's anybody that wants to speak before I close public comment. Seeing none, we'll close public comment, move it up to commission discussion. But before, I think I'm just going to address the smirk on the vice mayor's face, is because, yes, Mrs. Salzauer, you were here adamantly opposing leaf blowers, and yet, guess who uses leaf blowers on your property? So
Why'd you steal my line?
I'm sorry. I know you were waiting up for it.
She does
Again,
use
I really wish you were running for office, because I'd love to point back at you how you advocate to bring homeless into our community and continue to crime without advocating for our residents, which is our job here.
Videos speak 1,000 words. That's all I'm going to say.
Yep. I'll open it. You want to open it up? Sorry,
I'm sure it's going to come out at some point.
All right. Any other commissioners have any comments or questions on this item before we move for a vote?
Did you sell your gas leaf blower? No.
Do you have any comments on this item?
I own an electric one.
I do.
We're talking about 4A2.
At the one in Cocoa Beach?
Do you have any
or-
comment?
No?
No, I'm here in Surfside.
I agree. I think we're over-regulating, and I'm not for this.
All right.
I just have a quick question. What were the changes from last month to this month that's on this resolution?
I believe we added the private property as well, allowing for the police to investigate on private property.
But when they're not home, or
If
I mean,
it's
I support
somebody,
this. I'm just asking.
no, I'm trying to figure out. If somebody is encamping on someone's yard and they were,
Without that homeowner's permission.
well, we don't know at this point. And the problem is right now the police can't walk onto, well, they can't enforce it because it's private property.
But now would it be
This would allow them to inquire and investigate if indeed this person has the permission of the homeowner.
okay? But now would this only be in the front yard, or can
Anywhere,
the
private
police
property.
go into the backyard, which kind of be going into private property?
I'm going to defer to the chief, but I think he mentioned if
Which
there's
I
an active
feel that might
investigation-
be a little invasive. I'm
Again-
okay with the front yard that has no gates.
Commissioner,
but
if
if there's a
this-
fence, I wouldn't want
Allow
the
me to
police.
answer, Commissioner. If there's an active investigation, meaning a crime was called in, the police have the ability to investigate.
Mhm. I don't know if I want the police coming into my backyard and without my consent.
If you,
I mean,
first of all, you don't have a backyard here, but if you were to have a home with a backyard, and
talking about
somebody,
residents.
No, you said I.
I am a resident.
I'm a resident
I
with a
don't have
backyard.
I don't have
I'm
a backyard.
going to speak as a resident with a backyard.
Backyard here.
If somebody were to be having a party in my backyard while I was out of town, I would want the police to come investigate that and give me a call to make sure they have permission as a resident with a backyard. All right, Madam Clerk, let's take the roll, please.
Commissioner Mashine?
No.
Commissioner Velasquez?
You know, I really supported this until finding out that people, that the police could just go into someone's backyard for suspicions of something that might not be happening. I'm not okay with that. So I'm sorry, I have to say no on this one.
Commissioner Lansman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Danziger?
Yes, and again, the police can only respond on someone's property if a report of a crime has been made.
You still put it in there.
Oh,
different.
semantics matter.
Okay,
in
it's
these
still,
cases.
it's still
All
passed.
right,
so
moving
don't
on to
worry.
item 4B1,
usual.
permitting fees for condominium recertification, special assessment. Madam Clerk, if you read the title of the ordinance into the record, please.
An ordinance of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, amending the Town of Surfside Code of Ordinances by amending Chapter 14 Buildings and Building Regulations, Article 2 Building Code, Section 14-29, permit fees, to provide for a 20% reduction of building permit fee for any construction activity relating to condominium building recertification or any necessary structural and or life safety repairs, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. Item 4B1.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Manager, I turn the item over to you for an introduction.
Thank you very much, Mayor. This item was brought forth as a result of a commission discussion item brought forth by Commissioner Maishad. We assessed the conditions of how we can issue a discount to assist or mitigate condo associations, recertifications, and what it resulted in was just a clean addition to the ordinance. I'm sorry, to the code, which is a new line item stated as K, and I'll read it to you, and then at that point I'll turn it over back to you. But it's reduction of building permit fees for condominiums. The permit fees calculated for construction activity related to condominiums, building certifications, or any necessary structural and/or life safety repairs, as determined by the building officials, shall be reduced by 20%, authorizing the building official to issue up to a 20% reduction to the permit fees in order to alleviate under the conditions presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Can we get a motion on the table?
Motion to approve.
I make a motion.
I would like to,
We have a motion on the table. We need a second.
Okay, but I'm saying to the motion maker, would you consider a 50% reduction instead of a 20% reduction? As this is for life safety issues that these buildings could have. I don't see why we're only giving a 20%. And honestly, there's a lot of issues in the buildings, and I think that.
Commissioner, is there anybody that seconds it? We can have a
I'm
discussion.
talking to the second,
It's
the
not
motion
discussion
maker.
right now. We have a motion on the table. We need a
Okay,
second.
but we need a second, but you need to make the
All you have to
change.
say is, I was seconded if you bring it to 50. That's all you have to say, Commissioner.
Okay,
I made my motion at 20. I'm good at 20.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right. We have Mr. Kuslis, item 4B1, 2 minutes, please.
George Kuslis, 9225 Collins Avenue. I agree with this ordinance. Thank you, Commissioner, for bringing it forward. But I disagree with the 20%. I agree with the 50%. And it's interesting that at a time when we're so eager to waive building permit fees, and that's not really the right term, but divert building permit fees for multi-million-dollar projects to the general fund. Yes, it was in the resolution you passed earlier today in the conditions, and it was in another very large project a few months ago. So obviously there seems to be no pressing issue for funding the building department if we're willing to divert massive funds, multi-million-dollar permit toward the general fund. So in that climate, I think a 50% reduction is warranted. Now, if you feel there's an issue with single-family equity, for instance, then apply a similar program for them, you know, for new roof, for impact windows, whatever. There is a reduction in the common reduction in the permit fee for that kind of work as well, if that's a concern, equity between the condos and the single-family areas. But 50%, I think, is the right number. 20% doesn't move the needle that much, and clearly funding the building department isn't the reason not to make a bigger reduction here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kuslis. Any other people wish to comment on this item? All right, at this point, closing public comment. I'm going to turn it on to Commission. Just to address one of the comments, waiving or changing the percentage of proffer from a one-time development of a new project. Reducing the amount on ongoing assessments for building has a lifetime effect for this town, so they are not the same. But at this point, I will open it up to our Commission for discussion.
I have a question for the commissioner that brought this forward, Commissioner Mashed. Do you have an issue with 20%? I think this is, again, second read.
Well,
So first read, we kind of came up with what seemed to be a reasonable reduction to help encourage and save the residents of these buildings some money. But, you know, I don't know why there's a difference of opinion at this point.
I'm not sure the 20% was established yet, but I thoroughly think that it should be greater than 20% and make it 50%. And again, we have multi-million-dollar permit fees for the major construction projects for DRMAC and 9300 Collins that are now not going to be in this fund. I think we need to, and again, I'm not opposed to a different ordinance for single family homes for roofs, but it can't be tied to this. I don't want to tie it up with this, but we need a break. Special assessments are high. We don't want another collapse. We want to make sure that the condos that need this can subsidize these special assessments that are coming on that are needed for structural improvements and safety. And I don't think it's out of the question to make it 50%.
I mean, a lot of these buildings are in very big need of many
right.
repairs, and this is something that I think we should be doing for the condos, especially that we don't know what happened at the Champlain Towers, and we spent millions of dollars on trying to find out, and we don't have an answer yet. I had proposed that those monies would have went to each condo for grants to do all sorts of inspections. Unfortunately, people wanted to find out what happened even before NIST. I thought that it was better that NIST would just give an answer, and the money should have been used for our condos. I think this is a good way to try to help them to improve their buildings and incentivize them to get these jobs done. And honestly, I don't see what the single family district has anything to do with these condos when the single family district is going to get a $40-50 million undergrounding project. So, which part of the taxes from the Collins Avenue condos goes to pay for this. So to even talk about one thing or the other, or, you know, we're a town, we're a community. We need to help each other, regardless of whether the single family gets something or not, or whether the condos get something or not. I think this is important. I think it's something that we should do for the condos. And honestly, I don't remember seeing 20% last month.
No,
I
I
guess
think
it was after the whole, you know, fiasco here that we probably didn't hear 20%. And but I personally would prefer 50% to help our condos.
And even
I would appreciate, you know,
Right.
Fred,
Let-
even-
Commissioner,
even-
let her speak, please, and finish up.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
even
Commissioner, you
having,
spoke. Let's
I just want to comment on both of your question to me as well.
okay, well, let's go around. Let everybody get a chance, and we'll come back to you.
But Commissioner Landsman also asked me a question that pertains to that. I was just going to add that was the whole purpose of also getting the Miami-Dade County condo special assessment loan program in, because it's really devastating. The amount of money that we're going to have to put into these special assessments is outstanding, and most of these condo owners, a lot of them are retirees. And then on top of it, the building department has a lot of funding, and they have to use it. So I really would promote and suggest that we could do better at 50%.
All right.
I think
Mr. Vice Mayor?
So it's actually funny. I spoke to a resident about this item briefly, you know, today. It comes to a point like we do need to help the condos, and I think the 20% is a help. But there's only so much the town and the residents can subsidize these expenses. And I say this in the sense that Jason Pizzo said it best at the condo thing. If you guys have a $50,000 per unit assessment, and let's just say $2,000 of that is on permit fees, and you're trying to save $200, or, you know, so that'd be $400 on 20% of the permit fee. If you can't afford the whole entire assessment, you got much bigger problems, and you need to really look at your building. And I think he was very blunt about it, that buildings have finite lives, and there's going to be uncomfortable conversations up and down the coast of South Florida. Some people aren't going to be able to afford it, and some people are going to have to sell and move, and it is unfortunate, but that's the reality situation.
And we're talking about Surfside today.
Please let him finish, Commissioner. We didn't.
And I'm
Commissioners, please, let's have one at a time speak.
And I'm talking about that structural issues. Yes, it needs to be fixed, but if it's unaffordable, if you're complaining about $50,000 assessment and you're trying to save $400 on the permit fee per the assessment, you got a much bigger problem than we have. And then looking for loans for Miami-Dade, and if you can't cover the rest, what happens if there's a second or third assessment? Because I know Miami-Dade's capped at $10,000. So this is a much greater issue. I think I'm sure the town manager, the building official and our finance director probably had some sort of conversation on what a fiscally responsible number was, and he may want to opine on this, but I'm comfortable with the 20% because I'm sure our staff came up with this number responsibly.
All right. So, again, we keep comparing how much money is going to come in off new development. I think we have like 2 or 3 developments coming in. What we have to do is look at the long term. And that's what we tasked the town manager to do last time. We didn't tell him 20% or 50% or 70%. We tasked him to sit down with our finance director, go through the 7-year projections, what is required to come in, and come up with a number that was fiscally responsible but still alleviated and helped the condo owners. Again, it's not the taxpayers' responsibilities to cover their assessments and the cost of the assessments, especially considering, as the senator likes to mention, that some of these association fees haven't gone up in decades. And now, look, everybody pays to live where they are. People put in savings, and if the building didn't save, it's a difficult position. But as the vice mayor said, if your assessment is $500,000 and you can't afford the 20% on that, you're in big trouble already. And
We're
even if the
talking
town,
about
excuse me, Commissioner, I didn't interrupt you, Commissioner. I didn't interrupt you, Commissioner. Please let me talk. All right? Please afford me the same abilities that I give you and be respectful. Again, if you can't afford the assessment, the 50,000 or 10 or 20 is not going to make a difference, even if we subsidize it 100%. But I'm going to defer to the town manager, who again was tasked with finding a number that was fiscally responsible for the town, at least covered the cost, which is associated to go through an assessment from the town side. And so we're not necessarily making money on the project, but we still have to cover cost. We are responsible to 6,000 residents, and that includes everybody in this town.
Mayor, thank you very much. I want to provide you some information so you can continue and embark on your discussion. We sat down, building official as well as a finance director, and we evaluated the situation. The concern arose when the commission opened it up to not just recertifications, but other life and safety as well as structural issues, which can occur with any condominium at any given point, not any milestone point like a 30 or 40-year recertification. So this becomes a yearly recurring function, not based on when a building becomes recertified, but when a building comes and says, we have structural damages we want to repair. So it becomes an ongoing concern now. We evaluated the numbers and we tiered them up. 30% reduction on a yearly, using last year and previous year projections. You're talking about that the building department, you're taking away from the building department and giving it back to the residents in the amount of 65,000, rounded to 66,000. I'll talk to you round numbers. So 30% reduction means 66% credit back. 40% means 87. 50% means 108,000. So when you start thinking about those numbers, they mean something. We created a mechanism which is called payment in lieu of building fees. This is a responsible mechanism. This isn't a way to get rich and give more money to the general fund. This is a way for us to project how much the monies the building fund is going to receive over a 5-year period. And if we see that we're going to receive over the given allotted amount, that it will not cover, that will cover our operations. And if we receive more monies, that means we have to give it back. We collect permit fees for operational purposes. If we collect or over-collect, we have to give it back. So we create a mechanism that allows us to absorb rather than give back to the developer. So I want to be clear about that mechanism we created. We're not the ones inventing it. We're just absorbing it because it works in other places. So I want to be clear about that. So with that said, 2025 to 2029, we're doing projections of financial forecasts for a 5-year period from 2025 to 2029. We will evaluate the buildings that are going to be commissioned, new developments at that time, and I will know the surplus in the building department to know how much we need coverage for the 5-year operation. If you wish to increase it at that given time with that additional information, I would highly advise you to defer to that point. My recommendation...
What time are you talking about?
Our recommendation, and I'll answer that in a second. Our recommendation from 2024, this year, we will provide you a 5-year forecast from 2025, 2029. We're working on that now. Right now, we're estimating quantities on the estimated building fees we're going to be receiving. We're going to see how that means in a 5-year window, and we see how much of a surplus we will have. And at that point, we will be making strategic decisions of how much payments in lieu of building fees we will be doing. When I have that information, I could tell you, you could sacrifice from a 20 to a 50. Our recommendation is 20. Don't go more than 30. I'm giving you that too. Anything beyond that, wait for the forecast to make a responsible financial determination. The building department needs to operate, and we do not operate on new developments alone.
So if we went with 30% today, we could change it in the near future?
That is you could always change it because it is part of your code. It's an ordinance. We're restructuring our building fees to incorporate this additional thing. Later on, if you want to reevaluate and you want to change it, it is within your rights of following a first and second reading and making that change. It is a policy decision. With that said, the difference between 20 and 30 is 43,000. And I'll round up. So it's 44,000 to 66,000. So it's $20,000. Yearly. I want to be clear about that number, yearly. So right now, this decision the town commission is making is a $44,000 a year decision, impacting the building department. You need to have that information for your discussion. So thank you.
So then I would recommend 30% at this time.
Okay, can we meet in the middle? 30%?
It's not a negotiation. It's what we feel comfortable.
I mean, I can say for me, I was comfortable with the 20 until we have the financials. That was the recommendation, so
you
I'm
guys
good with
just
it.
put
So and again,
over $5 million from the building department into the general fund in permit fees.
again, it's long-term planning, Commissioner.
30% bothers you so much.
So personally, I feel, again,
$40,000
we tasked the town manager to
$5
find a
million
number
is really
on
not
second.
And he
and
just said we could go up to 30,000.
He's not recommending it, which is why he gave us the price. Again, he gave us his recommendation that we asked for, that the town feels comfortable, and when we have our 5-year projections, we can sit down and go through the numbers again responsibly, and we'll have more information. But just to throw numbers out of our hats, because I understand you want to give, or at least be able to tell people you gave them some sort of discount, is not financially prudent for the town.
These are the same condominiums paying for the undergrounding.
I agree with you, Commissioner.
But I just, again, a question in our briefing, I believe that you felt comfortable giving a 30%.
Commissioner, our recommendation is 20. You could go up to 30. That is a policy decision. I would not go beyond 30. If you want to wait for the 5-year forecast and evaluate the 20 to a higher number, it's your will. It's this commission's will to discuss. I'm only providing you numbers and what those numbers means to the operation. 20 is our recommendation. I would not go over 30. At the end of the day, I give you an advice, recommendation, but if you guys decide 100, I cannot. You're putting the town in a financially not responsible situation.
And $5 million is not financially.
With all due respect, Commissioner, with all due respect.
That is funny.
Commissioner, with all due respect, I don't know where you're getting $5 million. Commissioner, I'm done, Mayor. If you wanna, I'm done.
Oh, she's muted already.
So my recommendation would be 30% then.
All right. So again, we asked the town manager for his recommendation. He gave it. He's telling you can go up to 30, but we recommend 20. Anything more than 30, you're going to be hurting the town.
It's 20 to 30%.
That's not what he said, but okay. We have a motion on the table, right? We have a motion.
Jared made my motion. He seconded it.
All right. You feel comfortable with the number, Commissioner Landsman?
The fact that we could change it again, and yes, after March, we'll not know who we're in these seats, so we'll see who change. But I think it's a good faith start to help reduce the fees, to get more, to help them save some money. More can be done later once we have some better an analysis of our projections over the next 5 years. So I think 20% is a good start.
All right. Again, thank you, Commissioner, for bringing this item forward. Madam Clerk, do you want to call the roll, please?
Commissioner Landsman,
Yes.
Commissioner Mashine,
I have to say yes. I'm very disappointed. It should be 30, but I will say yes.
Commissioner Velasquez,
I'm also very disappointed. It should actually be 50%, but okay, I say yes to this.
Vice Mayor Rose,
Yes.
Mayor Danziger.
All right, I'd love to say it should be 100%, but again, it's our job is to be financially responsible. We tasked our town
Putting
manager.
$5 million.
Excuse
into
me,
the
I didn't
general
interrupt
fund
you. I didn't
is not
interrupt you.
being-
We tasked our town manager and our finance director to give us a number that we felt comfortable with. And that is the number he brought. So again, I feel comfortable knowing that we can bring this back up in the future. So
Really
my
disappointed.
my response is yes, Madam Clerk.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to item 4B2, stormwater retention and drainage in the H30A and H30B. Madam Clerk, if you'll read the title of the ordinance into the record, please.
Yes, Mayor. An ordinance of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, amending the Town of Surfside Code of Ordinances by amending Division 2, Stormwater Management Requirements of Article 2, stormwater drainage management of Chapter 34, Environment, providing for stormwater retention on site for all new single-family homes, amending Section 90-56, fences, walls, and hedges to establish retention wall standards for new single-family homes, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflict, and providing for an effective date. Item 4B2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Manager, if you want to introduce the item.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'll keep it quick. We are seeking to make two revisions to two different chapters, Chapter 34, which is the environmental chapter, and Chapter 90. Sorry. So those are the two, just long night. We're seeking to make those two changes.
Not over yet.
Chapter 34 is environmental. We're seeking there to add language in that chapter so that we make it a requirement that buildings are supposed, single-family homes are supposed to show how they're going to retain stormwater on their own properties through swales or earthwork grading changes, or if you can't do that, through an interruption, which means some level of a retention device, some level of plumbing or civil drainage, if you will, or French drain, trench drains, etc. However, the homeowner shows that deemed worthy in the calculations reviewed by the building official in the building department, that needs to be approved before the property is approved. So shoulder responsible stormwater management on your own private property. The second step is Chapter 90th. How do you address retaining walls? Currently, there is no section in our code for retaining walls. Retaining walls are handled currently as walls, but they serve a different function, which is not a standalone wall. A retaining wall is a load-bearing wall. So we created a situation where we describe further what a retaining wall is, and then we set limits for it. You have to have a retaining wall that's 6 feet from your neighbor or the lowest grade. With that said, what if you have a situation where the retaining wall is a retaining wall, but now you also have to incorporate some level of railing or fall protection controls? Then we're stuck in a situation like we were with the railings and the rooftops. You have to add some level of railings. I believe it's 42, 48 inches, and apologies for not having that exact number right now. So right now the mechanisms allow you to have that extension with walls. So in theory, you could have a 10-foot wall. So how do you treat those last 4 feet, those railing feet? Well, you add the railing system, absolutely, but you incorporate an opacity requirement, and you treat it like a rail. So you're allowing for a 6-foot wall of somewhat level of opacity at the railing level. And that way you treat both the fall prevention of a pool or just a higher grade, as well as incorporate language to a retaining wall and specifically what it requires for its approval. That's it in a nutshell. I'll turn it back over for you if you have any questions.
I have a question.
We need a motion on the table.
Motion to approve. Public comment.
Second.
Right. Seeing that no public comment on this item. Sorry, we're on 4B1. Ms. Salzauer, 2 minutes, please.
Salzar 9317 Bay Drive. I think the idea of this is a good idea, but I think that the way it's written, you're basically you're boxing in your neighbors. So a 6-foot wall with another 4-foot railing on top of it is pretty much putting a 10-foot vertical barrier between you and your neighbor. So I think that the person has to decide. You should be allowed 6-foot max, and the homeowner has to decide how they want to use that, how much they want to raise their backyard. But it's not fair to the people next door to have 10 feet. This is already sort of happening in town, and I've been to the backyards, and honestly, it's heartbreaking because there's no light, there's no air, there's just wall. And this is something that you can help by tweaking this. So you start off with a good idea. These walls, while it's good to sort of keep your water on your property, it also, with these fences, what it does is it creates a swamp. I went to someone's house after the last rain, and their backyard, because the house behind them had these sort of concrete walls, their backyard it almost looked like a swimming pool. I thought they had a swimming pool, and it wasn't. It was a swamp in the backyard. And that's the effect here. The effect is, again, of the other ordinances that you guys have passed, the water doesn't drain when you add more concrete to driveways, when you add fake grass that doesn't drink the water that trees don't drink. Trees drink water, and fake grass does not drink water. When you pass those things that create more water and more flooding, and then you put these boxes around people, you're really making the residential area pretty, unbearable. Again, I don't have to point out the health issues of the standing water and the mosquito problem that we have in South Florida as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Salzauer. Mr. Kuslis, 2 minutes, please.
George Kuslis, 9225 Collins Avenue. I have a big issue with the 10-foot problem. If you can imagine, this room here is about 40 feet wide, and the ceiling is about 10 feet high. So if I'm, say, in a legacy backyard, I could conceivably be looking at these two walls on either side of me. The fact that the last 4 feet is a railing, I'm still pretty much in a pen. So I don't think this should be done at the expense of other homeowner to the side. There are ways around this, and that the new homeowner, as one of our commissioners frequently likes to say, ought to take advantage of options and choices. If you want to go out to your property line, 6 feet is as much as you get. You figure out what you're going to do with that. If you need fall protection, it won't work. So the way you do that is to contract the part that you're raising. You plant on the outside of your wall that faces the neighbor, and then you can put a guardrail fall protection, but it's in from the property line by a certain depth. Say that 5-foot swath where you're actually not allowed to put other stuff. So you can contract it. You get your raised yard up at the level of your first floor, but you don't get all of it. Or what you can do is find a way to step down, because at 30 inches, that's where you need fall protection. So if you need 5 feet, let's say that you're in one of those lucky yards where you're only going up 5 feet rather than 6, you can basically do it in 2 steps, and you eliminate the need for fall protection. Options and choices. It shouldn't be all put upon the original homeowner, the legacy homeowner stuck in the middle. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kuslis.
I have a question.
Can you please wait a second and let the proceedings happen? I have no other cards. At this point, I'll be closing public comment. Moving it for a commission discussion. Commissioner Velasquez, you had a question?
I just have a question. Do we have to raise the entire lot or just the house? Because if you're raising the house, why do you need a wall so tall? And honestly, why even, regardless of whether you're raising the house or not, why do you need a wall that's 6 feet? Why can't you do 3 feet of wall and 3 feet of fence? The idea here is to avoid the water going into the neighbor's yard. Unless you're having like a monsoon here, or, you don't need a wall that high. 3 feet, I think, is more than enough. And then you have 3 feet of fence on top of that 3-foot retaining wall. Or don't raise the whole lot, just raise the house. Because I think the FEMA thing is just the house, correct? I mean, can somebody answer that?
Want me to answer?
Mayor, do you wish me to answer that? Your FEMA and NFIP regulates your finished floor elevation
Of
correct.
the house.
It's just the transitions of the house elevation to the existing, and I believe that is the policy decision that you're being faced with.
Okay, but it's only the house that needs to be raised, right?
Anything that's insurable.
Okay,
So
well,
the house.
Okay, so the house. Okay, thank you.
If I may, Mr. Mayor.
Please.
This is, my belief is this was intended to start and try to, and the building official, I could see him like lathering to get something out because he wants to share his experience and knowledge here. And then it's, the issue we have is FEMA requires the build of your house, first floor finish, around 6 feet, 8+2, and 6 feet. And the issue, if you have just that in your pool, if you're putting in a pool, that complicates things, because if the pool's at the base, at the ground level, not raised, your 6-foot retaining wall is fine. You don't need that extra 4 feet for fall protection, because typically fall protection is for a pool deck. So if you're raising the pool those 6 feet, which you can do right now, you then have your retaining wall matches that, but then you have to have some that 48 or 42 inches above to protect from people falling off your pool and getting hurt. So that becomes a 10-foot issue. I disagree that you're going to have 4 sides of your house encased in 10 feet walls or 6+4 because your front's still going to be open based on that, and perhaps all three of your neighbors, if you have three, won't be building a 6-foot high pool. So there could be, in addition to this, some issue with how high can you build your pool to limit perhaps how high then the retaining wall and then the fall protection has to go. If it's appropriate, if the building official could give us some of his thoughts perhaps to help maybe modify this,
How about putting the railing around the pool?
that's an option as well. Correct. Just if it's appropriate to the mayor and the manager.
Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Jim McGinnis, building official, floodplain manager, Surfside resident. One of the biggest complaints we have with new construction is the neighbors are getting flooded. That's because we don't have this ordinance. Don't get distracted by maximum wall height. Strike it from the ordinance and address it someplace else. What we need is the teeth to enforce retaining your own stormwater so the poor house next door doesn't get flooded when we have a new development. We don't have any teeth right now. What we did in previous jurisdictions that were very, very successful, we had an ordinance that required you to retain the stormwater on your own property or convey it to a legal drainage and utilities easement, which we don't have here. And we did that by the use of infiltration trenches and infiltration fields. And that prevents the backyard from becoming a swamp. And I know how to build these. I know how they're engineered. I know how they're calculated. You can put that 5-foot setback, all infiltration trench. We've had some really forward-thinking and innovative homeowners turn their driveways into infiltration fields, which is excavated down to water, lined with the fabric, filled with 57 stone up to within a 6 inches or so of the surface, covered with fabric again, and then covered with a whatever finished landscape material or a pervious driveway material. And it's been really, really successful. One homeowner on Bay Drive actually piped all the roof water down leaders through a plumbing system into this infiltration field underneath his driveway. He had like 4-foot wide strips of concrete and a 1-foot strip of pervious granite. And it was very successful. Amazing. And that's what we need the power to require. And that's all we're asking for. Let's not worry about fall protection, 6-foot walls. Just give us a maximum 2-foot retaining wall right now and the power to enforce stormwater so I can help Randy out in the streets. Thank you.
The 2-foot? I'll go for the 2-foot.
Just for the time being, give us something to work with, because another thing is an architectural wall. Architectural wall versus
you're
retaining
done.
wall
You brought Jim.
stormwater.
You brought Jim up, so you're done.
Please.
Thank you.
Okay? Just some ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Floodplain Manager. Appreciate it. Commissioner Maishat, any comments?
Well, I didn't think it had to be 10 feet, and I was thinking it should be 6-foot max. But the houses has to be raised by FEMA 5 to 6 feet, but you don't have to raise.
Commissioner, are you on the mic?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, okay. So what I was saying is, I don't think they have to be 10 feet. I think, 6-foot max. And again, the house has to be raised by FEMA 5 to 6 feet, but you don't have to raise the yard. So I think there are choices. You can not raise the yard to the property line, or you could make choices that are, not your neighbor's problems. And you don't have to raise the yard, so that you need fall protection. So I think there's several ways to go about it, but I think it's a good idea.
So right now we can do a 10-foot wall, which I think is absurd that you could have a 10-foot concrete wall for your neighbor. I think this scales it back, allowing the 6-foot wall, and then above that, if for the fall protection, a 4-foot guardrail with 50% opacity, like what a railing would require. I've seen this in Surfside, and I think you guys are looking at it just as a black and white thing versus what's in reality, and which is kind of how I look at it, what people are doing. Mr. Kuslis has designed many homes that are in Surfside and knows that most people are doing 6-foot retaining walls, and they go level with their pool and level with the grade, and then it's what do you do with the top 4 feet? Right now, it allows an additional 4-foot concrete wall, which I think is horrible. We're scaling it back with the 50% opacity as a guardrail. So if you say, oh, well, only have a 6-foot wall, very simple. You're just going to have a 6-foot floating pool, and then nobody's going to put in the retaining wall. It's just going to be a floating pool, and then your dirt back at grade, which is what we've seen on many houses. So I think this ordinance as written makes a lot of sense. It was very thoughtful by our town attorneys and our town planners in taking a real world scenario of if somebody raises their pool and raises their grade, you need some sort of fall protection. We don't want a 4-foot concrete wall on top of that. We want something with opacity. If you don't put anything, you're not going to have a retaining wall, but you still have to retain your water on your site, which is the most important part of this ordinance. So for me, as written, it makes a lot of sense and does give you the options and choices of having the pool up, having the pool down, retaining wall, no retaining wall. But the most important thing, which is what our building official and floodplain manager said, is retaining your water on your own site, whether you have a retaining wall or not. That's the important thing. And if a homeowner or a resident decides to put in artificial turf, it's actually, you require a drainage system. So it's another way to retain water on your site. You just can't lay down a piece of turf. So that's all for me.
All right, so Jose, we got to work on these. So it's essentially what I'm hearing from the public comment is people want to have their cake and eat it too. We have to retain our stormwater on the property, but nobody wants to build a wall. I think it's important to understand what is currently allowed. Okay, it's not required, but it is allowed for people can put in a retaining wall up to 6 feet, and then they're going up another 4 feet with a solid wall to protect their pools in their yard. That is what they're doing. That's what's currently allowed. They're not required to do this, but the intent of this ordinance was to require retaining walls to protect the neighbor next door. In addition to that, what it does is it calls out what ends up being a 10-foot concrete wall, requiring that last 4 feet have to be opaque. So whatever it is, it's slats, it has to be 50% opaque, so the neighbor is not living next to a 10-foot concrete wall, which currently is allowed. So again, are we finished with this ordinance? Probably not. We're probably going to come back and adjust it. But as our building official stated, the most important thing that we're trying to do is retain our floodwater and kind of minimize the effect of what is happening for those people that will build that 6-foot wall, ensuring that there is some light and air at the last 4 feet of that wall, which is allowed right now. If we have to adjust as we move forward, that's fine. But I think we need to move forward and get the intent of this, which is to protect the neighbors' yards.
Just one more comment. I think this could be a good first step, and I agree. Options and choices. That's what I love to say. When I hear the building officials say we want to have the homeowners building a new home retain the water, retain the stormwater on their property, but how do you do that? You have to have some kind of definition. You don't need to come up with Jim, but you have to have a definition of how to do that. And there's different ways to, I guess, skin the cat. But I don't want to make an ordinance that has all of these things that somehow they have to choose from. That may be more than over legislating as we're accused of tonight. So this may be a good first step. Yes, up to 6 feet retaining wall that will keep the water on your property. And if you have a pool and it's above grade, you've got to protect it 4 feet up maximum, and you have to have it 50% opacity so you have visibility through it. It's not another 4 feet of just wall, so you have 10 feet walls around your building. Good first step, but let's maybe down the road rethink this, but let's put a stake in the ground today.
All right. Madam Clerk, you want to call the roll, please?
Commissioner Mashite?
Yes.
Commissioner Velasquez?
This is for how big is the wall?
6 feet concrete, 4 feet opaque on top.
So like a open fence? Oh my God, that's a lot, but okay, fine, yes.
Commissioner Landsman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Danziger?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to item 4B3, unless you guys. Yeah. All right. Let's take a 5-minute bathroom break and.
An ordinance of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, amending the
Madam
Town
Clerk, we're on recess for 5 minutes. Sorry.
Oh, I couldn't hear.
we're here all night, so let's
You
do
know
this.
what, there's residents that.
Okay, but we've also been sitting here for 6
I know,
hours.
but can we?
Why don't you guys move forward so we can get closer? Talk to us. Come on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is exactly 5 minutes later.
It's more intimate this way.
We're going to call today's meeting into order. Madam Clerk, if you can call the roll, please.
Commissioner, Mayor Danziger,
Present.
Vice Mayor Rose,
Here, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Landsman,
Present.
Commissioner Mashine, absent from
Mr.
the dais,
No,
and Commissioner Velasquez,
abandoned.
absent from the dais. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Yes, let the record state that 2 of our commissioners decided to leave for the night and abandon their civic duties as elected officials as they run for office again. Anyways, 4B3 code amendment for submerged lands and Point Lake development. I apologize you guys were here for so long. I didn't even know this was the item, but I see you've made yourself comfortable. Madam Clerk, if you can read the title of the ordinance into the record, please.
Yes, Mayor. An ordinance of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, amending the Town of Surfside Code of Ordinances by amending Division 2, Stormwater Management Requirements of Article 2, Stormwater Drainage Management of Chapter 34, Environment, providing for stormwater retention on site for all new single-family homes, amending Section 90-56, fences, walls, and hedges to establish wrong ordinance.
We're moving too quick.
Are we at least skipping forward or back?
4B3, an ordinance of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, amending the Town of Surfside Code of Ordinances by amending Section 14-102 and 14-103 of Division 3, Indian Creek Bulkhead Lines of Article 4, Bulkhead Lines of Chapter 14, Buildings and Building Regulations, amending Section 90-60.3 of the Town Code and creating Section 90-60.6 of the Town Code to expressly prohibit development and construction of any structures within Point Lake, except for marine structures permitted by the code, providing for inclusion in the code, providing for conflict, and providing for an effective date. 4B3.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Manager, if you'll introduce the item, and then we'll get a motion.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I would like to defer for the town attorney to assist me with this item, please. Thank you. You want to do it?
This is a code amendment. The proposed ordinance essentially clarifies and makes it expressly prohibitive to construct any structures on Point Lake. That includes the north and south canal entrances to the lake. And it also prohibits floating vessels, platforms, or any other structure that is anchored to the submerged land, except, of course, marine structures which are permissible under the code. And it amends various sections for that clarification and that express prohibition.
Thank you, Madam Attorney.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, can I make the motion to approve this?
All right, we get a second?
Second for you, Fred.
Not many choices. Better.
All right. So Manuel Lecor.
Manuel Lecor, 8950 Irving Avenue. Thank you very much for taking the lead on this and protecting the lake. I think for us as neighbors on Point Lake, one of the main concerns was someone buying the lake and filling it up and creating an island there where they can build new homes. I think these restrictions, if I understand correctly, that you're putting in place would prevent that from happening. Thank you. Now, I guess the second issue is someone buying the lake and, trying to charge exorbitant fees to have a dock on our property. I don't have an answer for that. I don't know if there's something you can do about that. But anyways, that's the main concern that some of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lecor. Mr. Wilson.
David Wilson, 8818 Hawthorne Ave. I also live on the lake. So just thank you, Commission and the town manager for bringing this to the foreground. I don't really have much to add other than it sounds like you guys are doing the right thing, which is putting protections in the lake for the residents that enjoy that amenity and have purchased land specifically to enjoy that amenity. To put future protections in place. So I'm just here kind of to bear witness, and I didn't really know what was, I knew it was on the agenda, but I didn't really know the particulars, but it sounds like, I'll just defer to the town attorney and you guys to just to make sure that there's language that, to the best of our extent that we can legally do, just protects anyone, kind of as Manuel brought up, like filling in the lake or putting in, just kind of eroding this like amenity to the town, which is a unique asset that the town has. So thank you, and I hope those protections, whatever you guys do, get put in place. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other cards for this item, I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the commission. I do want to add that, again, this item came up because there was rumors going around that, Point Lake was going to be sold and it was going to be turned into development. And I got to say that, this commission stepped up and, proactively brought forward legislation to ensure no development. There is the other part to it where, yes, it is, private property and somebody can come in, or even the current owner can start. They still technically have ownership of the submerged land. So if you were to build a dock, that requires access to that submerged land. But that is something that we will continue to look forward and try to protect for all the residents around it. So, sure. Yeah, please, you have to.
Does the town have any sort of jurisdiction over the maintenance of the lake? So if someone owns, like the same way that we own our properties, right, and there's code compliance for, how tall our hedges might be, or if grass, or, if there's palm fronds everywhere, if someone rightfully owns within sort of our vicinity, our geographical vicinity, there's palm fronds, the lake needs to be dredged. Do we have any authority over the owner of that lake to dredge that out and make it more sightly or more visible? It sits within our sort of geographical location. Does the town have authority on
it? I'll defer that to our town attorney. What I will just add before they say something is, and I hate the term, the trickle-down economics. If we start going after the owner and require them to start dredging and doing things, I don't even know if we can, somebody's going to get hit with that bill, and it's going to be the people along the lake if you want access to it. That's just my feeling on it.
I think the question is whether we could require some type of maintenance standard for the private submerged land.
Yep.
We can look into that prior to the second reading, and we would need to check with the county as well, Durham, who regulates water bodies, but we can look into that.
Yeah, definitely should look at. I'm just saying, be careful what you ask for when it comes to that.
Okay.
Yep.
I want to personally take credit for this along with the mayor. I know a lot of people that live on Point Lake. Great to meet additional ones. I know your wife, and I finally met Mr. LaCour and the daughter LaCour. So it's like I know 3 LaCours now. So great, nice to meet you again. You've been here before, but as I've learned in the history lesson from Ms. Resio, from Lily the attorney, the Point Lake has an interesting history. It is owned by a person, a family, and they've got a folio. They pay tax on it, and if you want to build a dock and change things, you have to pay this. She's now an older woman, her family, whatever, to do this, and she owns it. So there was a rumor recently, and we've addressed Point Lake before. Access through the waterways to get in and out of Point Lake, and how you can build a marine structure on the properties that abut the entrance, in so that it's not restricted. We've done those things, but we want to continue. And sometimes our commission gets accused of not wanting to preserve Surfside. I disagree personally, because this is another way that we are going to preserve Surfside by making sure that this current owner doesn't sell, which can happen. The new owner might, you're right, do an infill, put a water park in the middle. I mean, there's so many, I guess, potentials there that we want to prevent. So this helps clarify what's not allowed in that lake. You mentioned dredging, and I know that was discussed months ago. We, as a town, don't have the authority to dredge that entrance. And sometimes there was a water main repair that had to get done. And again, it was very challenging to get the owner to agree to let us do certain work there. So perhaps if we want to try to do more, we can investigate what we can require or do on behalf for the town, as opposed to asking the owner to do it if it's reasonable. Dredging that is pretty expensive. It's you remember, Mr. Manager, what you quoted that for, $100,000? No.
No, I don't remember. Through the
was-
mayor, I don't remember providing a number, so I'd rather not. But I can tell you, it's probably not cheap.
Yeah. So long story short, yes, this is a way for us to help continue to preserve and protect Surfside, Point Lake specifically, and prevent anything crazy from happening in that lake. So, yes, we want to do this.
No, I'll just echo that. It's the same thing. This is preserve, the owner's rights that live on Point Lake to really protect you guys, obviously the town from something being developed there, somebody anchoring sailboats like we've seen off Miami Beach. So we obviously don't want that in town. And I think this is a first step. The dredging, that's something we can talk about offline. I think we did talk a little bit about it, but I think if you guys own that lake, the association of Point Lake Association, that's what I would do personally, but that's just me. Yeah. But it's a smart move.
Yep. So again, I mean, this item is to address, something that we felt was immediate, especially if there was talks to sell it and transfer ownerships in certain parts. We want to make sure that the residents felt protected in the sense that none of us wanted to see it dredged out or sorry, not dredged out, but filled in and developed. And even in certain areas, they have floating houses that they developed on it, so they don't even have to drain it, and they'll create more lakefront property. So the idea was to preserve it. When it comes to start having conversations about forcing a private owner to dredge, and I think that's a whole nother conversation we have to have. The attorneys have to start looking into it. So let's leave it for what, the zoning for what it was now, and we'll continue to work on this and ensure that it stays what it is for everybody. All right, so we have the motion. Madam Clerk, you want to call the roll? Thank you for coming in tonight.
Commissioner Machado is absent. Commissioner Velasquez is absent. Commissioner Landsman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose,
Yes.
Mayor Danziger.
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Thank you, and thank you for staying till whatever time it is now.
10:40.
Where are we at?
You really got to use the restroom. Bathroom break. You got a bathroom break.
The good news is we'll probably get through the rest pretty quickly. Resolutions and proclamations. Again, if anybody wants to talk on these items, let's try to put it all at once so we can get out here tonight. We have Mr. Vildastegi. I will do. We'll do 3 minutes for any of the items on 5. Yep.
It's just a question about item 5A, just a quick question. Earlier, I talked about my concerns about the 8801 property and whether the driveway access there was being negotiated, encouraging the town to do that. Here, I'm just wondering, what does the proposal, I haven't had a chance to see the agenda packet. Is the proposal specifically for any portion of the block? Has that been decided? Or are we awarding the contract pending the decision from FDOT and the developer that we're waiting for to see whether indeed the entire block of 88th Street could?
All right, we'll get back to that in discussion. Mr. Salzauer, 3 minutes, please.
I mainly want to talk about the Surfside Memorial, which is, it was a little bit weird to see it referred to as a Surfside Memorial. It's the Champlain Memorial. When I showed that to the families that were here, they were sort of surprised as well. I think we should be referring to this as a Champlain Memorial, which is what it is. I think that the developer would like people to forget as fast as possible, probably better for their sales. But the families and the residents do not want to forget, and they don't.
I'm going to do a point of information, Mrs. Salzauer. There are family members who've expressed their concern, and they do want to rename it because they don't want to be remembered. So please don't assume to speak for everybody when you're standing up
I'm
here.
I'm talking, and there's not sort of that back and forth, right? And I guarantee you that I'm talking.
Mrs. Salzauer, be respectful, or I'm going to ask you to sit down.
Then you are. You interrupted me while I'm speaking about.
Mrs. Salzauer, be respectful, or I'm going to ask you to sit down.
Your Majesty, I'm being respectful and speaking.
Mrs. Salzauer, please have a seat. Thank you.
I'm speaking
Mrs.
about
Salzauer,
the
please
memorial.
have a seat. Thank
no,
you very
I'm
much.
speaking about the Surfside Memorial.
Mrs. Salzauer, please have a seat for the third time. Thank you very much.
You are unbelievably heartless. You interrupted me talking about.
Mrs. Salzauer,
serious.
please have a seat.
There's nobody even here.
Please have a seat. Thank you very much.
Why is that? Because what's the problem with me
Mrs.
talking?
Salzauer, don't ask me to please get the police involved. Have a seat.
You're going to throw me out for asking about the Surfside Memorial?
If you do not sit down, I'm going to have you removed from the room.
Oh my gosh, I got to go. Okay, I'm so scared.
Thank you. Mr. Kuslis, item 5, 3 minutes, please.
I believe he left with Commissioner Maishad.
All right. Moving on to item 5A. Warden Keith, contract engineer to Surfside Memorial. Mr. Manager, Madam Clerk, if you read the title of the resolution into the record, please.
A resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, approving an agreement with Keith and Associates Inc. for design services related to the Surfside Memorial pursuant to request for clarification RFQ number 2023-02 and request for proposal RFP number 304, providing for authorization, providing for implementation, and providing for an effective date. Item 5A.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Manager, turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. This is the final step as far as the procurement process goes in order to award the contract to Keith Engineering that would commence the design, the official design of the Surfside Memorial, which is to memorialize the occurrences of CTS. With that said, so this is RFP 2023-04. We have made a recommendation of Keith Engineers. We're providing to a contract to contract services with them to commence and design services. The design extents are from Collins Avenue all the way to the commencement of the hard pack. That is the scope of services. What is going to go in that canvas is to be determined through this design process, but the scope limits are from Collins Avenue to the hard pack. I hope that addresses the question of the resident. A few points to take away from this. Total request contract amount we're requesting is $246,000 to get us to a certain level of construction drawings for what is to be known as Memorial Park. Memorial Park will be the extent from Collins Avenue to the hard pack. It will be a park. That park will host a memorial, a symbolic piece, a statue, just for not calling it whatever it is yet. That is not bought out here. As a result of meeting with the memorial committee, it was determined that that needed to be more of a personal touch. So what we incorporated was a call for artists. That means that once we have this designer on board, we're going to have a section of a call for artists, which we, through the committee, are going to embark with the committee to try and find the right artist to design the statute, again, if you will, for a lack of what it is going to be, and then construct that. So we are not buying out those services. We're only buying out the call for artists to seek for the artist, but the actual memorial piece itself, as well as the design and construction of that, is not being bought out. I want to make that point clear. That was the will of the memorial committee. I'm accepting that recommendation, and quite frankly, it's an unforeseen yet. We don't know what it is. What we do know is the parameters that we want to design that memorial park, and it is the atmosphere that's going to host this memorial. So we start with this process now. The contract was provided to you. If you have any questions, this is going to involve a series of meetings with the committee, a total of 6. It's going to involve meetings with the town commission, and it's going to involve other stakeholders, which we consider are the residents. The residents, this would be a public open space park, and the residents, as well as the memorial committee, should have a dual input in this matter. As part of that process, and sorry to branch off it, but actually I'll defer that to the town manager's report, but ultimately it involves adding new aspects to the memorial committee so we can embark in this together. If you have any questions, I'll defer it to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Can we get a motion on the table?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Madam Clerk, unless any comments, or can we call the roll? Madam Clerk, you want to call the roll, please? Sorry, Commissioner.
Oh, I'm good.
Commissioner Lansman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Danziger?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
The only thing I will say, just if you'll indulge me, Mr. Mayor, is I hope, I know there's only a few people here still, but if anyone is at home or watching it later, this is another step in the forward progress for the memorial, for the honoring of the folks that we lost in June, almost 3 years ago. So I hope people recognize that there is progress being made step by step to get to that point of having a beautiful memorial park erected on 88th Street.
Hello. What? Moving on to item 5B, Town of Surfside Sister City Resolution, the key to the town request.
Mayor, this item is also being linked to item 90.
Yes, it was almost 92nd Street Park discussion. You need to read the resolution into the record, please.
Please. A resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, establishing a sister city relationship with the city of Hialeah Florida to promote educational, informational, cultural, and economic exchanges, authorizing the town manager to negotiate and enter into a sister cities memorandum of understanding with the city of Hialeah, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date. Item 5B.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. As is my item, I'll just do a quick introduction. After the, shall I say, colorful comments by a former elected official against the city of Hialeah, of which we have some very productive town employees here from that town, there was a motion by Commissioner Landsman to establish a sister city with the town of Hialeah, the city of Hialeah. After a couple meetings and a lot of conversations, they actually have this item on their agenda tonight as well. Hopefully it passed. I haven't been watching their meetings. I'm a little, busy, but the idea was to create a sister city. Again, we saw an MOU with the police department. We have some educational processes in park, along processes in place, field trips for the schools to learn about dune resiliency and other items that are in the resolution, along with some other aspects and partnerships, and leading it for the town manager to expand on those as well. One of those items include a park, which is on 92nd Street, to be dedicated towards this sister city, to be named after Hialeah, in the sense of calling it Flamingo Park, which is their, I guess, mascot for the town. And it is linked with item 9. Which one is it? 9D. So, Mr. McBride, if you want to, I know you have a bit of a presentation.
Yes. But I just want to say, Mr. McBride is a true principal. He gave us handouts. I have a lot of extra because 2 people abandoned us up here, but to take notes on each of the slides, if there's any questions, you can write your notes down. I have lots of extra copies. You didn't get one? Oh, I passed. Go for it. Commissioner Maishad, Commissioner Velasquez? No. Got some extras. This is similar to our presentation at Parks and Rec?
Correct. A
Yep.
little shorter.
Yeah.
I want to thank Tim for staying. This all came to be because I went to work one day and 92nd Street had all this construction about it. And then I saw a bump out. I called the town manager. What's going on? I've always been told through my years that that was Veterans Park, the original Veterans Park, not to be confused with 88th Street, which will always be Veterans Park. I did some homework, spoke to one of the former owners of the property, found out that in 1969, the property used to run from the bay to Bay Drive. 1969, the owner got divorced, couldn't afford this and that, but she subdivided the property. So that's how you have that house sitting kind of oddly on the corner, then the park, the open lot. Because that was the agreement at that time with the town, that the town would gain that little piece of grass if she was able to build that house, and then the house was behind it, the one that actually sits on the water. So that's how it came to be. So I was wrong. It wasn't a Veterans Park, but there was a flagpole on there for years. No flag, but there was a flagpole.
Mr. McBride, if I may, can you state your name and address for the
Frank
record?
McBride, 8959 Hawthorne Avenue.
Thank you.
I believe we need a park for children, for parents, for teachers, for us just to sit and read, a passive park just for reading. It's a nice small area. I think Hector and the town designed a beautiful area already. It's 99% done. Literature circles or reading circles that we do in classrooms every day. I did 6 reading circles today. They simply are a way of introducing a piece of literature, introducing the vocabulary, speaking to children, them speaking back to us, increasing their vocabulary. This is not something we just do in classrooms. It's done at home. You all read to your children, I'm sure, on a daily basis. At least I hope you do. It encourages independent reading. Does it increase reading? Yes. Talking to your children definitely increases their vocabulary, definitely increases their language and their reading especially when you're sharing good literature with them. Hearing words over and over is the way that a child increases their vocabulary. Hearing words in meaningful context gives them the definition, and then they truly understand. And if you work with children every day like I do, you'll see that over the last 2 years with the pandemic, they lost massive amounts of brain power. It's scary. Surfside is reading. I know a lot of you haven't lived here very long, but I questioned the Parks and Recreation Committee on why our streets are named, why they're named. Do you know? Abbott, Byron, Carlyle, Dickens. Do you know why they're named there? They're named after American and English authors. And I won't go through the books that they read, but I did some research to show they really did. We also have a very famous resident, Isaac Singer. Isaac, a Shivas singer, was found out that he won the Nobel Peace Prize. Does anybody know? This is a test. This is the teacher here. Does anybody know where he heard that he won the Nobel Peace Prize?
Flanagan.
No peanut gallery. Sheldon's Drugs, which was a great loss to our city when they turned it into whatever's left of it. Like I said, the foundation's there. I met with our committee, and from the vice mayor and Retta and Tim suggested that we have some additional things, a trash can, some benches. This is something that I would like to see as part of the park. We don't have enough art in town. You don't like art, Jeff?
No, I do. I just where we have it in town.
We don't really. Our turtles are beautiful, designed by the children, but they're really not art. I mean, Bay Harbor has a few pieces of art. If you go over to Naples, these bronze statues are everywhere. And the landscaper did put a big kind of a bush right in the middle of the circle, but we can take care of that. And I took these pictures actually before it was designed with the butterflies. The vice mayor asked me to get together some tables, and one of the suggestions also was a table for chess and checkers. These things, and I don't know if you have seen these around town in other towns, but the little library. I mean, I've got tons of children's books that I often pass out and other kids come by. But, the proposal is roughly $13,600, but I'm sure you get better prices than I can get off the internet. But I just thought it was a way to just put a small area that we could incorporate into the town where children could go read with their parents. Thank you. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for hanging around.
We're here.
Your name?
So I work in Hialeah, so I'm well ingrained in Hialeah, and I work a lot. And so I think there's a lot of other names that would be better than their mascot, because there already is a flamingo park.
I don't know who this person is. What's your name and address for the record?
My name is Frank McBride's friend. 9141 Dickens.
Let me ask you, would you be okay if we called it Donald Trump Park after the big city that they just?
I
big
know
street
they love
named?
him.
Should we do that?
No, but I mean, I think there's a lot of maybe a literary person in Hialeah, something a little bit.
Well, I'll tell you why that came up was also because
They
part of
call the
agreement-
flamingo Leah. You know that. That's her nickname, Leah. I have pictures with
Leah.
Leah, the flamingo, because I do a lot of work in Hialeah.
They're going to be gifting us one of their artwork pieces of flamingo, which will be, in
the park.
entrance or somewhere in the park.
Oh, okay.
That was the idea to kind of tie it in with that.
It's just because there is a flamingo park in Miami Beach, so it's not at all creative. And I'm just thinking, saying,
Wow, okay.
maybe call her Leah Park. I mean, I'm just saying.
You want to name it after my wife? Oof, I'm going to get in a lot of trouble.
I mean, that's what they call it.
complaint right there.
But there are famous, authors in, that we could still have Leah there, the Hialeah, but I'm just saying, Flamingo Park.
Can I comment or not yet? You want to go first? There you go. You want to go first?
So a couple of items. First of all, thanks for bringing this forward in this very creative presentation. I love the animation on it and the effort. The concerns that not concern, but the way I look at it is we already have 2 parks for the children. We're actually trying to work out a third as we were given a grant. We're trying to build another park in this town. What we wanted to do was build something a little bit different, maybe for the seniors, maybe for people walking their dog, a place to go, a place to gather, play chess, have a conversation. So not really focused around children for 2 reasons. And number 1 is that we have multiple parks for children. And number 2, creating a center for children in an area that is ungated in a busy intersection. Bay Drive, they go pretty fast down there because there's not a lot of stop signs in some of those areas. All right, will you say that on Nextdoor? But ultimately it is a crossroad of, I think, like 4 streets. It's a very weird block over there. And it's a small enough place that I don't want to start putting up big gates around it. And to encourage children to be hanging out there, I think is a little dangerous. As far as I'm concerned, I mean, that's my thought on that process about encouraging children to be sitting and reading. And we all know how the parents get when they get together in a park. They're talking to each other. That happens in the pool. The kids are drowning. Thank God we have staff that see it sometimes. But in the parks too, you don't notice your child till you hear crying in the corner. And I would really hate to be encouraging gathering of children in an intersection that has multiple streets on it. So that's the idea. And again, given that, plus the fact with all the children's park, we have the tot lot, we have the big park, and again, something that we're working on, currently, just to build something else for the guy who's just walking his dog and wants to hang out with his neighbor and have a nice game of chess or checkers or something, or dominoes, if whatever it is that they play in Hialeah. What? Dominoes? Dominoes. Cuban game? They played it in Brooklyn too, so I don't know. But that was my idea where this park inception kind of came from. And that's, I thought it was a good opportunity to tie it in, as we just did the sister city and kind of memorialize what we're doing here today.
So my opinion is kind of a combination of both. I like the sister city idea, but I think we're basically almost there with the same thing. Like I like that. First of all, thank you for the presentation. I like the idea of a table. Like we have the pergola there. How I saw it in my mind was when I went by there, you have a table in the middle that you can play games at or read together, sit down, talk to people with like that holds 4 or 6 people. Then there's a couple benches, just 2 benches on the outside where people could read. But I saw more in my mind, not just of kids, but anyone of all ages going there, whether you're elderly, just wanted to get away, walk down the street, and just sit there, go on your computer, whatever it is to read, to sit with your parent. I like the idea of having a place where you could interchange books. Could have one for adults and one for the youth, and also the Flamingo Park, because I think it's a great tie-in. So for me, I saw that as kind of an opportunity for all of the above. I don't definitely think it should not be gated in, but I'd like to see somehow a combination of both, because I don't think we're far off from any of those ideas. And I like that we have pretty much a pretty blank slate. I would love to see poker, chess. Look at 11 o'clock. Checkers, chess, dominoes, whatever. You're sitting at the table and you're having a conversation, and for people to hang out, and then people could be sitting on benches reading or interchanging books. So I think it's a combination. Having the flamingo there, whether it's called Flamingo Park or we have the flamingo there and it's a sister city of Hialeah. I don't exactly know all the details, but for me, I see it as a combination. And I think it's cool to have, they're going to have a turtle with us. We're going to have a flamingo with them. We have the reading, how our streets are named after. I think it's a great combination of what we can have there and offer, really of all ages, not just children, but kind of an all ages thing. And I don't know how that gets incorporated. That's something I probably trust the town manager to work out the details, but I kind of see it. I think how you do and Frank, it's almost like combining it, but it's not just for kids. I think it should be all type of ages.
McBride wasn't enough.
2 for the price of life. I know what his opinions are.
I'll give my 2 cents, and then certainly Madam McBride, if you'd like to share a few thoughts. I kind of went in a different direction in my thinking about this. I have daughters that are 17 and 18. They sure as hell don't need me to read to them, nor would they. But I know our current culture is electronic. So I'm almost thinking, should we put Wi-Fi there so that the kids can bring their devices and read or do whatever they do? And it may not be the right thing, but I know, but it's again, in today's environment, even kids as young as how old are your kids?
5 and 7.
5 and 7. They probably have electronic devices, right? Yeah. So it's almost
They still read hard copy though.
at school or at home. Yeah, you got to read a book, and I agree. It's a lost art almost these days because of electronics. But if you're going to bring your kid to this park to read a book to him or her, it seems a bit of a stretch. I think the multi-purpose use, games perhaps, maybe in exchange for books, but it is relatively small. I go by there all the time. It's a very small park. I think it's a great little addition to the town, but it's small, and I don't know if I'm a parent walking my child to go to do that particular, but maybe it's part of it. So maybe it's a work in progress. We do something with that. I like the tie-in with the city of Hialeah in terms of artwork, the flamingo, but yeah, Wi-Fi would be great so people can go there and maybe work. Adults can go there and work.
Not down there, but yeah. Ms. McBride, if you wanted to say a few words.
McBride, yes.
Again, I like the idea of putting a book exchange there. There's no reason why, I'm not discouraging it. I think it's any opportunity to create a community like that. I think it's a beautiful thing.
Randy McBride, 8959 Hawthorne. I live with that guy over there. Because we're talking about the park, I have to say something of my own opinion. The pergola that's there seems really inappropriate. How it's placed, I think it really detracts from everything beautiful that has been done in that little park. It just doesn't fit where it is. I mean, the posts are actually in the walkway. So I think somebody should look at it a little more carefully and maybe adjust the placement. Personally, I'd like it removed, but at least the placement, it really doesn't look right. And I'm wondering if it actually might infringe on ADA. So, it's my opinion.
All right. Thank you, Ms. McBride. I thought it was beautiful. Drove by the park the other day. I thought it was really nice. All right. I mean, look, once this resolution is done, the name is there. Do we want to get consideration for a different name? I mean, I'm not concerned necessarily Miami Beach. Should we not have a beach? But I can't think of anything else that really formalizes this agreement, and this park is kind of tied with it. But I'm open to suggestions before we vote on this item.
Flamingo Reading Park, Flamingo Passive Park. I don't know what.
Well, the issue is with Flamingo. Do you want to call it Leah Park? I don't know.
No.
Never.
I mean, I'd love to name a park after
it
my
was
wife.
Hialeah was named after Prairie Lands or city.
Right.
So actually, I've been talking to Hialeah for the last month. By the way, just this wasn't pulled out of, No, they loved the idea. I presented it to them, and they loved it. They didn't say, "Hey, Miami Beach already took it. Let's come up with something else." And they loved
can
it,
have one,
especially
too.
considering there'll be a nice big arty flamingo in there. I think their slogan is "the city of progress." I don't know how you tie that in there.
So this vote is again to establish the sister city plus.
Well, it
you
has
tie in the park with this, right? Okay, so maybe we don't have to finalize
Wanna
all the
discuss the
details
name? Everything but
of the
name.
park right now because there can be work on the title, the naming. Yeah. We maybe let's do an outreach to the community. Hey, what do you? We're going to create a park at this location. What should we call it? And make it a kind of a competition for the kids and anyone else that wants to vote to make suggestions.
Mrs. Salazar, if you're
Park?
going to
Fred Park's
continue to
good.
call out from the back, I'm going to have to remove you. This is not a circus here. All right. Again, it's I'm not hearing anything better besides Fred Park. So
Flamingo. Is it Flamingo Beach Park? Like, we're Surfside Beach?
No.
Everybody with a middle name is a serial killer, so I don't want to.
Flamingo Progress Park.
Sorry, all serial killers have middle names. I should say that.
3 names.
3 names, yes.
Yeah.
We kind of have to come up with this tonight. There's a resolution. There's a park plaque, which takes time to make. There's, there's things in place. This is part of a process.
Mayor, if I may add, just 2 things to this, and if I may add, one of them is accessories for the park that have been discussed, as the other one is the naming of the park. You can have reading components to the park, but not call the park a reading park. Flamingo Garden, perhaps I would stay away from the word park and call it something smaller, because you go out there, it's not that big to call it a park, but it's a garden. Maybe play with a different type of second name, but still keeping that flamingo. Nonetheless, I would ask for a clear direction on what types of accessories you'd like out there, specific to reading.
Let's separate the item because this is a resolution for the sister city, and I don't think we have to define. I mean, again, I think we can discuss that if you want.
I mean, I
as a
can tell
separate
you,
point.
I'll tell you straight up, 2 benches on the outside. I think the way it's set up, that table of some sort with chairs around it, or a bench in the middle, and then the books. It was a great idea.
I think multi-use, and again, if you're putting a book depository, somebody
That's
might
on the side somewhere.
decide to read a book on a bench. Somebody might decide to have a game of chess or dominoes. So I think let's leave it up. I don't want to specifically turn this into a reading park for children for the reasons I expressed before. And if somebody so chooses to sit at the park and read, then that's fine. I like Flamingo Gardens. I'm good with that. Maybe we can do a sister city with Miami Gardens and just kind of tie it in there after, but
Works for me. Flamingo Garden was creative. I like it.
all right. So do we have a motion or not? So let's modify the motion to, because I think the name is in the resolution. We don't have a motion. All right. So Commissioner Lansman, you did bring the item up. You want to?
I'll make the motion to approve the sister city relationship with the city of Hialeah. In addition, create Flamingo Gardens Park.
Well, the resolution already states the park name, so let's modify the park name.
Can we modify the park's name to Flamingo Gardens Park? Gardens plural? Garden Park?
Garden? I don't know. Mr.
Right.
Manager had that idea. I liked it.
Mr. Principal, what's the right English? Flamingo Garden Park? Flamingo Gardens Park?
No park. That was the thing.
Oh,
No
just
park.
Flamingo Gardens.
Flamingo Gardens.
Then Flamingo Gardens. They have one
garden.
Flamingo Garden. Flamingo Garden. No, it doesn't sound right. Flamingo
Garden. Garden.
Don't like it?
S or no S?
We defer to our Hialeah resident.
No S? Flamingo Garden. This is Flamingo Garden. Okay.
We're getting no S. Flamingo Garden.
No S. Flamingo Garden.
All right.
Get
So
that, Madam Clerk?
What if they give us 3 flamingos?
Flamingo's Garden. Then we'll do.
Can we have a
There's one
second, Mr.
flamingo,
Vice
so
Mayor?
singular.
Flamingo Garden.
So,
Not
do we have
plural.
a second on that?
Second.
All right. So to clarify, the motion is to approve the resolution, Sister City, with the modification of the name of the park to Flamingo Garden. Madam Clerk, you want to call the roll?
Commissioner Mashai? Sorry, it's absent. Commissioner Lapis is absent. Commissioner Lansman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Danziger?
Yes.
Motion to extend 30 minutes.
All right. Second.
And then I'd like to.
So we need an all in favor. We need to.
I'd like to make a motion, if that's the appropriate time, to have, I think, 2 benches, the book exchange, as well as a table in the middle that you have the ability with some benches or chairs around it, or with a checkerboard or chessboard on it.
Gaming
Through the mayor, if I could also request an expenditure request of not to exceed $15,000.
$1 million.
No, but let's be fair.
Hialeah, let's. Yeah.
That way, I don't have to come back to you, and I can implement these.
Thank you, Frank and Randy.
What's the expenditure amount? Sorry.
I'm through the mayor. I'm requesting $15,000 to make
15?
it all. It concurs with Mr. McBride's estimate of $13,000, with a contingency of $2,000.
So the Vice Mayor made a motion to include benches, book exchange, and what else?
Yeah. The table with chess, checkers, ability board, and then the book exchange for 15,000. Up to 15,000.
That's a motion.
I can second that.
Call the roll.
Commissioner Lansman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Danziger?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries. Can I have a motion to extend the meeting?
Madam
We
Clerk
had
already
that.
did that. Am I too quick for you? Motion to extend 30 minutes.
If you don't speak into the mic, I don't hear you.
Motion to extend 30 minutes, please.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Moving on to item 5C, Town Commission selection of conceptual design plan advancement to design development with Kimley Horn Associates Incorporated for the Surfside Boulevard beautification project from Bay Drive to Harding Avenue. Madam Clerk, if you read the title of the resolution into the record, please.
Yes, Mayor. Resolution of the Town Commission of the Town of Surfside, Florida, approving the selection of a conceptual design plan and advancement to design development with Kimley Horn and Associates, Inc. for the Surfside Boulevard beautification project from Bay Drive to Harding Avenue, providing for authorization of design development and implementation, authorizing the expenditure of funds, and providing for an effective date. That's item 5C.
All right, thank you. Turning it over to Mr. Manager for introduction. This can be a long item or short. It's up to you.
Through the mayor, I'll keep it real short. We were tasked really early on to start design concepts, bring to you design concepts for a 91st Street Boulevard. We have a grant affiliated with this, as well as a profit from Village of Indian Creek, as well as some funds that we've gone ahead and allocated ourselves for a total amount of $1.25. 1 second, please. So what we did is we brought for you two concepts. The concepts do share some common denominators, so I'll touch base on those. They're safety features. They feed to the psychological approach of walkability and pedestrian, from a pedestrian side, the psychological approach of making it safe for pedestrians, slowing vehicles down, and beautification, as well as a utility component, which is creating pockets for potential utilities undergrounding at a later date. So I'll touch base at the common denominators, concept 1 and concept 2, of course, which are 91st Street at the beginning of every block and at the ending of every block, or beginning and ending, however you look at the block, you create bump outs. You create cornered bump outs. And what those do is they help define how you transition from an avenue to a street. They push vehicles more towards the center. They also slow vehicles down as they do that radius turn. And they put the vehicles on the center line of the roadways rather than hugging the curbs. What that does is also it creates a safety buffer between the bump outs. And that safety buffer is probably somewhere where pedestrians are more comfortable walking in. So it psychologically defines certain spaces without having to mark them on a street. That was the approach behind that. Then the next step is, how do you treat the intersections? So we provided two alternatives. Alternative 1 is with a raised intersection. So every so often you'll have an intersection that forces the vehicle to come up in elevation like a speed bump, and it keeps you up there, and then it brings you back down as you cross the intersection. So it's a traffic calming where you have to slow down at the intersections regardless. Another option is roundabouts. So rather than raising these intersections, you create a roundabout experience, which allows you to add an additional quantity of landscaping in the intersection, assisting with the heat presence. So from an environmental standpoint, the roundabouts provide more green space. And from a resiliency standpoint, the raised intersections allow you to have a raised roadway in the event of flooding. Whether you're walking or you're in a vehicle, it allows you to have a plateau that's a little bit above the lower points, which usually our intersections are low point locations. Along with this project, we would obviously incorporate new decorative type signages in order to emphasize the boulevard experience. Something that can be done with the bump outs is there's a way to transition and create crosswalks with these now. So a crosswalk that leads into this safe zone. One thing about the safe zone to consider is that that's obviously a spot where vehicles can park, which is fine. You want your residents to park on the streets, but it just means that every so often they have to maybe perhaps walk around a vehicle, but always knowing that they have a perimeter of a safe zone to walk in. So I'm going to show you having technical difficulties here. There's an additional slide that's provided in your packet. That slide shows the entire street as a whole, and that is the last page of your package. And that is actually page 476, correct? That shows it as a whole. So in overall, we're incorporating either 3 raised intersections or 3 roundabouts to assist with this walkability experience. Keep in mind the bump outs as well. You have some beautification components, and we could have some pavement enhancement components as well. These are 2 concepts playing with the rule books, which is the Miami-Dade County Public Works and Transportation Standards. I turn it over for you for discussion. Give me some ideas. I'd like to take this to a design phase out of this, out of a motion. So I turn it back over to you.
Let's get a motion on the table.
Motion for discussion? Which one?
We're in a resolution.
Motion to approve the resolution?
And we have to make selection of which design. Yeah, yeah. You want a choice, right?
I'd like for you to absorb. I could make it as plain and simple through the mayor as you move forward with concept A, or move over with concept B, or move forward with certain parts of A and B. And in doing so, at least I know how it's defined. As there's things I could see you could pull from each of those, but yes, I'm looking forward to some level of direction. I want to make a note that in order to make these bump outs work, on one side I will have to go 1 foot back of curb, to 1.5 foot back of curb. So it would be a new curb line that would be installed just 1 foot back of curb. So it's not as invasive. And 91st Street, there's nothing developed there. So, but it would be going back a curb 1.5 foot. But that would make you have 2 full 8 foot wide parallel parking spots, as well as pedestrian safety buffers. So again, the sacrifice of 1 foot back a curb, which is currently not developed, will allow you to have the full ability of 2 8-foot spots. So that was a point to consider. It also will help emphasize these bump outs presented to you.
I'm going to make a motion for
This is a
option
long
2,
item.
so we have a discussion as a start, and then we can go from there. It can always be changed, but I want to pick one
Modify
to
the
start with.
I'll second it so we can discuss it, but I actually like option 1 better.
Options and choices.
Options and
All
choices.
right, so Commissioner Lansman, if you want to start a conversation.
So if I'm correct, option 1 is the raised platforms. Option 2 is the calming circle. Correct. All right. We've had discussions, and with Byron, especially with traffic, and there's a circle right at Byron at 95th, which is a massive mess more often than not. And perhaps we need some input from the chief. I'm not a fan of calming circles. I don't know how it calms anybody, frankly. It makes me enraged, frankly, when no one plays by the rules of engagement. They just do whatever the hell they want to do. And I'm the one that's saying, no, it's my turn, your turn. You know, but so could we go with a raised platform instead, which is, it does make you slow your vehicle down. You go up and you go down, but you don't have to navigate this insanity of going around a freaking circle. That's what I think our town needs to help mitigate speed, mitigate traffic. I think the platforms are a better way. And again, Chief, if you have an opinion, feel free to share if it's appropriate. But I would say option 1.
So I don't know if you want to hear from the chief first, or
You have an opinion, Chief?
You don't have to come up with this.
You're absolutely right. 95th and Byron, it's a mess right now. It's not. Part of it has to do with the intersection. Most of it has to do with construction going on in Sunny Isles, Oliver Park, and the mall. The new light that just got installed right there by the parking garage. It's not cycling properly, so it's screwing up our intersection.
Right.
We have cars going opposite ways. So I agree with you. Either one will work. Anything that will help slow traffic down and mitigate some of our traffic issues would help. But the problem with the circles is what we're seeing right now in 95th and Byron. We do have vehicles going both sides of the street because one side gets backed up and then they try to get around and create a problem.
so I think 95th and Byron's a whole separate issue.
Yeah,
which is
going
all-
to jump on that.
I think that's nothing to do with the roundabout. You could take the roundabout out. It's just still a messed up intersection with everything being delayed. I actually like the roundabouts because it forces people, trucks to slow down. I mean, I've witnessed it. I'm building a house on the corner. I mean, I've seen trucks, cars have to go so slow around that intersection to make that turn. whether it's our garbage trucks or whatever it is, they don't hit it at the same speed. And I think that's the whole point, especially because one of the things we're talking about is, the walking areas there. And we're talking about expanding, some sidewalks and walking there. So I think that's the whole separate, 95th and Byron's a whole separate problem. But for me, I just like the option 2 with the bump out. I think it's a little bit more affordable. I think either way, we still keep all the stop signs in place, right, Mr. Gomez? They're still going to stay in place.
Through the mayor, there is no plans in this project to remove any stop signs. We would seek to beautify all the posts on 91st Street through decorative posts to signify the boulevard experience.
And then, obviously, the biggest concern is, which I think would be good, is that the trucks are going to have to go. I mean, that's Indian Creek's entrance. Indian Creek has trucks come in and out, so they're still going to come down that street, but they're going to have to go significantly slower going down that street.
Navigate these comic books.
Well, I'm sure there's a radius required by code. That's a hectare, yeah.
Through the mayor, there's certain radius requirements to accommodate certain vehicle sizes. We would always have to accommodate our sanitation vehicles. So on the more extreme side, it's our sanitation vehicles that would set the constraint for that.
And our vehicles are heavier and bigger than what's allowed on the Indian Creek.
The consideration there, Mayor, is perhaps adjusting the radius of the roundabouts to a much more focal point for landscaping rather than a roundabout where you have to do the full perimeter.
All right, so
just one more comment about the roundabouts. As I'm sure the chief has seen, I've seen at Byron, roundabouts, trucks go the wrong way because they don't want to go all the way around. They go left, they avoid the traffic, and that's extraordinarily dangerous. And I don't, and especially if there's that many trucks going down to Indian Creek, these drivers are not going to give they're not going to care about following the rules of the road. They're going to do what they can to get there quickly. So the bump out at least makes everybody have to slow to elevate and not destroy their axles. But
hello. So again, when I saw it, the same concept initially as you, as the circles have been a disaster on Byron. But like the vice mayor said, I don't think it's the circle that's the issue. I think it's the corner. People are not going straight through. The people are all turning right to go down Byron, which additionally has a bump out turning it into a single lane. We have an entire street with a single lane that trucks can't navigate. They're always driving over that bump out. It just wasn't created to be efficient, and that is our hardest choke point in town right now. And it's creating a nightmare. But I don't think it's a circle. I hate circles, but I think that's the very reason why we need them. It forces everyone to slow. You drive through North Miami Beach and other areas in town. It forces you to, stop your momentum. You can't go straight. You have to go around it. What I don't want, though, is for us to end up in a similar situation where we create a bottleneck because we are doing bump outs, not as severe as the other ones. We're still allowing for 20 feet over there for 2 lanes versus 10 feet on Byron Avenue, which is a disaster. So again, my comment is similar to the vice mayor and what the town manager said. I like the concept of the circles. I think it's a nice aesthetically. We can turn it into something nice with some vegetation and some lighting. But I would want to reduce the circumference of it so it does allow for easy transportation of larger vehicles. Like you said, it is 91st Street. There's people that go under construction. But keep in mind, if you look at Byron Avenue, everybody's coming in and then going, making that right turn. 91st is really designed for people to go from one side to the other. It is considered our main corridor in the town of Surfside for Indian Creek. So I like the aesthetics of it. I like the purpose of a roundabout, but circumference, I just want to reduce that so we don't end up with another choke point.
That is something, through the mayor, that is something that could be easily addressed. Creating a much more tighter radius, smaller radius than the more extensive radius in 95th and Byron. Keep in mind that the 95th and Byron circle was specifically designed to deter trucks away. So it's a more extreme size roundabout. A much smaller version was actually installed there originally. And the results was that trucks were just easily going through, and that's why it expanded further. That was,
but now they still go through and they just drive over the sidewalks and pedestrians are on there. I've had multiple complaints. I'm sorry, but that intersection wasn't designed with anything in mind. It was just a response to a couple of noisy residents screaming and yelling. We've modified and created a dangerous situation for everyone else involved.
I'm thinking back right now to the meeting where you actually tried to resolve the problem and we got crucified.
We got crucified trying to fix Byron because everybody likes to complain, but nobody likes to see change to anything. But I will.
We're digressing.
Yeah, I digress. I digress. Like B, which is, I'm assuming, the circumference. Again, Commissioner Lansman, we're at 20 feet versus the current 10 at Byron, and I would still like to reduce that circle a little bit further.
I won't fight if you wanted the frickin' calming circles, go for it, but just
Smaller.
they don't calm me. They make me very nervous, but very stressed. But we can go with option.
Don't go past 93rd. Stay up on
Go 91st.
with your charger. Don't come flying down my street.
That's right.
No, all right. All right. So we had a motion. We don't have a motion for the item. We had a motion.
Give you a motion for option B.
Option 2, yeah.
Okay. Do we want to modify it to reduce the circumference?
No, motion for option 2.
He did
And
say.
reduce the circumference.
Yeah.
What was that?
What was that? I'm sorry.
Can you tell
Mike
Leah to
must
say
not
that
be
to
on.
me?
Said Vice Mayor is correct. He made a motion to go with option 2 for discussion purposes, and the motion received a second for Commissioner Lam.
All
Thank
right,
you, Madam
Leah's
Clerk.
still watching, right? All right, good. All right. So do we want to modify the motion just to direct the town manager to try to adjust the circumference of the roundabout?
Yeah.
Yes. To reduce the circumference of the roundabout.
I can second that changed motion.
All right, Madam Clerk, you want to call the roll?
Commissioner Lansman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose,
Yes.
Mayor Danziger,
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
All right, thank you. Moving on to item 7A, Town Manager's Report. Mr. Manager, turn the floor over to you.
Mayor, thank you very much. I'll keep it simple, mainly addressing comments I was requested to address. They were from Good and Welfare, specifically to the CTS investigation. NIST updates are provided in our town website under the CTS portion of it. Believe it's on the town banner, and if it's not, we'll make sure it's circulated there. That way, it's a quick access link. As of today, Allen, Kilsheimer, and KCE engineers have not obtained access to the off-site NIST items, and that is still being worked on. Lastly, we've communicated constantly with the Memorial Committee. Last email was January 5th, and we're trying to schedule a meeting, which is a result of this meeting, so we could start design efforts. So if anyone is not receiving any emails, please reach out to me. The emails are specific to the Memorial Committee. I will be making a request to this town commission to allow me to update the Memorial Committee. We have certain members that have not been active participants, but allow me to do that with the Memorial Committee, so that way we can have all stakeholders involved, and allow me to incorporate members from the community as well as other individuals. But we could discuss that with the Memorial Committee. Real quick update: we're seeking right now to open the 96th Street Park Field for sometime in February, so that we can help the residents with the commute they have to Normandy right now for soccer programming. Family Fun Day is scheduled for this month. We anticipate a big turnout. It'll be in front here at 93rd Street, and we are hoping that everyone can show up. Chief Marciante, congratulations. There was a swear-in, and we feel very confident that he will lead our police department well. And if you don't know him, I'm sure you'll eventually get to know him as a resident, and just extend if you need anything to our police department. CTS money, we've received two grant agreements that I'll bring forward next month. One of them is $250,000 from the Miami-Dade County for funding. The other one is $1 million $500,000 for state funding. So I'll be bringing those to you next month for ratification. We have a Safe Street survey. It's currently out. We encourage all the residents to participate. This is a survey that we put together to help us evaluate, have information so that in February, when we have our walkability workshop, we could have that information, and it helps us at least walk that really interactive workshop across in a successful way. So we highly encourage Safe Streets. We want to know how you feel about our streets, because we ultimately want to improve our streets and make them safe for everyone. Next month, that's for next month, February. Town manager report is provided to you with the January agendas. So if you have any questions, I turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Before I turn to the commission for any questions, we have public comment. Mr. Valdestegi. 7B.
This is the
right, town attorney. Apologize. All right. Any questions or comments for the manager?
So the park for the field in February, we're looking end of February sometime.
Through the mayor, we're looking for field and playground equipment. Do you want to hear the bad news about the playground equipment?
I already heard. You got
Yeah.
Butterfingers.
Yep. So
I haven't.
there
heard
was
of
the centerpiece equipment was dropped by the contractor, so they're doing an assessment to get a replacement from Germany. That's just one of the many playground equipments. Does that mean the playground and the park does not open?
Here's Tim.
No, it just means that we're mitigating that.
I think the main
Notice
thing is
February.
the field, because
Yes.
I know
I'm joking. Sandra.
with traffic driving over to the park over there.
Sandra, I was kidding.
There's
It's
a
fine.
lot of traffic. So I think as soon as we can get that field open for the residents, for soccer, for flag football, for any of the other, just to run around for the kids after school, I think that's going to be the biggest and most important thing. Because I know that drive, my kids go play soccer there, and I've talked to a lot of the parents. I know my wife has, like, the driving, and a lot of people didn't sign up this quarter because of how it's going to take 25, 30 minutes just to go to Normandy over there with traffic back by on Dickens. So as soon as we get that field open, I think for residents, that's the most important thing.
Through the mayor, I believe that's a priority we've heard expressed, is that residents, it's an evening programming for the kids, and the Normandy commute it's a long commute, so we could have that field open for them. I mean, that's the main priority for us right now.
Thank
Mr. Vice Mayor, if you let your kids know that I'm really pushing to have the soccer field open. All right.
And
Luke
fixing
and
water
Liam,
fountains.
you guys are listening. This is for you. All right. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Can we get a motion to approve the report?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Moving on to item 7B, Town Attorney's Report. Mr. Rango.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Is there public comment? I believe so.
Well, we're going to go. You want to
me
give the
present
report? Or you want
first?
to wait?
Sure, I'll do it first. Solimar Condominium Association, that's the appeal. Starting on page 5, since the report was sent to the clerk on January 3rd of 2024, the court entered an order extending the town's time period to file an answer brief in this matter until February 14th, 2024. Other than that, I have nothing further to add.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Before we turn to the commission for questions, Mr. Valdestegi, 2 minutes, please.
So I had some questions for the town attorney last month that haven't been answered, so I thought that this would be the time, since the town attorney's report is where you document your activities on behalf of the town. I know that at the beginning of the report, there's some sort of general language that says you advise the commissioners about ethics issues. But I've been concerned because I know there's a pending ethics complaint filed by Commissioner Velasquez against the mayor. And I noticed on one of the documents for that complaint that the town attorney received service of process. Your partner, Robert Myers, did. I'm bringing this up not to adjudicate any matter of the ethics complaint, but merely to find out, is the town attorney advising or representing Mr. Danziger in his private capacity as the recipient of this complaint? The reason why I'm asking is because if the attorney is, that seems a problem. We have 2 issues that would need to be addressed. One is that you have a complaint between commissioners, so I don't see how the town attorney could take any side in such a case. Secondly, some of the allegations in there are about misuse of town property, including, so if the attorney is representing the mayor personally, that seems like a conflict of interest with the town. So I'm just curious if indeed there is representation, how are these issues being navigated? Finally, because some of the issues in the complaint involve Mayor Danziger's campaign emails that are being sent from the Shlomo for Surfside campaign, and the use of things like police badges and the town seal in those emails, is the town attorney allowed to represent a candidate for office in the town? If so, does that count? Who's paying for that? Does that count as an in-kind contribution to the campaign? What exactly is going on? Mayor Danziger was the first person to bring up the complaint at the meeting. I did not. The 2 times he's spoken about it suggests to me that he's receiving some kind of legal advice. Is it coming from the town attorney's office? And if so, could you please include that in the report so we can know exactly what's going on? Thanks.
I don't know if I should go or you should. You want to make it?
Yeah, sure. I certainly don't need a lesson in conflicts of interest. We are not representing the mayor with the Ethics Commission. We have been copied on correspondence, as we always are, and that's it. And we are not representing the mayor in that matter.
It's not a back and forth.
I think I answered your question.
All right. So a lot of more allegations here, right? So first of all, let me be very clear. This is not private. I am the mayor, and any allegations or complaints against me are in my capacity as the town. However, because Mrs. Salzhauer did write the complaint for Mrs. Velasquez, it was filed under her. It now, the town attorney cannot get involved for two elected officials. However, theoretically, I could hire my own attorney and then come back to the town with the bill when I'm adjudicated of these charges, which I'm not, because out of the 68 or something charges that you wrote in there, there's only really one that has been moving forward, which will go nowhere, considering which one it is. And again, the town attorney is not advising me on any of them. I'm very well aware of the rules because I pay attention. So again, for you to come here and insinuate these things, Mr. Valdestegui, is quite disgusting. No, you're insinuating. You're making insinuations. You're making assumptions, and that's insinuation. So again, it's not appreciated, but it's your right to do so. So again. Anyways, moving on. The town attorney is not advising me on this item. She is not spending town resources on this item. I don't know how we can make this any clearer. Fortunately or unfortunately, this is not my first rodeo with ethics complaints, so I've been through this ringer before and I know how to respond to them. Thank you. Can we get a motion to, unless there's any questions for the town attorney?
Motion to approve the town manager's report.
Town attorneys.
Town attorney, second.
Town attorney.
We can do that also if you want to. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. All opposed? That's Mr. Valdestegui. All right. Mayor and staff communication. Moving on to 9A, amendment to 90-74, temporary signs for allow for creativity. So just to give you a gifts, I'll do an introduction and then make a motion on the item. This item came forward because of a single person. This is the case where something wasn't an issue and became an issue, and it shouldn't be an issue. Unfortunately, there's one realtor that was going around town filing complaints on other realtor signs because they weren't black and white as required by the code, which was written in the time when these signs were done with stencils. So it was a black and white stencil required. So the idea is, unfortunately, this is something that now we have to address, given that all other signs in town are allowed to have color. So we shouldn't restrict the colors on this sign because it's become a financial burden as soon as one person decides to drive around town taking photos and send that into code. So it has become necessary to adjust our code and update it accordingly as it is for many of the other signs in here. So my motion would be to adjust 90-74 temporary signs to remove some of the restrictions on color.
Would you like to second that, sir?
The gavel.
You may be recognized.
I'll second that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Do you have any comments besides options and choices?
That's exactly what I want. We are going to get, is the planning department going to look into this and give us some recommendations on how to adjust this color-wise and or size, et cetera? Is that what you want to do?
No, size doesn't touch.
Okay. I'm just, okay.
Yeah. Through the chair. Again, yeah, I don't want to adjust the size. It is just specifically color. The code requires real estate signs specifically to be in black and white. And again, that was back in the days when it was a big stencil on one of those fill-in sheets. As you can see, all the other signs around town, first of all, most of the realtor signs are not in color. And it's not really enforced by the town, but once somebody complains, we have to start responding. Yeah. And this is the case where somebody ruined it, and now we have to come into the code and adjust it when it shouldn't have been necessary in the first place.
Let's just ask the town manager to ask the town planner to come up with maybe a suggestion about how to adjust.
It's very simple. Just remove, and I mean, we can go through the code if you want and read it, and I would just strike out the terms.
Oh, we already got it.
No, that would be the recommendation. What? Thank you. So it is item 90-74, real estate signs. And again, the maximum sign area shall be 3 square feet. Not touching that. There's item 3, which says all real estate signs shall be black and white and may include trademark logo or symbols. I think if we just remove item 3, that's all I'm asking for.
Yep, I think we should do that for next month. First reading. I agree.
All right.
Call the vote.
So again, just to clarify, my motion is to ask the town attorney to come back with 90-74, removing item 3 for a first reading. Striking out item 3.
I'll resecond that. Yes.
You want to take a look at it? Just to
trust you.
Aye.
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 The motion carries.
Thank you.
The next item we deferred, Commissioner Velasquez's investigation report findings.
Item 9B, investigation report findings. I think the request is to defer it.
Mayor, that item was deferred.
Yes.
Deferred.
Deferred. Excuse me, sir. I didn't
It
get-
wasn't deferred by the chair. Mrs. Salazar, if you're going to yell from the crowd, I'm going to have to remove you from the chambers. 90
Geraldo will do it.
9C ITB 2023-05 Abbott Avenue Pump Station project bid opening result and recommendation. We want to defer this for next month since we're missing half our commission, and I don't want to have the conversation again. Sorry, wrong project.
No, Abbott Avenue.
Station. No, that's it.
Through the mayor, and I apologize. Perhaps I'll give you an update, and we treat this as an update,
Yeah.
and at least I give you the information, and the information is out there pertaining to this project. Obviously, this is a project that means a lot to the town as a whole and various elected officials. So I would highly recommend that any decisions taken, of course, have the input of all. But it doesn't stop me from giving you an update. So if that's the will of this commission.
Yep.
Yes. Great. So let me give you a quick timeline on Abbott Avenue drainage improvements and where we're at today. Abbott Avenue drainage improvements design was finalized in February. We went for a. I apologize. We went.
Motion to extend 15 minutes. Sorry.
Thank you. I was distracted.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries.
Perfect people together.
So we finalized the design for Abbott Avenue. We went out to the market for an ITB, an invitation to bid. In April, we received bid openings. We determined that the lowest bidder was $8.8 million, and that was not sustainable with the enterprise fund budget. We just don't have that kind of money without having to think of a funding mechanism that involves us borrowing money. So I did not want to venture into that. My recommendation to you was allow me to redesign a project that is a little bit smaller, so that way we could bring the price down, and that way we could try and get something within our budget. So we redesigned from the periods of May to September. So once we finalized our redesign May to September, which went from 2 pumps to 1 pump, so in that capacity, half the size, we then went out for an ITB again. So we put out ITB 2023-005. The results came back December. That's what I'm providing to you. The lowest bidder came in at $8.09 million. So there was not a substantial difference between the first time and the second time, even though there was a substantial difference in the design. How do we explain that to you? I don't have the answer. I cannot ask the lowest bidder or any of the bidders any questions due to a cone of silence. The cone of silence is here to preserve the efficacy of the bidding and the procurement process. It is something that this commission, and it's very common across many government entities, a cone of silence. So the only way I could engage to discuss with anybody is either two things: we cancel the bid, and I'm able to ask what happened, or we proceed or authorize to award. And then we set up the parameters for that, which would be what I would seek for is a recommendation to award with a not to exceed numbers. And keep in mind that the ITB had estimated quantities that we could refine to final quantities with the lowest responsible bidder. And I could bring something back to you in that sense. With that said, I cannot guarantee you that the project is going to come back at a price that is sustainable within our budget. We have $3,850,000 allocated for this project. If we need any additional monies, we have to borrow it. We could borrow it internally from an enterprise, from a general fund, which is a borrowing process internally, which is done. It can be, there's a process for that, or we go to the outside and we borrow it from the market. But we would be needing approximately $3 to $4 million, and that is not that would not be within the preview of what's allowed to me by the charter. So it would have to be a referendum to go outside, unless I borrow it inside from the general fund. But the bigger question is, we have a project that we once put out 2 pumps, $8.8 million. Now we have a one pump project for 8.08. Are we getting the best bang for our buck? Do we
I
feel
assume they don't
comfortable?
want to honor the 8.8 with 2 pumps.
We threw that bid out, so those numbers are no longer valid. To be fair, it's a conundrum in the sense of how do we design something smaller and we get these numbers. I could come up with some assumptions of why, but I cannot guarantee you those assumptions unless I talk to the bidders. I could try and work something out with the bidders by refining our quantities. That is an option. I could try and come up with another procurement mechanism, perhaps more of a CM at risk or a mechanism where it allows me to put out a bid for a contractor to evaluate our design and then give us efficiencies in how we could come up with that number and eventually try to get it to our price range. But remember, we have $3.8 million. So you're looking for over half. So there is a funding source mechanism, which is internal, general fund. That's something if this commission is willing to do. But I do not feel comfortable recommending an $8.08 million for half the size when we got bids first time around for 8.8. I'm explaining to you our process. If you have any questions, let me know. I'm eager to see how we move forward. I know this is a project that has been requested by various residents, and I'll be here to see how we can make it work. Thank you.
I know the only thing I want to say is I wanted to discuss this tonight, and it's unfortunate that 2 commissioners abandoned their duties to residents, and now we can't. This is an important item for a lot of residents, and I don't think it's appropriate just for the 3 of us to have it. 2 commissioners abandoned and walked out on the residents, and now this is getting punted and deferred. It's unfortunate and inappropriate that has happened more than once. So this is an important item to discuss. This is serious funds. I think it should be with 5 of us to discuss this and answer a lot of questions on why a project was supposed to be 3.8 million. Now it's more than double that. So I think residents have a lot of questions for all of us commissioners about this project, and I don't think that was appropriate just for the 3 of us to do. And I think we have to defer it to next month, unfortunately, because of that.
I just want to kind of say something to the community if they are watching. I mean, I wish there were more people here, but this is specifically the item which the referendum was trying to address. Here we have an enterprise fund for stormwater. We don't have the money to do a necessary project. All those people who are complaining water's getting into the garage in their homes when it rains came out and voted against for the ability for the town to go out and borrow money on an enterprise fund, which means that they wouldn't be hit with an assessment. This fund would cover itself, and we could have gone out, borrowed some money against the enterprise fund, and been able to do a project that is coming in far more than what we have in that fund. So now we are stuck dealing with this, and it wasn't hypothetical. It wasn't down the road. So I just hope all those people that voted against this understand what they've done for this town. It's too late at this point, but this is the predicament we find ourselves in. So those on Abbott Avenue who are flooding in your house, I don't know what to tell you. Again, we don't have the money for it. I don't know, you're at an impasse because you can't find out why. When we, I forget the term, but when we downsized the project, took out from 2 pumps to 1, we're still at the same price of like 8.5 million roughly. So whatever, I know what I would ask you to do, but leave it to the commission.
I think we defer next month because people got to answer questions. That's just me. If we just discuss it now and it doesn't go anywhere, this looks horrible. If we wait till next month, they're going to try and say we
could take action and ask the town manager to, first of all, we're not going to go into contract with something that we can't afford.
No, obviously.
So
not.
end the item, have the discussions with the people that submitted a bid, maybe re-engineer the project and go out for an RFP, and this way it can be a little more transparent. You can have more input from potential companies who would be putting in for this, and we can actually engineer this into a project that we can afford. We know what we want.
Please note, sorry, Mayor, to interrupt. We pursued this project as you pursue a lot of infrastructure projects of this nature. It's an ITB, invitation to bid. We set out the technical drawings and specifications, and then we get the lowest responsible bidder. But the lowest responsible bidder came back twice to us with a price that's beyond our budget, and we don't know why. And I cannot ask why unless, first of all, there's none, or second of all, put together a procurement process that allows me to engage the contractor really early on. We've spent a lot of money in planning and design of this project. It's been going on for a while now, so I don't want that to go to waste. I just think that we need to build efficiencies in our design. And I think this is a time when you invite a contractor to the table to do that. The only way I could do that is put out an RFP incorporating as part of the package the drawings and specifications, and the RFP is to try and obtain a contractor with a CM at risk, where in this case we've designed those already, but they'll provide us their drawings. Sorry, they'll provide us review on the drawings after they've been selected through an evaluation committee, and then together we'll try and build efficiencies to try and get to a budget. But the consequences of that, though, is you are paying the contractor for that design effort. If there is a certain level of design effort from the contractor now, which is the CMing part, where them as a construction manager, if you will, they're going to review our project, review efficiencies. So there is a cost incurred in that sense. And if that cost incurred greater than what we're trying to save, I do not know if to tell you that now. Probably not. We'll probably be able to build efficiencies and scale down this project. But even scaling it down, our engineer's estimate is a $5 million estimate, and we only have 3.8. It's easier to get the 1.2 million than 4 to 5. It means that the project prolongs a little bit more, but the issue is already there. We just got to keep moving forward to trying to solve it. I just give you all this information to see how we handle it. But
Go for referendum next year and see if we can borrow money as request of the residents here. Right, the residents voted that we have to ask for a referendum to borrow against an enterprise fund. Do we go to a referendum next year? No, we can't. We missed the
Too late
March.
for that.
We missed it.
the mayor, we've missed the March election deadlines.
So it's unfortunate, but you reap what you sow. And when people vote are uneducated on the issues, this is what we're left dealing with now. And that's that we can't go out and take a loan to go do the work that's necessary because we've been capped at the knees. And we may
I'd
have
like
to
it
go out
noted
for
for
an
the
RFP,
record,
you know?
Ms. Salzauer is laughing because she knows she lied to residents, and you could see it in the background.
Mrs. Salzauer, if you talk out,
Laughing,
Mrs.
we can see you.
Salzauer, I don't have to say your name again. I'm going to send you out of this building, please. Mrs. Salzauer, stop talking.
Can I ask for clarification? The manager
Thank you
said
for your middle finger.
the manager indicated that one option, and I'll ask the attorney, I guess, if this is plausible. We award to the low bidder saying our budget is $5 million, and then he has the ability to have the discussion. Are we then obligated to pay the 8.1, which is what they bid, or will they work with us to say, okay, you gave me you awarded me the bid, you said $5 million is what you got to spend. Let's work together to figure out how to make this work. Is that reasonable?
If I may, it's a bid, so there is no heavy duty negotiation with the bidder. What Mr. Gomez was alluding to was perhaps unit pricing and try to get that squared away to see if the unit numbers are correct in the pricing. And then he'll be able to talk to the bidder once the cone of silence is lifted and the bid is awarded. You could also request that it come back to you for final award and approval of an agreement with an amount, so that you do approve it one more time.
I mean, we can't approve it. We don't have the money now. So I think
Through the mayor, well, to add to the town attorney's point, we estimated all of our quantities. Their estimated quantities, their drawings. We can work those estimated quantities to actual quantities.
Here's the problem, Mr. Manager. I'm gonna cut you. We took a project, we devalue engineered it, back engineered, reversed engineered it to go from one pump to two, and we came back at the same price. The pump is millions of dollars, so there's something wrong here. That we're at the same number.
To add fairness to the bid process, the lowest bidder last time was 8.8 million. The lowest bidder this time is not the same bidder. There is a difference across the bids of $1.2, $1.3 million. So it decreased the project cost by 1.2, 1.3 million, but that's
We
not
cut
half.
the requirements in half and cut it down by
To
$1
be
million.
fair and to give the process its due credit, it only brought down the price by approximately 1.2, 1.3.
So I think we need to have conversations with people. In order to do that, we have to close this item and allow you to have that conversation. But I sure as heck wouldn't agree to go into contract with somebody at a price that we don't even have the money for.
Yeah.
If there's nothing we can do about the price, we're going to have to follow the guidelines that the resident laid out before us and go out for a referendum to try to borrow money to get this project done. This is what they asked for.
Through the mayor, there's only one way of doing this, and that is lifting the cone of silence. And that would mean either ending this bid. Doesn't mean the project is over or it's done. It just means I find out what happened, and perhaps I could come back to you with a contractor, and perhaps there's a way in our procurement process to declare this an emergency, if you will, of some sort, and perhaps we could somehow find a way to streamline that. I don't know enough of that yet, but I'm just saying, let's get creative. I don't want to say this project is done. I just need to
I
find
think
out
the
more
first step
information.
is to move this project along and to allow it to continue. And in order to do that, obviously need to lift the cone of silence so we can continue investigating as to why this is coming out that way, so we can try to see what we can do. But I think deferring the item just kicks it down the road for another month.
I think the three of us want to move this forward, but we have to be fiscally responsible for it.
You can't. I'm sorry. So do we want to make a motion to lift the?
Is that just lift the
cone of
cone?
silence?
Through the mayor, that in order to lift it, you have to cancel this.
Cancel the solicitation
go.
or award it, subject to the manager coming back with a
Do
final
both of
price.
those allow you
Very
to talk
very
to
simple.
someone?
Can we afford to go into Can we afford to award this out right now at $8.5 million?
No.
No. Okay, so we know what we have to do to keep this moving.
But I think it should be twofold. I think we need to have a discussion next month about not having to go to referendum.
Through the mayor, to show the urgency of this project, I could bring you back an update next month.
Mm-hmm.
So we will end the solicitation. We will, through our engineering firm, now reach out to these bidders, find out what happened, and I'll bring you an update next month.
All right.
And then let's react with more information next month. And I think that's the more responsible approach.
All right. So can we get a motion?
Let me move to what's the right expression?
Terminate the
Terminate the solicitation, remove the cone of silence, and give the manager direction to have conversations with the bidders and come back to us with an update next month, February meeting.
Second.
Madam Clerk, you want to call the roll on this one?
Commissioner Lansman,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose,
Yes.
Mayor Danziger,
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carried.
Thank you. 9D was discussed. 9E, Burt Harris Act. Mr. Vice Mayor.
All right. So let me introduce this one. So this one came about because we talk about in this town, Burt Harris, real estate steering or moratoriums. There's a former mayor that said the homes are too big. We need to change the zoning so you people don't move here. And I was standing there talking to two Orthodox people, which is, in real estate terms, real estate steering. And things like this can get the town sued. So the town should not have to be liable and residents be liable when commissioners go rogue and think they can just do what they want and there's no implication. So this was really a discussion for the town attorney to explain what real estate steering is, what Burt Harris is. You can't just say, we want a moratorium because we don't like building going on in town or we don't like a project that was approved on a certain site. So really as a discussion, so the town attorney can put everyone on notice that this is real things that we're saying, not just from public officials, but from town attorneys, that there are financial implications that could happen if commissioners think they can just do what they want. There's no ramifications because people do have rights on their property. So that's was the motion for discussion. So I'd like to make a motion for discussion, then we can have the town attorney hop in. I'd like to make a motion so we can have the discussion about the Burt Harris, the real estate steering, and moratoriums.
Before that, can I have a motion to extend the meeting?
We already have a motion on the table. Is it a
Doesn't have a
privilege?
second.
What?
Motion to extend 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Oh, yeah, it's the last item.
What?
15 minutes because the attorney bills a lot.
Well, how long is this Burt Harris conversation?
That's up to Tony.
It's about 42 minutes.
Expensive one.
Okay, 45
And
minutes.
there ain't no second for it. Sorry.
I'll second it.
He's kidding. I know.
10 minutes?
15.
Just do a half
10
hour.
minutes.
We're done. Like,
15. 15, if we need to.
15 minutes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Commissioners.
Anyone want to second my motion?
I'll second it, but I'm not sure. I'll second it.
Okay, so Mr. Town Attorney, take a little bit of lead on this one.
All right,
Well,
I'll-
first, I don't know. Oh, we have an amazing resident. She's just not here. Oh, we have this resident. She wants to speak. Public record.
Ms. Salazar is not speaking anymore. Sorry. Rule 7.05 prohibits.
I signed to
Please
fill the card
sit
out.
down.
I fill the card out to speak.
Commissioner,
You
sorry, not
decide who gets to speak. I fill
Actually,
the
I
card
can.
out.
Sit down. You're done.
filled
you
out a
made,
card.
You were extremely disrespectful
I wasn't
to this
disrespectful
commission.
to
The chair.
anybody. He
Sit
sat
down.
here
I'm not
and
going to say it again.
insulted me from the dais.
Mrs. Salzer, if you don't sit down, I'm having you removed from the room. So sit down.
I'm getting arrested again for what?
You're not getting arrested again.
I
sit
filled out a
down.
card.
Sit down, or I'm going to have you removed from
Do you
the
know
room.
that nobody's here?
Thank you.
I'm literally here, the only person resident wanting to contribute.
Sit down. This is the third time I'm asking you to sit down, or
Okay.
I'm going to have you removed from the
So
room.
2 more months of this and you're gone.
Thank you. This is why you can't talk here, because you have no respect for this room. Presio?
Sure. So Burt Harris Act, so that's section 70.001 Florida statutes. It is set up to provide a remedy, specifically with the result of a potential payment of compensation when, I'm quoting from the law here, when a new law, rule, regulation, or ordinance of the state or a political entity in the state as applied unfairly affects real property. More specifically, it says when a specific action of a governmental entity has inordinately burdened an existing use of real property or a vested right to a specific use of real property, the property owner of that real property is entitled to relief, which may include compensation for the actual loss to the fair market value of the real property caused by the action of government. So what I read has a couple of elements, and that's just what I wanted to go over, just what the law says. Specific action is basically a governmental action. It could be an ordinance, a resolution, a regulation, rule, or even a policy. Existing use, it's either an actual present use or activity on a real property, or an activity that is reasonably foreseeable, non-speculative land uses which are suitable for the subject real property and are compatible with adjacent land uses that have created an existing fair market value in the property greater than the fair market value of the actual use on the property. So an example of that would be an easy example. Let's say a property, the zoning allows like a hotel use or something like that. That creates some level of fair market value because it allows that flexibility on that to be able to do a hotel. If there is a rule to scale that back and eliminate the hotel use, there's a potential issue with the Burt Harris. Burt Harris does not say you can't do it. Burt Harris just says that a property owner who suffers a reduction in value based on that action, they can try to get compensation from the government. So that's the idea behind it. Okay. In terms of whether something is an inordinate burden, because that they use that term, right? It's an action that directly directly restricts or limits the use of real property such that the property owner is permanently unable to attain the reasonable investment-backed expectation for the existing use of real property. Or it can be a rule or regulation or policy where a property owner is left with existing or vested uses that are unreasonable, such that the property owner bears permanently a disproportionate share of a burden imposed for the good of the public at large. This is not about temporary impacts to real property. This is about permanent impacts to real property. It's all fact-based. Process for a claim, involves several steps. There's notice to local government. Government has to make a written settlement offer. Oftentimes, that can include an offer to scale back the law. If not accepted, government has to issue a statement of allowable uses, and a lawsuit against the government can then be brought if the property owner is still not happy. As I said, potential relief includes compensation for the reduction in value, and it does provide for attorney's fees and prejudgment interest to the prevailing party. Now, just interestingly, once paid, once the government pays, the government becomes the owner of whatever rights the court says were taken away, which in the case of a hotel it doesn't mean anything. But if, for example, you were to reduce the density, let's say on a piece of property from 100 units per acre down to 50 units per acre, if you went through this whole process and you paid it, the government becomes the owner of those 50 units per acre and can apply them elsewhere in the town, which is a very weird provision. But that's what it says. So that's what you got. I think one thing that's I'll get into that if there's questions.
So I guess one of the questions also I had, which is a little bit different, can a town make a regulation that restaurants have to be open on Saturday? That's been alleged by a former elected official.
I think that's problematic for other reasons, but
Not Bert Harris, but other reasons.
no, I think that's right.
Okay. And what about, I know this is the real estate steering saying that you don't need a home that big because if your Jewish family can't fit in this house, don't live in this neighborhood.
That's problematic for both the other reasons and Bert Harris if it comes to fruition with a regulation.
And about just putting moratoriums in place because they don't like zoning, just
Well,
how does that work?
moratoriums are temporary
Right.
impacts to real property, so they're not implicated by the Bert Harris Act.
Right, that's something
But-
separate. Do they have to have a
But they
reason?
may be, yeah, they can have, that doesn't mean that they can't be recognized, that they can't be recognized as a taking, a temporary taking of private property outside of the Bert Harris Act.
Right.
Different cause of action.
That was just, I wanted to, so the first thing is I wanted to make sure we included this in the record, Madam Clerk, and have this scanned and uploaded to our minutes because I want this full document, the 90 supplement that was added about Bert Harris on our record. I know you love scanning stuff and adding record so that no current, future 5 years, 2 years, 10 years from now can't say, oh no, I didn't know about this. This is going in the record. This is going to be there forever so that if the town, for some reason, ever got sued, it shouldn't be the town responsible. It would be an elected official that is acting out of their capacity, against the attorney's recommendation. Of course, you're allowed to do it, but why should all the residents suffer and have to pay for an elected official knowingly doing something that's going to get this done?
If I can add one more thing just to put it on your radar.
Yeah.
The Florida legislature enacted a business impact statement requirement, okay, or anything that could have any regulation that could have a negative impact on the value of a business or the operation of a business. And it's pretty onerous because it says if all they have to do is run to court and allege that it does, and it stops that rule from being put in place. When it was adopted, I'm only telling you this because when it was adopted, land development regulations were an exception to that. The legislature this year is contemplating, there's a bill that's been proposed to eliminate that exception. So that's just another issue with this. If there's a business impact, let's say it's an apartment building or a retail establishment, the legislature is taking our ability, taking away our ability to, I guess, to adopt regulations that might restrict those. So it's something to be aware of and to be concerned about.
All right. Question for our town attorney. Are you a developer?
I am not a developer.
Okay, just
I would like to be. That'd be great, but I'm very risk averse.
All right. Just very quickly, again, clarification. If a legislator comes in and wants to reduce the size of houses, which have been allowed for decades, thereby diminishing the value of the property, does that fall under the Bert Harris Act? Can that be subject?
That leads to a potential Bert Harris claim, and someone could bring it.
All right. Let the record state as such. Yes. Now you have to type it, Madam Clerk. All right. Thank you. No more questions, Your Honor.
We should just get a court reporter to write it.
Good.
You want a court reporter to take minutes?
Yeah, that would. You're good?
I'm great.
All right. So let's just move on to item 9G, roofing requirements. So let me give a little bit background analysis. Insurance has become the #1 issue facing South Floridians. Insurance companies throughout South Florida are actively searching for reasons to drop customers. Many are terminating policies for roofs that have reached the 20-year mark, even if the roof are issue-free. This leaves homeowners with the choice of costly total roof replacement, seeking insurance elsewhere at a higher rate, or potentially defaulting on their mortgage due to the insurance requirement. The escalating cost of roof replacement has become prohibitive for some residents, particularly with materials specified in the town design. that some of the residents approached me for, and that's why this is coming forward. So I'm proposing a modification to the town code allowing for residents to replace the roofs with shingles if they currently have shingle roofs. So again, it's not changing the design to allow shingles, which I know is something we have. However, if somebody already has a shingle roof and needs to replace it, obviously they can't afford a barrel tile. However, and this is real life scenarios, people are being dropped from their insurance because the roof hit the 20-year mark, even though the roof is perfectly fine, and unfortunately they cannot afford a brand new barrel tile roof. So we're trying to see that. I think the balance for that wasn't to allow it ubiquitously across the town, but if somebody already has an existing one, to just replace it. So a straight change out with the same material. Hopefully that helps people out.
We're open for comment.
Let me do a motion.
So I want to, it's a little complicated. So I'm going to make a motion to allow this because right now, and that's why I wanted to discuss it. Motion to discuss. We'll be quick. Then the attorney can help us real quick. So
second,
the attorney's on me.
Yeah. So it's allowed in the code right now by going to P&Z.
Yes.
So it has to somehow be changed in the code to say this is allowed, remove and replace.
Straight
right?
out change out. Yeah.
Straight change out. So I think it's going to be a code change. So we're going to make a motion to in the code to allow it, remove and replace, and remove the requirement to have to go to P&Z.
For a straight change out.
Yeah, for a straight change out.
Obviously, new roofs, they would have to come back to P&Z if that's what they wanted to do. Sometimes people build additions, and they want it, in the back of the home, and they've come to P&Z. I don't think we let it under certain circumstances. For example, there's some properties that have a minute amount, say in the back of the house, that was an addition put on. So yes, they could come to P&Z and have that conversation. But again, this is to try to help alleviate the current homeowners, which we're facing an insurance crisis.
So I
which
guess
is the number one issue in South.
So my motion will be to, sorry for not allowing you to even discuss. My motion's to allow for my motion will be to allow in the code, to change the code, and I don't know the section from existing re-roofs being required to go to P&Z for existing re-roofs to be allowed. Existing only, not if there was an addition, that's also go to P&Z. So an existing re-roof for shingles.
And allow shingles to go to shingles, yes. So
If it's currently shingles, you couldn't build a brand new house and allow shingles.
Right.
You could only do an existing re-roof of shingles. If you did an addition, you still have to go to P&Z.
So straight change out, shingles to shingles. No. The simple need is no need to go to P&Z. It can the planner can approve it. I'll second that. Sure.
And I believe she's not here, but Commissioner Velasquez, when she owned her house, she actually went to P&Z through this item. She has a shingle
Unfortunately,
roof.
it's become an issue here.
Yeah.
Again, Madam Clerk, you want to call the roll?
Commissioner Lansman?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Rose?
Yes.
Mayor Denzinger?
Yes.
Mayor, the motion carries.
Thank you. We get a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
It's